Welcome everybody. Another edition of the Stretch Run, but we got a special edition today. A lot of people joining us. It's Kentucky Oaks Day. The Derby's tomorrow. There's always a lot of excitement. Derby week. Lots to talk about today. Lots going on. I will tell you, one of my most favorite days of the year is Oaks Day. I also love the Friday Breeders' Cup. Oldy, how you doing, brother?
Doing great. I'm here in sunny Florida. Sitting outside, doing the broadcast outside right now. Life couldn't be any better than this. I think it's great. It's Oaks Day. One of the, let's say, one of the four biggest race days of the year. What could you complain about?
Yeah, no, it's going to be good. Well, I'm glad you're in sunny Florida. It's, I'm sure, beautiful weather. I have the Oaks up here, but we just finished race 4 at Churchill. We're going to start with our first guest, though. You all know him. He's the founder of EquinEdge, the mastermind behind it all. I've learned a ton from him. He's a good friend. Scotty McKeever, welcome, brother. I'm glad you're here. You're our first guest. We're going to hang with you for about 20 minutes. How you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. What's going on?
You know, I think it's one of those exciting weeks, right? There's a lot going on. The Derby's here. There's a lot of scratches happening, so I think that's interesting, right? I think we're seeing them in various races, not in the Oaks, which is good to see, but would love to just kind of hear from you how EquinEdge is the build's going, you know, and one question I have for you, which you and I've talked about, is, you know, with the coaching classes, I'm curious on your perspective there of how that's been going for people and just sharing with users how the tool's been going.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that question, actually, Justin, because you know our retention is incredible at EquinEdge. Our growth has just been exponential, all organically, which has been amazing. If there was a little bit of a tick, it would be that our conversions are a little bit lower because it really is difficult, no matter what site you go to learn something new. And even though we know that our metrics are a lot easier than starting with statistics, it's still something new for people. And so that's been an issue. We're working on that, like tutorial videos and things like that, as you know. But the coaching classes have really been a blessing. I had somebody in the coaching class the other day I was telling you about, really nice gentleman, said, I've been handicapping for over 40 years. And he goes, Scotty, he goes, I've been with you about a week. He said, I was ready to unsubscribe. And then I said, you know what, I'll take a coaching class. And he took the coaching class. And towards the end of the class, he goes, I was ready to unsubscribe. And now I realize the genius in this. And you guys need to do a better job of explaining this site, because there's no way you can just come on the site and see that right away. And 100% we know that. But so for people that are listening, one, stay patient, try to learn, but the coaching classes are really a key way to go. And in fact, some of these classes are not sold out, but booked for 2 weeks out. So they're becoming very popular. And we've gone from like 4 months ago to only one class to now we're up to, I believe, 6 classes now per week. So it's a really great way to learn.
Yeah, I agree. I know Oldy and I have chatted a lot about just use of the tool over the years. And I think, you know, it's progressed, right? And we all try to keep up with it. And how can we learn? And I think I always, in those coaching classes, a lot of people, they say, right, like, help me understand how you combine the metrics, right? So I think it's not just, I'm going to give you a winner. It's a subjective tool and you still handicap with it. So I think they're great. I love doing them almost more than the show at times, because you really get that one-on-one experience. Yeah. So I say for all users here, like, you know, jump on the site. They're free. You can join as many as you want. Like, I know I love doing them. Oldy's done them. Scotty's done them. So, you know, check them out. They're a lot of fun. Yeah. Scotty, one other question I had for you, and then we'll talk Oaks and Derby, is, you know, I remember when I started playing horses, and one of the things that you told me was, you know, with Churchill Downs, like, it can be a track for, you know, a horse for the course. Like, it is a bit of a different track. So I'm curious for our listeners, like, if you have any just tidbits about Churchill in the years that you've played there.
Well, the surface is very sandy, and so a lot of horses can swim on that and not really enjoy it. So it's so important to really look at past performances, look at the numbers to see, you know, what the record is of the horse at Churchill Downs. It's kind of a hit or miss. I also think the workouts, you know, I'm not really a big workout fan that I really look at workouts, but I do think you can, you know, look at the workouts, go to Handy View, which is our past performances, and see, you know, is a horse working out good? The way you can tell that sometimes, not all the time, is when they, let's just say 80 horses worked out going 5 furlongs for the day, and maybe that horse was, you know, 10th best time of 80 that day. Of course, we don't know how easily that horse did that, but that is an indicator that will tell you, hey, this horse, you know, seems to be getting over the track pretty good. So watch for that. Of course, some, you know, there are workout reports that you can get as well. You know, I'm not really a big fan of the workout reports because they can throw you off as well. And if you're not really good at separating them, you and Oldy do a really good job of using those. I, for whatever reason, they influenced me a little bit too much in the wrong time. But so I would look at the workouts, but each surface is really that way. But Churchill Downs, because it's kind of sandy, is really specific, and some horses just don't like it.
Yeah, that's helpful. Oldy, any perspective on Churchill as we jump in today, just based on your kind of time as a handicapper?
I mean, you know, with the exception of Rich Strike, you have to be pretty close coming out of that final turn, almost like Scotty talks about Woodbine. You know, even though it's a longer stretch than Keeneland, it's still, you know, you want to look for horses that are going to be making their move around the turn or on the lead.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. All right, let's jump in. Users, hit that like button. We're glad you're here. Alan, Mike, John, Angela, Jen, it's good to see you yesterday on Twitter. If you still want to jump on later, we have an open slot. I would love to have you. So ping me on Twitter or respond here. I'll get you the link. We would love to have you on, Jen. So we do have an open spot this afternoon if you want to jump on. Scotty, we got the Oaks today. You know, there's been a lot of talk on the Derby, I feel like, but not a lot of talk on the Oaks. You know, I think there's been some overshadowing of Oaks Day a little bit, but I think this is a great race, to be honest. I think you have a horse like Wet Paint that's just been kind of running amazing. Obviously the favorite. You have a horse like Wonder Wheel, which the morning line of EquinEdge really points out, and what's she going to do? So, Scotty, I would be love to just kind of hear your perspective a little bit on the Oaks today.
Well, why don't we start with Wonder Wheel? And this horse is really throwing me off. So obviously this is your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly champion, won by 3 lengths, and at Keeneland last year in November, and then comes back in a non-graded stakes race back in February, and was 37% to win and loses that race. Now that non-graded stakes race did come up tough, and this horse had a layoff and probably wasn't ready to go. That being said, the Ashland was, for me, the most disappointing thing, because that horse was in a perfect position, 35% to win. And yes, the race came up tough in the Ashland over at Keeneland, but this horse had been 2 for 2 for 2, excuse me, at Keeneland prior to that. So it wasn't the track. It really, I don't know that this horse is the same. That being said, 9-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. EquinEdge's second pick and 11-1 live odds right now. You might want to take some value like that on a horse like that. So maybe they figured it out. Maybe she had some issues. She seems to be working lights out on this track. I mean, she's just throwing like major nice workouts. So you're getting really good value. Now, here's why you might want to take Wonder Wheel. Wet Paint is a horse that I like, no doubt about it. But if you look at that, Wet Paint hasn't even come close to facing the type of horses that Wonder Wheel's faced. Okay, and then also this horse is the slowest horse in the race, and is going to have to wire, 13 horses, not wire, but you have to pass 13 horses. Like, that's not an easy thing to do, 14 horses. So I think it's crazy. Just for the value, I'm going to go for Wonder Wheel. I will give you a long shot. South Lawn. I'm hearing some really good things. I'm supposedly hearing that Mark Cassie's trainee, that she's 2 for 2 since the layoff, and she's won easy. And she moved up in that. There was only 4 other horses in the race, but over at the Fairground Oaks back in March, beat 4 other horses handily, and that was an 80 SOR, and so that was pretty impressive. Supposedly, she had a breathing issue that they fixed, and the story seems to make sense. The problem I'm having is the EquinEdge morning line is 45-1 on this horse, and you just don't see these types of horses win too often. Now, I have seen it though, but the story I like, it makes sense, and the last 2 races have been super impressive, and this horse has some tactical speed. So maybe South Lawn is a horse you at least have to throw in.
Hey, Scotty, on the subject of Wonder Wheel, do you think maybe they've been keeping her too close to the pace? Either she needs to lead or she needs to drop back a little further?
Well, it's funny you say that, Oldy. I thought that same thing, but then when you look at this horse won going to the lead in 2 of the races. One of them was a Grade 1 in Keeneland back in October before the Breeders' Cup. So, it's a tough call. She came back in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, no doubt about it, and came from far back, but that was because of a slow break. Again, if this horse was one of the favorites, I wouldn't be playing it. But at 11-1 odds, and then a favorite Wet Paint is going to have to, pass the entire field and probably go wide. Maybe maybe trying to beat another horse. The other horse, guys, it's interesting. I don't like it, but the EquinEdge long shot, Flying Connection, who's the pace of the race. How is this horse the EquinEdge long shot? I don't get it, because it could have chosen 12 other horses in the race as a long shot, and it chose Flying Connection. But you know how that goes, trying to beat the EquinEdge long shot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I kind of shook my head there on that one. I was hoping it would see somebody like Wonder Wheel or Divining Purpose, maybe Pretty Mischief. I think the problem with those horses, right, they're in those outside posts, and that's going to be very, very tough. But I think great fillies. So, all right, Scotty, I know you got about 7-8 more minutes. Let's talk Derby. That's the highlight of the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot going on, right? I think, a lot at Churchill, a lot in the Derby. It's going to be really interesting. Is Forte okay? Is Forte not okay? Who's scratching today? Who's scratching tomorrow?
Yeah.
But I think you just got to roll with it, right? And, stick to your handicapping in a way. I think it's going to be a great race. Equine Edge, right? The highest win percent is 11%, which I don't know if I remember kind of seeing a race this wide open, which was fairly interesting. But Scotty, who you got here? Any long shots that you like, and would love to just hear your perspective.
Well, I have a lot of opinions on a lot of horses here, so hopefully it'll help everybody. Hello, Ricky. Let's start with Mage. So we know that Mage was super impressive in the Florida Derby, and some people I respect, Alfredo, a few others, really like this horse because of that. Me and Oldy we were together over at Gulfstream Park yesterday, and me and Alfredo were going at it because he's all about Mage. And yes, while that's impressive, a lot of times there's pace to consider, and horses break slow, and it works out and they finish, and then they don't run the same the next time out. So I'm always leery of a horse that breaks slow and then rushes up and runs good. Ran good, lightly raced. I think Good Magic is going to be one of the better sires that we have next year. I really do. So, and the reason I know that is because I've been testing a lot of the sires on the progeny predictor that I've been testing, where you put a sire and a dam together, and Good Magic is really looking good with the horses. So I think we could see this horse do well. But I'll tell you what, Forte, here's the thing. I was so bummed. I've been so high on Forte because of what he did in the Florida Derby, because you guys know I was betting against Forte. One, not only because the 11 post is almost impossible to win from.
Mm-hmm.
Gun Runner did it from the 10 post, and so in the Sunshine Millions, or in the Pegasus, excuse me. But then I hear that this horse got a bad step, and it's like, it really made me insecure. I don't know what to think about Forte now. Is this horse got a sore leg now, but they have to try to run him because it's a Derby and you only have one chance? So I am completely psychologically messed up on Forte. I will tell you though, before the reports all over Twitter, I have been so high on Forte because of a few reasons. When he came out of the Florida Derby, breaking up from the 11 post and winning is not an easy thing to do. Plus, showed more speed, which tells me that this horse can be closer to the pace if they want him to be. Secondly, he went about 8 wide, not 5 wide in the turn. And then the way this horse galloped out in the Florida Derby after having all those obstacles was just insane. So I just really think that that Forte is the horse to beat. I don't know what I'm going to do now with all the rumors. Hit Show's a long shot of mine. I think Hit Show, the one horse, as we know, is terrible in the Derby. But I do think this horse is lightly raced and coming into a good race. My other horse I'm going to choose is Angel of Empire. I think that one deserves a look. You guys know that there's been a couple of scratches in the race, right? The 10 horse has been scratched, right? So, but the thing is that Equibase has not given any of us the scratches officially yet. So there's no way to update the numbers. So a lot of people are asking us for these updates, but we have no way of doing that. And then Lord Miles was scratched as well, the 19, which means that Cyclone Mischief is going to get in and Mandarin Hero is going to get in. So, and Mandarin Hero, I don't know why it changed, but Mandarin Hero was the EquinEdge top pick beforehand. So, oh, I know why it changed, because we finally put the also eligibles up there. Did you guys see that? That got released. And so that's why I took them out. Okay, so it won't show that. But Mandarin Hero is going to be put back in there. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens to the complexion of the race with all that. And then Verifying, of course, had some issues on the track yesterday morning. This is a horse that I think is a contender. I don't know what I want to lean towards this horse, just really on his toes right now and doing very well. So I think Verifying is a good long shot at 20-1. And then lastly, the Tapit Trice, you know, on paper looks like a strong contender, but it drops 20 points in GSR. I don't know that this horse really wants a mile and a quarter, and there's no Tapit horses that ever won the Derby.
So, Scotty, I did do some digging on the Forte thing after I texted you last night, and it looks like the freak out started because Forte, not because of the bad step. The bad step added on to it, but Forte showed up on the vet's report. But it turns out it was a clerical error because Forte was supposed to be on that several days ago, and they just didn't update it. And he'll be off it on Saturday. He just had a regular legal injection that they track. And so I feel better about Forte. I wanted to update you on that. But yeah, that people seeing that show up plus the bad step, I think that's what caused everybody to freak out. Forte worked great this morning. I watched the video. There's no sign of a limp or injury or anything like that.
Well, I appreciate that information. Well, if that's the case and he's good, then I'm going to be all over Forte, because I don't even think anybody's even close to Forte in this race. John, you make a point that Forte actually drops like 22 points in GSR. Absolutely, you're right. Now, the thing is that this field is not that great, and I watched Forte on the gallop out from the 9 furlong race in the Florida Derby, and it was super impressive. This horse is going to have zero issues getting a mile and a quarter, and what this horse did in the Florida Derby, the Fountain of Youth, everything. Look what this horse has done. 5 straight races in a row. I mean, and he just really coming into his own. I'm all, if Forte's good, I'm all over that. I'm going to try to get Hit Show for second and Angel of Empire, and I might add Verifying the 2 horse. I think the 2 horse is a player in here. I'm going to try to beat Tapit Trice. I'm going to try. Even though it looks good on paper, you know, when you have these feelings, I'm looking at this horse going, it just, you know, it barely won in the Bluegrass, which was only like 3 weeks ago. So, you know, it's coming back right away. I don't know that I'm loving anybody in the Bluegrass.
So can I give you a horse for underneath?
Yes, please.
So I think to watch 2 fills underneath, because that horse always runs an honest race. And, you know, I don't think he's good enough to win, but I think second or third is reasonable there.
I think you're too biased because it's a Ravelli horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, I don't think he's going to win, but he always runs an honest race, and he's always around towards the end. I think the 3 post, he's going to have to show more speed. Because in the Derby, you get shuffled back in those inside posts if you don't have speed.
By the way, guys, how did you get these superstars like Matt Dinerman's in the waiting room? How did you even get Matt to come on in the show? Like, who did you know? Who's the inside connection you're able to get Matt on?
I think it's just because like he's one of my favorite announcers and he was at Emerald Downs. And when I started following racing, we'll talk about this with Matt, but that's when I started following racing. And so I reached out and he's such a great guy. So we'll talk to Matt in a minute. But
it's really
yeah.
amazing how much he's done in his career, and he's such a young guy. It's really unbelievable. Great disposition about Matt too. Really good guy, and so enjoy. I'm gonna skate, guys. I'm actually going down to Gulfstream Oldy. I'll see you there tomorrow, right? And you guys have a good show, and bye everybody. Good luck in the Derby and the Oaks today. Okay, we'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it, Scotty.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Well, Oldy, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. You know, I think the Derby, we're going to hear a lot of perspectives today, y'all. I think that's like one of the best parts about today. We'll cover the Derby with everybody. We got 5 minutes until the grade 2. I think it's our first graded stakes of the day, the 600,000 Sheba Stakes. So, viewers, we appreciate everybody being here. Anybody who's new, Oldy, myself on Twitter will always answer questions on EquinEdge. We also have free coaching classes on the website. Check them out. Multiple during the week. But Scotty just introduced him, but I'm now going to introduce him. We have our next guest. He is the announcer at Golden Gate, on-track analyst. I will tell you, probably my most favorite announcer, partially biased because he was at Emerald Downs, Mr. Matt Dinerman. Welcome, brother. We appreciate you, coming on the show. Like, I love that you just responded and were willing to do it, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Justin. Yeah, and thanks for the kind words. And this is the type of deal we're all waiting for days like these. So, love to talk about it and happy to be on. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I would love I know we got about 15 minutes to the Sheba, but before we jump in there, and then we'll obviously talk, Derby. You're just coming off Gold Rush weekend, and I would love to hear from you. Just, now being at Golden Gate a few years, what do you love about that weekend? And also at Golden Gate, what's one of your most favorite, kind of times of the year?
Well, I think every track should have a big day, a big weekend, a time to celebrate the good things about the track and have sort of their own spotlight, and not only for the people in the community, but also for other people that maybe don't follow Golden Gate as much. A lot of I would say most people watch Saratoga and Del Mar, maybe not on a regular basis even, but they watch it. Not everybody follows Golden Gate that much, or most tracks, not everybody follows. I mean, the mainstream tracks, you get people that are following it and all this stuff. But I think it's really important that these other tracks are able to sort of have their day in the sun and showcase what they're all about. And that's what Gold Rush weekend is about here. It's always a great weekend. We really make sure to put a lot of eggs in a basket, so to speak, to showcase great racing, which every year it's been great. Big fields. We've had competitive races. I've probably photo finishes on every Gold Rush weekend we have. So it's a lot of fun, and luckily the weather has cooperated in that sense, and we've been able to stay on the grass every year and run some really good turf stakes, and it's just been a great time. So it went really well this year. I think we were really pleased with everything. I was really pleased with everything. It was great racing all the way through. Some exciting finishes, and those are fun as a race caller to call.
Yeah. So you mentioned one of the most favorite places in my heart in horse racing, Del Mar. And, I know you're from San Diego. I'd love to hear from you. Del Mar can be a very tough track, but I think of somebody who spent some time there in your younger career. Anything special to tell us about Del Mar and in the area there as a track?
Well, Del Mar, I want to compare it to Saratoga, and I know people hate doing that, but I think it gives people a good perspective by comparing the two of what exactly the atmosphere is like. For example, when I went to Saratoga is very racing-centric. It's a racing-centric town. Everybody's thinking about racing. It sort of feels like you're back in time in a way. Like you go back there and you're like back in the good old days. Racing at its very much its peak. And Del Mar it's more of like a party atmosphere. Like you go and there are people wearing all this fancy stuff, and you've got people having the Del Margaritas, and you got people going there basically to be seen. In a lot of cases, you get people wearing these outfits, and you're going to the beach and you're going out to eat, and it's sort of more of like a party-ish type atmosphere as opposed to Saratoga that's more you go there and it's racing, and it's like going back and racing in the old days. So that's sort of the atmosphere of Del Mar, just very party-like, very sort of relaxed in that sense. I mean, there's good energy, but everybody's there to have a good time. There's a lot of smiling, great weather, and that's Del Mar.
What's your preference, Del Mar or Saratoga?
Well, Del Mar, because I'm biased. That's my own track. I mean, I grew up in San Diego, so
Yeah.
I was very impressed with Saratoga, and I remember leaving Saratoga. I've only been there once on one weekend with my dad, but I remember leaving there, and I told him, what's the point of comparing these two? Ironically, as I just did, I'm like, I can't say one's better than the other because they're just so different. Really. Del Mar is always, your home track's always going to be a special place in your heart no matter where you are. I mean, Golden Gate is a home track for me now. It's always going to have a special place in my heart. Emerald always has a special place in my heart. It was the first place I called races, and, I was there for 3 years. So that place holds a special place in my heart. And obviously the same as Del Mar. I learned about racing at Del Mar. I worked as a hot walker in Del Mar. I worked in the press box there. Dad, when I was a kid, took me to Del Mar. So Del Mar. Del Mar's the answer to that question.
You mentioned Emerald, and I grew up here my whole life. I've lived in Seattle and like everything. A lot of people haven't been there, and Emerald obviously not a top tier track or anything. But the thing I've taken my kids there. And one of the things, and I've been to a lot of tracks, one of the most beautiful aspects of Emerald Downs is a nice summer sunny day, no humidity, and you have this amazing mountain that literally sits in the background, right, of Mount Rainier. But before we jump into the Ali Sheba, I'd be curious, like, what did you learn at Emerald? You were the youngest, I think, announcer at the time, right, in the U.S., and how did it help you to where you got today?
I think Emerald, first of all, I have to give a shout out to the people there, because I literally got the job. I was hired a week before I graduated college, so I still had to take my finals. That's how young I was. They said, "Do you want this job? We'd like to offer it to you." And I said, "If I pass my finals, I can take it." So that being said, I have to give a shout out to the people there, because everybody was so they were just so nice and so supportive, and I could totally see so many people. Maybe they were in the background, but there could be so many people that could have just said, "Who is this guy?" Robert Geller, he's at Woodbine now. He is a legend in Washington State. He's like what Trevor Denman is to California. I mean, and then you get some 22-year-old kid from college that nobody's ever heard of, that's very raw. And I could see many people being like, "What is this? Why is this person, what's this kid doing here?" But people weren't like that. They were so supportive. They were so nice. I think really at Emerald, I think it was just, for me, the first year was just getting my feet in the water a little bit and gaining some confidence in terms of saying, you know what, in terms of this job, you're taking control of the microphone. And I was a pitcher. I was a pitcher in baseball for 15 years, and I always learned, and I played baseball. I played center field, a little bit of first base. I'm a lefty, but I always learned, when you're the pitcher, you take control of the game. You have the ball, you control the tempo of the game. And I learned at Emerald, in this job, when you're on the mic, you control the tempo of what you're doing, the tone you set, how you call a race, make it creative, make it exciting, make it your own. And I think just being able to learn how to do that and do things on the fly, in this particular job, the announcing job, I really got comfortable doing all these things. And along the way, because, Emerald and Golden Gate as well is the crew, it's not a massive crew. We have a good amount of people here, but it's not like you would find at the major tracks. So you also learn about a lot about operations and how racetracks make decisions. And I think that really can help you as not only an announcer, but also as just simply an asset for your track, being able to do different things.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate you sharing, man. And I love hearing about it. And I totally agree with you. If somebody wasn't in horse racing, I've only been at 8 years, and going to Emerald Downs, and there was the nicest people. I couldn't believe it. And I'm like, how do I own a horse? Right. And I'm like, I can never afford that. But I found a syndicate, and my kids, they came to the backside and were able to feed, horses carrots and peppermints and ride the pony. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. And maybe it's like that at all tracks, to be honest, but it was a good intro to me in horse racing at Emerald. Like the people there were amazing.
Yeah, I would say going to different tracks, people are very nice in general, but I would say every track's got its own vibe and atmosphere. I don't think there's one place that's the same that I've been to. And what I left from Emerald was just very nice, kind people that love their racing there, the people in that community. Also, I want to say hi to Pocketful. He said hi a number of minutes ago. So hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching.
All right. Let's talk horses. We got 6-7 minutes to Ali Sheba. Oldy, you can chime in too. I looked at this race, Matt, and ultimately West Will Power looked really tough. Equine Edge shows the win percents of this thing being wide open. But Matt would be curious to kind of hear your perspective on the Ali Sheba, and then we'll hear from Oldy too.
Before I give a pick, I just want to tell you guys so everybody knows, I've got a really good friend named Vito. We're going to Vegas in July, and we're doing a handicapping contest based on the rules are like the NHC. $2 to win, $2 to place on your top pick. And whoever wins, we're doing all the stakes races today and tomorrow. Whoever wins, we're going to Vegas in July, and we have to buy one another dinner at a very nice restaurant. We're not going to In-N-Out. So the pressure is on for this first race. No In-N-Out. No McDonald's.
How have you done so far today then? So have you hit a winner yet?
So I did okay. I had the exact in the last race. So and I actually have only watched that one because the first 3 races I haven't watched. But the contest starts in this race. So I'm starting to see pressure already. So I need all of your guys' good luck. So I don't I'm going to be betting, and I'm going to be going to, I want to see David Copperfield. So I don't want to spend, $300 on a dinner, but the pressure is on. The pressure is on. West Will Power, I'll tell you what, his fairgrounds race, that was awfully impressive. I don't think you can deny that. My buddy Vito's actually got him as the top pick right away. I picked Smile Happy, and this is part of the reason why the $2 to win, $2 to place thing can be effective in contests like this, because you can find a little bit of value. I think that last race he might have bounced a little bit. He was wheeling back quickly. He came off a big number off the layoff, albeit on a sloppy track. But I've always liked this horse. I thought that first race off the break indicated that maybe this horse had taken a big step forward from 3 to 4, which we all know is a pretty big development point for horses in terms of physicality and at times maturity in multiple facets, whether it be physical or mental. And he's won once at Churchill. And that's one thing I like to see at Churchill. Some horses don't take to this track for whatever reason. And some horses do. And I just like to see a horse that's at least run well over the surface. So at a little bit of a price, I'm going to go with Smile Happy. But West Will Power was my second pick. And what I loved about West Will Power's last race is he showed the ability to rate, because a lot of his best races have been when he's on the lead. And this time he was able to rate for a little while, and he took the lead at the top of the lane and drew off. So he rarely runs a bad race. There's not a lot you can knock on him, to be honest, guys.
Yeah, I thought Smile Happy had a shot too, so I'm with you. I think, and we talked about that with Scotty, having, horses for the course, and Churchill being a little bit different. Oldy, we got a few minutes. Thoughts here on Smile Happy and West Will Power?
Couldn't disagree with you guys more on Smile Happy. That horse is trash.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, my notes on this horse say that it's a closer, needs pace to run into. Was the it horse from last Kentucky Derby season, though it never proven itself to be a winner. The last impressive win it had came at 2 years old in a Grade 1 at Churchill Downs, where there was a pace meltdown. So, you know, I don't see it. I know it's 18%. I know it's the long shot. I think also that Art Collector wasn't fully souped up after the Pegasus last time out against West Willpower. There was also other speed in that race that isn't here. So I love Art Collector here. I think Art Collector goes to the lead and goes gate to wire.
Well, Matt, this is a good thing because when Oldy and I agree, that's never good. When
Both
we
of them,
disagree,
the horse is going to lose. Yes.
The horse is going to lose if we ever agree. So I like completely dislike Art Collector. So this is a good thing, Matt, for us that Oldy and I are disagreeing. So
we're gonna bet big in my betting account here. So go to the windows, everybody, because Oldy is not reliable in these scenarios. It appears.
Oh. All right, what do we got? Matt,
I respect a firm, strong opinion, Oldy. Whether you call something trash or whatever, I respect a firm opinion.
I mean, as trash as a horse that's won a Grade 1 can be. Like it's a Dr. Post would be who's another horse that I often refer to as trash. That's a graded stakes winner.
Yeah, it's like, would you own him? You're like, hell yeah, I'd own him.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'm sure Mattress Matt isn't happy, or Mattress Mac isn't happy with me calling a run happy that horse is trash. But
you're not getting.
I'm not making friends with the big better there.
I don't think.
All right,
Let's see where are we?
They're probably approaching. I got Matt. We can't show the video. We tried, but we will listen.
Okay.
I just got to pull it up here.
I got the video right here.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm calling this race. I'm off the clock.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I'm gonna take out my AirPods, y'all, so we can listen. Y'all hear me? Oldy, Matt?
No, not at all. I'm kidding, Justin. Yes, we can hear you.
Although I can't get, I don't know if the website's down. Let me try a different one. Did it go yet?
Nope.
Not yet. They're loading in the gate now. The first horse went in.
Okay. I'm almost there.
Rich Strike not hitting the board. That's my hot take. He's not hitting the board this race.
Yeah, I can see it. All right, here we go.
There the gate. And they're up. Milliken from the far outside post breaks out of the so to Smile Happy. West Willpower sent up toward the inside. Here first. West Willpower down inside, short lead. Smile Happy alongside in second, prompting the pace in the early stages. Art Collector comes off the rail to track them from third with 7 furlongs to go. 3 lengths back to Milliken, followed by Last Samurai, and Rich Strikes up in at the back of the pack, 6 lengths off the lead. They turn to the back stretch run, 6 furlongs to go. West Willpower prompted by Smile Happy. They go 1-2. The opening quarter goes in 24-1. The pace is moderate. There's 5 furlongs to go. Art Collector, 2.5 lengths back, cruising along while third. Milliken advancing in between from third. Last Samurai, 5th. Up close now, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Rich Strike is still the trailer, 6 lengths behind. Half mile to go, far turn run. Smile Happy starts to ratchet up the pressure on West Power. These two knocking heads. Art Collector to their outside third. Now just a length behind with 3 furlongs to go. Last Samurai's under pressure, so to Milliken. Rich Strike's a full out drive, but Rich Strike is still lap. Coming top of the stretch, Smile Happy powers off the turn and takes the lead. West Willpower tries to fight on. Art Collector set down for the drive. Here comes our
Gonna be
collector.
close.
1 furlong to go. Smile Happy digs in. Final furlong. Our collector desperately trying to get by. Smile Happy. Something left though. Turning back at first challenge.
That's a win, Matt.
Opening up to the wire.
Nice.
He scores by 2.
Hey, wonderful call. He sat right off West Willpower there. I mean, that's a great ride, to be honest. But great call, Mr. Dinerman.
I'm watching. I'm a little behind.
That's why you don't call something
television.
trash.
Thank you. He broke like a rocket too. I would say I really love Boom. Pocket
All of a
full
sudden,
for
I can't
Dick,
hear you
Boom.
guys.
Boom. You know, I love seeing horses that just break, you know, and it tells you, okay, they're ready to run today. And he broke and he got a good position and yeah, big effort from him. So I ain't buying steak dinner in Vegas. I told him, I said, you want to go for steak? Okay, I'm gonna give you my A+ game. So off to a good team.
Hey, that's a great start. I was with you there. I was on the 4 and 5. So it's good. Like I said, when Oldy and I don't agree, I know Oldy's trying. Oldy, if you can, we could hear you. I don't know if you can hear us, Oldy. He's got some technical difficulties. But Matt, like I said, when him and I don't agree, it's a great thing. So well done. Great call. Come on the show. Give it.
I should keep my trash designations to myself, shouldn't I?
Oh. All right, Matt, we got a few more minutes. Let's talk Derby. It's been a crazy week. There's been a lot going on, whether it's Twitter, on track, there's been scratches, but it's Derby weekend. It's always an exciting time. You know, there's been talk on Forte, what's going on with Forte. There's been some scratches where all 3 AEs have now entered. Are we going to enter the race with less than 20 horses? I wouldn't be surprised, but we will see. But I'd be curious.
That's guaranteed now. Yeah, 19.
Oh,
Skinner
scratched.
Yeah.
Skinner scratched. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Skinner scratched. He had a temperature just like Practical Move, so he won't be running. So now we're down to 19.
Yeah, I'd be curious on your perspective here. You know, I mean, you've been around this game a long time. EquinEdge says this race is fairly wide open from a win percent, but it's a big field. You know, there's a lot of these horses that, you know, have shown good races, but I feel like this year people are a little bit all over the place. And then we have the horses coming in from Japan. If anybody has not seen the trainer's dinner video, you must find that on Twitter. Yeah. It is very comical and it is great. But Matt, would love to hear your perspective here on the Derby this year.
You know, it's always, since Rich Strike is so fresh in my mind, it's like, you know, you think about him last year and you're like, anybody can win this year, you know, but it's an interesting deal because I think Forte's races are impressive. I think that last race he ran, he didn't get the right trip at all, and he still won. So I give him a lot of kudos. I thought it was a much better run than maybe some people give him credit for. I'm not going to knock a horse that did everything right. I'm just not, you know, and from a terrible post position. That said, he's not my top pick in this race. I think he's going to be right there. I don't see any issues with him whatsoever. But I'm picking Angel of Empire. I think he's trending in the right direction. I think there's more to give with him. And I think he's got a kick. And that's what I like to see. A horse that's a little bit tactical that's got a kick in a race like this. That's what I like to see. I think he's going to stay on just fine. So Angel of Empire is the pick. And I do agree with some folks that like Derma Sotogake. I think he's legit, and I think he's going to show that. That last race in Maidan, that's a very speedy track, so there is that. I think that race maybe possibly that looked a little bit better than it did based on the track and the way it plays, but I think this horse is legit too. And he's got speed, and there's a little bit of other pace in the race, but not just this abundance of pace. So those are sort of the 3 horses that I think are really interesting. And the price that I think is very, very interesting is actually Confidence Game. I know he's taken a super unconventional route, taken 10 weeks into this race. I loved his workout, 59 flat on April 29th. I think this horse is going to stay all day. and he's actually a half sibling, or the Dam is a half sibling. People forget to talk about this. The Dam is a half sibling to Zenyatta at Bluey-Sant. So the pedigree's there for her to go all day, for him, excuse me, to go all day. He's tactical. And I will say, to end my analysis, one thing I like to see with horses in the Derby is horses that are going into the race and they're peaking at the right time. Because especially 2 to 3, 3 to 4, you see all these different movements happening. When you follow racing, you see it. You see horses that are precocious. You see horses that take time. I'm looking for horses, not just on paper, but horses in general, that you look at them and you say, okay, they're going in the right direction and they're ready to peak at the exact right time that they need to for a race like this. So that's what I'm looking for in with these horses.
I'd be curious, Matt. You talked about confidence game, and I've looked at this horse a little bit, to be honest. And, you have this big work, 59, 1 of 54 on the 29th. You go back to the 14th, and DeSormo worked this horse 8 furlongs. And my understanding, Oldy, feel free to chime in here. I know you've dug deep than I have this week, but my understanding is a little bit from a work report. Oldy and I we follow Bruno in that his comments were that he was using that as a kind of to replicate a race from a perspective. So I'd be curious, Matt, from your perspective, seeing that 8 furlong, like, what does that mean to you when you see that?
I see that as a stamina building drill. That's how I see it. I see it as a drill where they're trying to get some air into them. They're trying to get that stamina. I didn't watch the workout. Knowing how Keith trains, I would say that is okay. We're going to break him out of the gate. He's not running in a race in the sense that he's going to go fast early and try to finish. I think they worked him. This would be my guess is they probably worked him out of the gate. They let him get in a good stride, and then they let him finish real strong. And even going a mile, they probably let him gallop out pretty good. So I think that's just a stamina type of work. You get that stamina drill, and then the next time you go 59, that's okay. Now we're going to get some speed into him a little bit here, and we got that stamina in him. So now we're going to let him roll a little bit. We're going to let him roll and finish strong again. We're going to get him really tight. So I think that stamina drill was really to get the distance, to help him with that, to be ready to run a mile and a quarter. And then the 59 is really, that's the tightener. That's saying, okay, we're getting serious now, and we want you to be fit and ready.
Yeah. Oldy, we're going to comment real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say on the Derby and Rich Strike, and we'll start with this, is when an anomaly like that happens, you shouldn't change your approach, because the odds of that happening again are very limited, and there were several factors that caused that. Number one, the pace meltdown, where you had 2 horses running a 4.5 furlong race. That gave him something to run into, but it also was things like Irad on Modonigal going 8 wide instead of, even though he had the rail in front of Rich Strike. If Irad stays down on Modonigal, Irad probably wins that race and gets his first Derby. And we're not talking about Rich Strike at all. And, so everything had to go right, and you had to have a perfect ride by Sonny Leone. The odds of being able of replicating all those factors for another long shot like that, maybe 30 years from now is the next time it should happen.
Sure.
Let that happen to you, and do the right work, do the work the way it works, and you'll continue to find more winners than you will 99 to 1 shots.
Sure. And I like how you brought that point up, Oldie, about the trip, because I preach it. I go on the pre-race feed, for those who don't know, and I give my analysis before our races here at Golden Gate. And I always preach, sometimes the best horse doesn't always win. Sometimes the horse with the best trip wins. And especially at a place like Golden Gate, it's very, very trip dependent. So, along with trying to figure out who's got the talent to win a race, it's also who's going to get the right trip. I mean, we can all sit here and say this is the horse to beat in a lot of cases, and probably for the most part be pretty spot on with one another and say, okay, this is the horse to beat. This horse should be favored. Some are a little more difficult than others, but to figure that out. But if it was that easy, we'd all be winning money and we'd be picking the favorites and they'd be winning every time. So especially in the Derby, things have to go right. And you have to sort of try to find the horse that it's going to go right for. That being said, can you expect a horse like Rich Strike to win? I don't think anybody can ever expect that. And if you handicap that horse, I don't know how you possibly could have handicapped that horse to win.
Right. No,
Yeah.
and I actually went horse by horse and wrote my own trip notes after last year's Kentucky Derby, and this is what I had on Mo Donegal. Dream pace setup, drop back early as expected, tip outside 7 wide on final turn instead of staying on rail. Wide trip likely cost the horse shot at winning. And I have every bump start and things like that. It's just, don't change your process. If your process is right, sometimes the results don't match the process, and you just have to accept results like when something like that happens. Last year I was covered because I had all other 3-year-olds at 20-1 in the last the last Derby Futures.
Yeah, I think anything can happen in the Derby, right? I mean, that's why there's a 20-horse field.
Horses. Yeah, and I may disagree with you guys on horses, but your method and your thought process, you're visualizing how you see the race playing out, and I don't think there was anybody visualizing. Not even Sonny Leone was visualizing winning the Derby in that manner.
Well,
go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was just going to say, let's go back to the race we were on watching with Smile Happy. Oldie, right? You said, oh, well, he's a closer. He's going to come from off the pace. I thought he had a little more tactical speed, but even me, I picked Smile Happy for those who are just tuning in. I didn't think he was going to be pressing West Willpower, and there was nothing on the page to indicate that. There was nothing on the page to indicate he was going to get that trip. So these things happen, right? It's a perfect example.
And Mott wins one race by rating with Art Collector and then decides not to put Art Collector on a lead of a race he should have been on the lead on, too. I mean, he's smarter than me when it comes to that stuff, but that's 2 races in a row that hasn't worked. He's really got to, take a look at that.
But only thing I would say on that, I don't think Art Collector was ever going to get the lead the way that West Willpower broke. Right. I mean, if you look at Equine Edge and the pace figure, right, it says West Willpower, Art Collector, but I mean, just we don't have the race, but I think watching that happen, I mean, West Willpower is going in the front no matter what, right?
Well,
so,
you have the inside position there. You can often beat a horse just by having the position if you break evenly.
Yeah,
as long as you make it to that first turn, and I don't think I think that was the wrong choice for West Willpower, too. I don't think he wants the lead. I think he wants to press. Make somebody else do the dirty work.
He definitely wants to be on the lead turning for home. That's for sure.
Right.
If he's not on the lead turning for home, he's not going to run by horses. And some horses are like that. By the way, Chris, I see your comments. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So there makes us all eat dinner, man. Oh, I had really good rigatoni for dinner last night. Rigatoni.
And Matt, let me say, we love Golden Gate.
Thank you.
One of my favorite tracks to play. We cover it pretty much weekly on the stretch run, and great track, great action, and the synthetic reminds me a lot of Arlington, which was my home track. So that's a track I enjoy playing.
And there's always good finishes on the synthetic, as you know,
Yes.
Oldie. They're not all spread out by 20 lengths. I mean, they're right there. So, and it's fun to announce.
That was 2 weeks ago, Matt, and then we'll close it up with you. We appreciate having you on. I was watching. I think it was the last race at Golden Gate. It wasn't last weekend. I think it was the weekend before, but there was the old Bob Hess senior horse that enters the allowance race that comes off a 3-year layoff. And I'm watching, right? And I really like the 2-horse in that race. I think something Rosie or something. I don't remember the name of it. EquinEdge liked it. It was the EquinEdge long shot. Well, there was the 6 horse, and I'm looking at the race, right? And I'm listening to the feed and listening to you, and I take another look, and I'm like, there's nothing in this race. Like, and I look at the 6, and the horse had been working well. And it was a no-brainer, man. And I boxed the 2 and 6, and I had the horse in my pick 4 or whatever, and pick 4 paid like $5,000, and I boxed the horse with the 2, and I think I won about $5,000 just by you mentioning that horse. So kudos to you. I really appreciate it because it made me really look at it. But it was amazing to see that horse win. So
that was an amazing win for a horse like that, coming off a 32-month break. And I do want to say, if you have time for like 30 seconds, I want to give you the background of that horse. So he was racing here like in 2020, 2019, and he was really well regarded. I mean, very highly thought of at that time. And then he went away for a while. Why for 3 years? No clue. Obviously, multiple things. So I see him on the work pattern because I follow all our work tabs every morning. And I see he's going 3 furlongs. I'm like, wow, like he's coming back in like 2.5, 3 years. Like, I wonder what this is about. You know, what are you gonna get with him? You know, he's been off for 2.5 years, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
So then I see a couple of fast works on the page, a minute and change. That's fast for the Tapeta. I'm like, that's interesting. And then he's entered in an allowance race, and Jose Batista is a really cagey trainer. And I'm like, well, if he's in an allowance race and he's not in for a tag, they're not going to embarrass this horse. This is a good sign. But I just couldn't pull the trigger. I said, you know, this is a lot asking of this horse. Sure enough, he wins. And I talked to the trainer the next week, and he says, I called the owner and I says, if you want to bet, now's the time to bet. That's what he told me. So they were very confident he would run a good race. They said he was training great and the works were exactly what they looked like. So that was a heck of a win. And I didn't have the horse, but I was happy for everybody. That was pretty cool.
But you mentioned it though. You talked through a lot of that, and I think I will tell you, you know, as Oldy and I, we follow Golden Gate, but really any track, it's always you have a lot of knowledge, Matt, and of that track you're at, and any analyst or announcer, whatever, you can find those things. And for me, EquinEdge didn't love it, but the work piece, but EquinEdge helped me figure out like this is an allowance race, and there's not a lot here. And I always tell people like, find the things that don't make sense. When that stuff happens, like crazy things happen, right? And that's how you're going to find 15 to 20 to 1 shots. There are angles there, right? And I think to your point, horse was working well, drops an allowance, not for a tag. It's like, what's going on here? So, but it was cool to see that happen. And I appreciate you sharing the background. That's awesome.
And that's why I wanted to go on TV and share that, because I'm like, this horse is much as crazy as this sounds. I remember thinking of it before the race, as crazy as it sounds, there's angles for this horse, and I will say before I go, I don't know how everybody's different, obviously, that watches this telecast and is on listening to us right now, but it is very beneficial to follow a couple different circuits at most and really gear in, because the trainer patterns. It's not just the horses, the trainer patterns, the jockeys and what their styles are like. And those things are all factors to determining a winner. So, and then you've got a thing like EquinEdge, a model like this that's able to sort of guide you through the process. If, for example, maybe not only you follow a track very hardcore, but maybe you decide to play a Kentucky today, but you don't really follow the Kentucky circuit that much. So those are things that you want to gear in on, though, is a lot of those angles. Well,
it's been a pleasure, Matt. We really appreciate you coming on. Everybody hit the like button for Matt, and he gave out a winner, you all, at 7. That horse paid, I think, about $18 or $19, Matt, for a $2 win bet. So you're already up to $25, $26, and well done. He comes on, gives a long shot winner against a couple of favorites. So we appreciate it, and we hope you have a great rest of the meet. Have a good Derby weekend. We hope you win your bet too.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it's the start of a marathon with all these stakes races, so we're just getting started here. But so far, off to a good start. And thanks for having me, guys. And everybody have a fun Oaks and Derby days, because this is the type of week that we're all as racing fans waiting for, and we're getting it. So just cherish it and enjoy it.
Thanks, brother. We appreciate it. We'll reach out. We'll have you on again. Thank you.
Absolutely, guys. See you soon.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, Oldy, it's not going to get much better than that. We have a guest come on to start the show, and he gives out what was it? It ended up I was I missed getting a chance to bet. It's so hard sometimes when doing a show and stuff, but almost paid $18 for $2. So and our collector ran a great race, Oldy. I think I really thought Smile Happy had a good shot there. And I think that's where, again, I love when you and I just completely disagree because we're just seeing it different, which is not a bad thing. I think you talked about that, right? With viewers, like, stick to your method, view the race. If you play a certain way, if it's not working, change it up. But if it does work, like, it's okay to disagree with people. So, because we're not going to win every race, it's just not going to happen.
No, I 100% agree. You're definitely not going to win every race. You just have to keep your process in place and stay sharp, for lack of a better way of saying it. That sounded like a cliche, but
all right, we got the grade 3. Was it Modesty Stakes at Churchill? 9 furlongs on the turf. We're going to keep rolling, though, y'all. This time, we got an Equine Edge user, longtime user, interacts with the community a lot. We have a stretch run chat. He interacts there. He interacts a lot on Twitter. He's used the system for a while, Oldy, and has done it very effectively, is what I have seen. He can play very slim tickets, and he could just crush sometimes. So, I want to welcome in Coach Stephen Guerin. Coach, it's good to see you, brother. You have a method of how you play horizontals sometimes that you just absolutely crush with tickets. But welcome. How you doing, brother?
Justin, Oldy, everybody, it's so good to see you this morning. Happy Oaks Derby weekend. I'm so fired up and privileged to be on with you guys.
We're happy
great
to
have you here, Coach.
Oldy, I think we've been in the community a while. Coach has been. Like, he's a great handicapper. And Coach, I would love to hear from you. Just how do you go about when you structure those very slim, I'll see you play $5, $10 pick fives, and you'll crush them, man, for $5,000. What's your method there? I would be curious to, and I know you'll play a couple tickets sometimes, but I would be curious to hear your perspective when you play horizontals. I feel like ticket structure is very, very important, and you do a great job. So would love to hear from you, kind of your method.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks so much, Justin. Especially when I found EE, I kind of found my sweet spot in pick fives. I just felt like, for me, with not a huge bankroll, there was inherent value in being able to isolate those selections that I best felt a strong opinion about, and then I could, slightly spread otherwise. So what's tended to work for me really well, and it's kind of silly, but like, I'll take a sequence that I see and look it over. And, if I can identify one price, let's say a mid-price horse, a $10 to $20 horse. And if I can identify that horse and single it for some value, and then I can maybe catch a price elsewhere, or an EE long shot, or a Scotty square play, and then I have a strong opinion on a favorite. So I might go single price, long shot, little bit of cover, so that I have some options coming to that last race. And for me, and for anybody, I think you have to find that place that makes you most comfortable, where you're most confident. And I tend to not be like an exacta or trifecta or win place player under most circumstances. I like to put my money into the larger pools and feel like I can get some payback from that. I also keep in mind, though, that I can't ever control what the payoff's going to be. I'm more interested in, can I hit the winning sequence, on on what I'll call a value ticket.
Yeah. You and I actually play very similar. I think a lot of people like, I like to try to play slim and add coverage where you actually can get a ticket to pay. We play a little bit different, and you play a lot more kind of cold tickets. I feel like you're able to really narrow it down in multiple races, but it's incredible, man. It really is on what you do. I'd be curious. I don't know this background, so I'm going to ask it. And you have nickname Coach, and I know you to some extent, and we're a baseball coach and maybe still do. I'd be curious. I have 2 boys, 8 and 10. And I coach them in baseball. I'd be curious to hear from you as somebody who's coached in the past. How has that as a person made you who you are, as a horse player made who you are? I would love to hear it from you, man, because I know it probably holds a kind of a special place in your heart.
Thanks for mentioning that, Justin. I've been fortunate. I've coached from 7-year-olds all the way up to 18U. I've coached high school ball. I've coached high-level development ball. I've been fortunate to coach in the USA baseball program. So I really like one of the things that Matt actually brought up in his segment related to baseball, which is like, you got to own what you own, right? And if you're out there and you're the guy that's putting in the time to be the head coach and the ultimate decision is with you, you're going to have barking from parents, and you're going to hear from administrators and teachers and other players and even opposing coaches. But the bottom line is you got to own similar to horse racing. You got to own what you own. So if I make a pick, win or lose, I got to stick with that selection. When I fill out my lineup card, I have to feel comfortable and confident and believe in that lineup card. If I have in my mind, you know what, my starting pitcher, I need him to go 4+ today, and I've already said in my mind, as long as we're ahead, even, or down 1, I'm sticking with that guy going 4+ on the mound unless something goes sideways. Then I can adapt and adjust. One of the things I also like about multi-race segments is once I make my picks, they're in. A lot of people want those alternates for a P5 sequence, and we'd like to see that come into horse racing. But once you make your ticket's set. So it's kind of like making your lineup. You have to stick with what you got.
Yeah. No, I like that. And I like how I think the biggest thing I hear from that, a couple things is have an opinion, right? And be confident in your opinion. And whether you're a coach doing that for baseball or whether you're a handicapper doing that in, a ticket structure, have that opinion, right? And whether it's good or bad, you're going to live with it.
Yeah, personality wise, I've always kind of had a big personality, so I'm not afraid to be wrong, and I'll stick it out there and say what I believe in and say what I want to do. And, horse racing, I think it's a great opportunity to, we get to prove that to ourselves over and over and over. And so, and you guys say I have a lot of interaction and all that on Twitter. Before the pandemic, I wasn't even on Twitter. Not at all. I didn't even know about like a horse racing Twitter community. So still this last few years, it's been a whole opening up of my eyes to so much more about the game of horse racing and about wagering and about products and other substantial people that are out there. I never heard the name Orlando Noda, but for the pandemic, and I'm getting, $18 horses on Noda at Gulfstream and pick 5 sequences. That's how we learn to make money. The other thing is I'm always open to learning. I'm listening and reading, hopefully a lot of stuff, so that I'm not just, utilizing one platform or one piece of information to garner my opinion. I'm taking in a variety of information to help me best judge.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. All right. Oldy, let's jump into the grade 3. We got 11 minutes, coach. 9 furlongs on the turf, the 300,000 grade 3 Modesty. This is showing up as an 80 SOR, y'all. Like, this was interesting as a grade 3 when I saw that SOR, and I'm like, like, this is a tough little race here. Win percents, coach, show us that, this thing might be a little bit open.
Sure.
You know, the morning line, though, loves Shanti Sarah. What were your thoughts here? You know, was this a race that you went slim in, or did you add some coverage?
You know what? I played what I'll call a medium-sized pick 6 ticket. For me, I expanded a little bit today. I ended up playing a $128 ticket. I'll be happy to share it. I did go for some coverage. I thought Shanti Sarah is live, though. I mean, certainly off that last out at Tampa, I thought that was really impressive. The works are you know, what we would call normal Chad type works. You know, this is a strong horse, but I did also include several others. I liked all of the EE selections, so I went 1, 4, 6, 7 in my pick 6 ticket.
Okay, I'll pull it up here. We can go through this, and we appreciate you sharing, Coach. Oh, 1, 4,
and Coach,
Go ahead,
Yes.
Oldy.
can I get your? So I gave this horse out that I thought was interesting yesterday. The 2 horse who's getting bet heavily.
Yeah.
What do you make of Didia, the South American horse?
You know what? I don't know a lot about this sire Orpin. And you know, this horse at Fairgrounds last out, I mean, also was stalking, I would say, and closed into a pace and drew off to win by over 1 1/4 lengths. Had a nice Keeneland work on the 27th, 4th to 51 at 48 breeze. I mean, that also makes this horse really substantial.
Excellent. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Yeah, I discussed this with Alfredo from Hippica yesterday too when I was at Gulfstream, and he likes this horse as well. You know, just I'm disappointed that it's sitting at 5-2 right now, though.
The problem is, I view Coach Oldy as like, I mean, this horse only has a 67 GSR, and
I saw that.
you know, it is the top for the horse, but it's like, it's taking money, which is good to see. I obviously, I don't, for me, I would there's no value there. Like, but the GSR was my concern when I looked at this.
Going from 8.5 to 9 furlongs, what's the extra, you know, what's that little bit extra half furlong going to do?
Yeah. And it's low. I mean, a 67 when you're dropping in here in a grade 3 that looks really tough for horses
like
that.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, some really, really nicely bred horses. You know, Sparkle Blue is loved on the morning line, which, Coach, you're using. So, you know, I thought the 7 was tough. But Oldie, obviously, everybody's on to your 2 horse.
Yeah, no, the word is out, the secret's out, but not that there was a secret to begin with. But you know, I also think the 1 could go gate to wire here.
Yeah, big pace advantage of almost 30 points. We got 7 minutes. Coach, let's go to leg 2 then, since you're going to give us a value pick 6, the grade 2, 8 bells. I thought this was a great race. The 9, obviously a big favorite. A lot of people talking about this horse. How'd you narrow here?
This was the race that I had to single, and I did single Money's Gold. I think the speed fakes stand out there. You know, if we can ration that, this horse should be able to handle this group with a 38 win percentage in a field that 38% win percentage likeliness in a field that size. I felt I needed to take a stand. And since I was seeking some prices elsewhere and spreading later, I felt like this is where I was willing to do that.
All right, let's keep going just to make sure we get through it before it starts. The 8th on the turf again, the Unbridled Sydney Stakes, 300,000. Caravel shows up here. I know there's a lot of talk. The system also likes the 1, which is the EquinEdge long shot. Where'd you go here?
Yeah, and you know, you hate to make it so simple on a big day like this, and you know, like we want to come up with something that's spectacular, but it's not always there right in front of us. And I think Caravel, you know, obviously, I think it's going to be way over bet, like straight up if you're just betting win. So I'd avoid that. Do I think it's most likely winner? Yes, but I like EE's second pick over E, the long shot at 5-1. I think there's some value there. So I'm including the 8 and the 11 in my ticket.
No 1, just 8, 11.
That is correct.
All right, we'll keep going. You're too deep there. And then I'm assuming you're getting some coverage because the ticket generator is saying that Secret Oath in the 9th, search results in the 9th. There's a bunch in here. I get if you're adding a few. Where'd you go?
Big numbers here, boys. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost all.
So no 3, no 5 if I'm tracking. All right. Yeah. I didn't think Secret Oath is the bigger favorite here. I think a lot of people they love her, but I think she has the potential to be upset.
I think Secret Oath can bounce.
I think I love search results here in this race.
I can see it. Yeah. I mean,
I would consider singling search results there. You know, this is the horse that it just was never quite good enough to beat Malafat and Clairiere. And, you know, is going to be sitting the trip behind the speed. And Secret Oath is going to be coming from deeper. And I just think that with those horses gone, it might just be Secret Oath time. Or not Secret Oath, I mean search results time.
Yeah. And Chad could have, you know, big latter part of the day too.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, let's go to the 10th. We got a few minutes before post time. Looks like 3, coach. Grade 2 on the turf, 8.5. The Edgewood system has Cairo Concert on top, but only at 26%. The 8 horse, big morning line advantage, and also the EquinEdge long shot. Where'd you go?
I went with the 3, and I like that 5 that won first out for Chad. Broke its maiden at Gulfstream. Come back and worked nicely on the 22nd, 48-2 breeze on the turf, and then came back and worked at CD, 49-4 on the 29th. So I went 3-5 there. And then I think that the Kentucky Oaks is in kind of an open type race. I just, you know, a lot of people saying Botanical, you know, a lot of people on the 7, you know, 2. So I found a way to spread there. I went 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. I kind of like Darth Vader a little. The 12.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. Trying to get this right. 2, 4. Oh, I messed something up.
That's right. 128.
Yeah, 2, but 4, 2, 4.
7. Oh, you put in the 14 in there too.
Yeah, something. Hold on. Let me lock this. And
I think you missed one maybe in the 9th.
When the 9th was 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Who else?
7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the 9th.
See if we can get it back. But you didn't. No, but you didn't single the 8.
No.
Where
11.
So 1, 4, 6, 7 in the first, 9 in the second. The 8th was 8 and 11.
11.
And then 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the 9th.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then 3, 5 in the 10th.
Yeah.
And then 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12.
Yeah. Did I miscalculate my numbers? 8, 11 in the
Yeah. I think it's 153.60.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I miscalculated.
No, you're good. There we go. There's coach's value pick 6. We're 1 minute. We're
Bad
still
math.
behind the gate.
Bad
So.
math. Bad math.
Go ahead, Oldy.
You know, the other thing, I'm playing a double here. The 1, 2, 4, 6, 7 to the 6. I'm going to play a double against the 9 here because there's value on the 6.
Sure.
And, you know, if the 9 loses, it's going to pay nicely.
That's true.
And if you want to play a double to the 9, there's really no value, even if you use the 1 or the 4.
Totally agree.
All right. Sweet Danny Girl, EquinEdge long shot, Oldie. Big pace advantage, almost 30 points. I think Castellano's riding.
Question is the class with that horse.
Yeah, I mean, it's working well. Castellano rode last out here where this horse wired the field. You know, morning line angle. You like the 2 a little bit, Oldie. Sparkle Blue was interesting from the morning line, but I didn't really like this horse much. I thought the 7 was going to be tough here in the 6.
I agree.
We will.
Why not a 1-7 exacta then? Well, they're off, but
Oh, mine's a little bit behind. Okay. Mine's
They
30 seconds behind.
Waiting for
Yeah.
Sparkle Blue, Shentasara.
I have the, you know, the Back to the Future version of the race where I get to see it ahead of time.
Yeah.
The 1 did not get as easy of a lead as you would have thought there.
In the gate, and
Going 123 and a quarter.
Hold on, man.
Lady Rockstar is there. Sweet Danny Girl for the inside post is racing up as well. Shentasara from the outside tries to tuck in as they move by us for the first time. Sweet Danny Girl takes over the lead early on. Lady Rockstar's prompting in second. Nobody's in a hurry so far. The Dia comes through toward the inside to grab third. McKeever is racing in fourth. Shentasara tucks in toward the inside fifth alongside a Sparkle Blue who's in sixth. And at the back early is New Year's Eve, 6 lengths off the leader, and that leader is Sweet Danny Girl. Sweet Danny Girl composed on the front end. A firm hold leads by a precise length heading for the backstretch run. Lady Rockstar is right there racing in second. The opening quarter sharp on the board though, 23 and 1/5 seconds. So down the backstretch they go. Sweet Danny Girl pressed along by Lady Rockstar. These two, 1-2. Mark of 2.5 lengths back
One's
to
done.
on the outside of the Dia. They're together third and fourth. Then it's Shentasara racing in fifth. Toward the inside, Sparkle Blue sixth, only 5 lengths off the lead. New Year's Eve is the trailer, still about 6 behind as they hit the far turn. Sweet Danny Girl and Javier Castellano step on it just a bit now. They've opened up to lead by 2 on the far turn. Lady Rockstar is under pressure. Down inside, the Dia starting to pick it up. If goes wide, New Year's Eve with a blitz on the far turn to within 4 lengths of the lead. They're off the turn. Sweet Danny Girl turning for home, trying to see out. The Dia to the attack. Mikulik's coming down the center, and on the far outside, New Year's Eve is rolling. 1 furlong to go. Didia.
Great job, Oldie.
Sweet Danny Girl fights on from the rail. New Year's Eve, third outside. Final 50 yards. Didia.
The horse went off at 5-2, Oldie.
Yeah, I know. I was annoyed at that. I really wanted 5-1.
Yeah. Well, man.
I was pretty certain I had found something there. And, you know, he won that race pretty easily.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was. I do agree. Not
he.
Yeah. Just kind of went past there. I'm gonna restart my browser and make sure we get back up to correct timing on the race. I feel like when playing, I have to do this on the side like that to play the music or play it on my other browser. Like, it's kind of a pain, but it is what it is. One did run great, pocket full. I agree. All right, y'all. Well, Coach, there's your value pick 6.
Down.
Oldies
I'll flip that straight into pick 5.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Coach. That's what I was thinking too with that.
Yeah. let's talk, Coach. We appreciate you coming on. Before you go, let's talk Derby for a minute. And would be curious to hear your perspective there. Let me jump over race number 12 tomorrow. Oldy, if you'll handle the convo for a minute, I'm going to run to the restroom, but I will be back here in one moment.
All righty. So, Coach, what do you like in the Derby tomorrow?
Well, my winning pick is going to be Confidence Game.
Okay.
Love the work, love the weight. DeSormo is a good horseman. He knows what he's doing, and I also think it speaks volumes that his brother's not riding the horse. That he gets Graham in the irons, and I just think on a day like tomorrow for the Derby, as much as a horse, it's a rider's race. Graham knows what it looks like, and I think he'll get the trip. I think this horse is on edge. I like what you guys were talking in Matt's segment, that a horse has to come to this race on edge, be improving, and I completely agree that the earlier work was get air into his lungs. Let's almost treat it as if it was a race. Having said that, I did write down for myself a 5-horse trifecta box that I am going to play. And I think there's some value there because there's some prices. Confidence Game, Forte, Derma Sotogake, Hit Show, Angel of Empire. I'm gonna play those in a trifecta box, and I'm gonna bet win place on Confidence Game. I may play an exacta box, Confidence Game, Forte, and Derma Sotogake. One of the things that I shared online earlier this week is, what if that UAE and coming into this race, what if we haven't even seen our best from Derma? Also, that morning line of 10-1, when there was 20 horses, that kind of signaled me a little bit, the same way the morning line signaled me on Angel of Empire. If I'm like, I do this weird thing. So let's say most of the races or some races we see, we'll call a normal large field 10 horses, right? We rarely see 20 horses. So if I take a 10 horse race, to me, that means I need to cut in half the morning line. So all of a sudden, Derma Sotogake, who's 10-1 on the Derby morning line, is 5-1 in a 10-horse field morning line in my crazy thinking mind. And that signals to me, at least is if the morning line odds makers are on accurate in any way, that horse is going to be there.
Yeah.
And he could just be an emerging monster and run away from this group. But I think I'm going to play Confidence Game, Derma, and Forte, and Exacta, and then include Hit Show and Angel of Empire in a 5-horse trifecta box.
So it's interesting to me, though, that both Matt and yourself aren't, and really Scotty, aren't taking any of the horses that profile to be forwardly placed. We can argue over Derma Sotogake, but if you go back and look at his Japanese races, he's not on the lead. And he's breaking out of the 17 hole. And he's going to have to break perfectly, and then he's going to be putting in what I call like a cap on the outside horses. So if he's as fast as people think, he's going to prevent anybody who breaks a little bit slow from being able to use any kind of tactical speed. But even with that said, he's going to have to be so much faster than verifying and reincarnate in those horses on the inside to cover that extra ground, that this is just my personal opinion. I don't see it. I think he's more likely to drop back in this situation, and and I wouldn't blame them for doing that because, I could spend an hour on why Dermot isn't going to win the race. Could finish in the money, but isn't going to win the race.
Yeah.
But I did find somebody who had some algorithms based on UAE, and they had that race so that their algorithms for speed were it goes from 0 to -10, with -10 being the fast. They rated the early speed in that race with Dermot as a -1, so very slow.
Really weak.
Yeah, really weak, really slow. And they had verifying rated at a -8. So, that was one of the things. Also, I didn't like the Dermot works. When you look at not just the times were slow, but he was being asked significantly to make those times.
Mm-hmm.
And from watching the video, even before I'd gotten back up from those other algorithms, I was done with him after seeing the work earlier this week. I think it was 5 furlongs and 101.60 where he had to be asked coming around the turn, and the rider was driving him. And
Sure.
That's usually not a good sign in a work like that. So I think he's actually going to take either he's not that good or he's going to take a significant step backwards.
Yeah.
That's really the only one I have a problem with out of your
confidence.
choices. I just see way too many people using a horse out of the 17 hole that I'm seeing works that visually don't look right.
Not in the 17 hole anymore.
I know he's like the 15 hole, but you get what I mean.
Well, 14 hole, right? There's 3 scratched on the inside of him now.
Right, but so now some of the scratches
13 hole.
ended up.
Yeah, 13 hole. Right? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So
9,
you
10,
had
16 all scratched.
but he was in the 17, so he moves in 3 spots.
Yeah, 16.
15.
14. 14.
Yeah.
No, 14.
15,
Skinner
16,
scratched.
17.
Hey,
Yeah, you're
fellas,
right.
I want to give a shout out to my buddy in Vegas, Scotty M, Label Daddy. How you doing, Scotty M? Best to everybody this weekend. And let's go win some money in pound. Good luck on the remainder of the card. It's been I feel bad that I didn't get that last race. I'm so glad that Oldy did, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Coach, it's a pleasure, man. We'll have you on again, and it's we appreciate you coming on and spending some time today.
And Coach, next time we got to talk a little bit about your son and his work in Chicago as a chef and things like that too.
Adam is slaying it in Chicago, working it at a really nice Italian restaurant now, and loving it there. And he's having a phenomenal experience. You can follow him on Adam's Culinary Experiences online.
That's
Very
awesome.
nice.
Thanks all. I appreciate you guys. Have a great show.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, brother. It's been a kind of a whirlwind.
I got one on the board now, right?
Yeah, it's you just won.
After the Smile Happy debacle.
Yeah, no, for sure. I wanted to bet that horse and I just ran out of time, but it's always hard to play when. Yeah, Kevin, we got more coming, man. We got a little bit of a break here for what time is it? It's 1:30. Is it 1:30 right now? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we got at 1:30 right now, but we'll have Mr. John Leese is going to come on in an hour. If anybody knows John, he's another one of my favorites. You know, he's currently track announcer at Will Rogers Down, has announced all over the place. He's the analyst at Del Mar. I got a chance to meet him there. He's just a wonderful, wonderful dude. And so we will have John on here in about an hour. We have Oldy the pick 5 coming up. I think I'll put a ticket together. We'll do the giveaway. I always like to do that. I don't really know what to do yet. It's been interesting to hear their perspective on the Oaks a little bit, Oldie, and you know, and yeah, I thought the late pick 5 was a tough sequence, to be honest. But Wiz says your trash pick of the day is a new feature, so
The oldie trash pick of the day.
But we appreciate all of you guys being here, or guys and gals. It's been awesome, and hit the like button for us. We're gonna keep going all day, though. We're only about halfway, Oldie, so we got a lot more time to go. Yeah, practical move scratched. Equibase hasn't updated scratches yet, so I don't know what's going on, but we'll keep monitoring with Churchill and kind of what's going on there. If anybody hears stuff going on, you know, I'm not following Twitter at the moment, but if you guys hear anything, make sure to let us know in the chat.
Yeah, that they didn't have today's scratches up to this morning either.
Yeah, I don't. It's
The
weird.
stuff that came out last night. Yeah.
And there's been kind of Chris, the best for last. We got Chris will be on with us and a few others. Coach is Scott. He's just such a great dude, great handicapper and everything. So, Oli, we got 30 minutes still till the late pick 5. So, I mean, we got a little bit of time before jumping in there. We could probably let's talk Gulfstream Race 3. We always cover Gulfstream. We might as well spend a minute. I did not look at this, but we can handicap it. Oldie, did you look at Gulfstream at all today?
I've not, but you know, I'll say from my experience yesterday, nicer people you couldn't find.
I love it. It's always fun to go there. And Scotty and Alfredo does a Spanish coaching class. If anybody wants coaching class in Spanish, EquinEdge got him. You know, Oldy does him, I do him, Scotty does him. Alfredo from Ithaca, like he's all about Gulfstream down there and Laurel and the Stronach tracks, and just a great dude, Oldy. I'm glad you got a chance to meet him. But him and Scotty are always going at it.
Yeah, no, it was like, so we're talking for a little while. I heard Alfredo's story, how he ended up here, like, you know, what he was doing with his own website in South America, stuff like that. And, you know, then all of a sudden it was like a show broke out between him, Scotty, and I arguing over horses and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. We had a good time.
Yeah. And he is very knowledgeable, I would say, especially about Gulfstream. You know, I mean, he has and probably a lot of the Stronach tracks, but because they cover them, they have a big group that cover them.
So I'm alive also at Churchill. I played a $10 pick double.
Nice. Well, good luck.
The 2 to the 6. I think it was, I mean, it's not going to pay huge. I think it's maybe $200, something like that.
I like the 6. I thought Red Carpet Ready was interesting here. I do think the 9 could be tough, but I don't know. Sources taking a ton of money. It is the pace of the race, but you know,
I singled the 9
raced.
in my pick 5, and then I played my double to Red Carpet Ready as a way of covering both.
Yeah,
but getting some possibly getting some value either way.
Yeah, cool. All right, we'll jump there in a minute. Let's talk Gulfstream for a minute. Like we got 5 minutes, right? You know, I didn't handicap this, but let's look at it real quick. So first team, EquinEdge long shot, right? Pace of the race here, going 7 furlongs on the dirt. I always like these types of plays at Gulfstream because, you know, speed on the inside can be very dangerous. You then end up with, you know, hard to handle out here, lightning tones, and then you have Danger Ranger, Oldie, who's currently the favorite at only 7%.
Yeah, what's interesting is hard to handle. That's a massive drop. Massive drop.
Yeah, dropping out of 60s into a 46, 12-5 claimer.
Was even running against 70s and 76s.
Well, there's something wrong here, though, right? I mean, this horse broke its maiden at 56, but then, like, this horse is not running at all.
Right.
I mean,
but he's also now facing, you know, the morning line favorites 1 for 13, or not the morning line. The current favorites 1 for 13. There's a 1 for 34 horse in here.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
be on the 4, 6, and the 1 just based on being lighter raced.
yeah, no, I'm like, why the 5 is a big favorite. I have no idea. I think to your point, the source is a dropper. It has a great GSR. You know, it's 1 for 3 at the distance. That's when it won. It broke its maiden right here at Gulfstream, going 7 furlongs on the dirt.
Yeah.
You know, the one horse, right, is going to be the pace of the race. It's second off the layoff. It won last out in a 36. But you have a horse, Oldy, that won a 36 that now is a horse dropping out of a 60. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's going to be very hard to beat this 4 horse at 39%.
Unless this horse just can't run at all. You know, they are putting it in for a 12-5 tag after it ran for 50 last time out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And then you got the 6 horse, which now is the favorite. I'm sure the 5 horse is going to float up here. But
Yeah.
this horse, right? I mean, it hasn't won back since a 48, but has been running okay. You know, gets a drop as well. So comes off a short layoff. It's also, so does Fox have, he must have 2 horses here. So, oh, he does. He has the 6 and the 4. So, and then Bob Hess Jr. has the 5 horse. So
Yeah.
I'm with you. This looks like 4-6-1. For whatever reason, the 5, the pace horse is taking money. Gonna have to come off the pace. I like the speed more. You know,
Yeah.
the 1. I think the question with the 1 first team, Oldie, is just, is this horse too cheap? I guess the thing I would say though is, we have never seen this horse get the lead in the last 8 races, right?
Right.
And that then tells me here, right, with Yates, and he's got Rios riding, but this horse he sent, and it was sat off the lead in 1, and this horse today is now going to be on the lead. So it could be really brave, right? We're not sure what's going to happen.
No, absolutely. I mean, that horse could just roll from, you know, and it did rate last time out. So I mean, it as long as it breaks well, because if you're looking at these histories here, there are a lot of bad breaks here. That would be
For the
my
1.
only concern on the 1, is that the 5 could get the lead because the 1 breaks like it did. You know, it looks like the braking issue went away the last 2 times
Yeah.
out, but
Yeah.
since, you know, before that and on the move up, you know, that usually exacerbates those issues too.
The only thing, and I do agree, the only thing there I would say, this horse gets off the Tapeta, right? So
Yeah.
they debuted this horse sprinting on the dirt, you know, back at the end of 2021. So almost a year and a half ago. And it ran fine in 50s. You know, the 4 wins a 56 maiden special and hasn't been running. But this horse, then for whatever reason, right, it comes off a 6-month layoff. And, you know, likely maybe had an injury, something happened. They just run this horse on the Tapeta. But the issue with that, right, is this horse doesn't want the Tapeta. So if you
Right.
completely scratch every single Tapeta race, and then you look what happened here, and it didn't near the lead, you know, it with having horses that we don't really know what's going to happen. This horse definitely is an interesting horse at 11-1 and 13%
Yeah.
in EquinEdge long shot.
Yeah, and you know, I can't see the 6 at 1-1 where it's currently sitting.
Yeah, I mean, it's dropping as well. It's interesting that the 4 is not taking more money, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, that is such a massive drop. And yeah, the horse has issues, obviously, but you know, that's you're not gonna get much bigger drop than that. It's surprised. They're like, oh, we got a race in these tough allowance races, and then they're like, oh, we just give up and we're gonna drop into 12-5. What? There's no in between? Like, you know, that's
Right.
where place your horses at the right level, right? They wasted all this money training a horse, like kill its confidence, racing versus way too tough. And they're like, we just give up today. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
why did you not change 3 or 4 races back, right? And try to do something. Coach, it was awesome to have you on. All right, y'all. We'll jump here to Gulfstream. Then we're going back to Churchill because that's the coverage of the day. The Oaks is coming up. We probably got about 20 minutes until the late pick 5. Oldy, did you put the late pick 5 ticket together?
I did, yes.
All right, we'll go through some late pick fives. I got
It's
one.
actually the all stakes pick 5. There's actually a separate late pick 5 that ends in
Oh, okay.
race
Yeah.
4, 13, something like that.
Yeah. We'll do the all stakes just since we're going to be on through the Oaks, right? So, okay. We jump over to Gulfstream here, you all. We will share screen. We won't cover much else than Churchill today, but since we had a little gap, we had a break in guests. We'll talk. We'll watch some Gulfstream since we usually cover it.
And since I think it's an interesting race. 4 is finally getting bat. You're muted, Justin.
Thank you. I was going to say, I got to imagine the 4 ends up as the favorite, but maybe not.
Yeah. Been some wild swings in the batting in this race.
Yeah, right. 5 started out as big favorite, then it jumped to the 6. The 4 is taking money now. I mean, who knows what's going to happen at post time?
I don't think the 1's going to be the favorite by post time, but
no, of course,
or the 2, but
I'm going to play.
So what I did here was I played a 1-4 over 1-4-5-6 over all trifecta.
I like it, man. I'm just playing the exacta 1-4, boxing it, and then I'm going to play a little bit extra. I played the 1 horse to win, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to multitask here in a minute, you all, and order my children some mod pizza while we have a short little break here. Announcer Pete can take us out. Hit that like button, y'all. It's been awesome. Yeah. We got great guests coming up, more people, a little bit of a lunch break for everybody. But we appreciate everybody tuning in. It's going to be a great day. We got tons of stakes racing left. And Pete's going to take us off. We'll see, Oldy. Can this 1 actually show up on the dirt?
It would be nice. It would be get a price here. There was some, what I am noticing is now that the championship meet is over, you're starting to really see smaller fields at Gulfstream too.
Yeah, for sure. No sound. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. No video. What happened? Well, oh, I see what's happened.
Team Capture Me continue to spar. Panici and Lightning Tones as the public pick is in high gear on the outside. From last, Danger Ranger gets underway, trying to work to the clear as Vasquez on hard to handle with a 1/4 mile left to go. It's now Lightning Tones who's come away with a narrow advantage. Toward the inside, first team fights on. Down the center, hard to handle, tries to rally with 3/16 remaining, and his stablemate to catch. It's Lightning Tones, now 1/8 mile from home and 3 on top. First team is second, hard to handle is third, but as they come home to the wire at 6-5, put a ring around Lightning Tones. Lightning Tones for Dave Fox.
At the wrong second, the wrong second horse
second
uses
first team, third hard to
in
handle.
the first place, in the first spot.
Yeah, EquinEdge second pick wins there. Was a good race though. Well, sorry, y'all. I don't know what happened there with the sound, but going to lunch pocket. Come back, man. We'll be on all day. All right, Oldy. We're jumping back to Churchill. Race number 7, the 8 Bells. This is always a great race, I feel like.
Yeah.
Big time favorite in Money's Gold. You got to pick 5. What's your budget? We'll punch it in. And I'm going to, hold on, y'all. I'm going to duplicate. Let me duplicate my screen. We will share here. All right. Jump back to race number 7. Refresh. Or not. I don't know why this does this sometimes. There's just no ticket generator. Try refresh again. See if it comes back. There we go. All right. What's your budget?
$96. Actually, make it 120. Let's do 120. I forgot
Okay.
I changed it. All right.
All right. What let's go through your ticket first, and we'll talk through the race. What do you got in the first?
I have the 9.
Single to the 9. All right.
And then I have 1, 8, 9, 11 in race 2. Leg 2, I mean.
8, 9, 11. Okay.
I am 2, 4, 7 in leg 3.
Okay.
Leg 4, I am 2, 8, 9, 10.
2, 8, 9, 10. Going against Cairo.
And then leg 5, I am 4, 5, 7, 11, 14.
4, 5, 7, 11, and 14. Wow. 4's taking a lot of money, man. 5 to 1 currently for South Lawn. Scotty talked about that horse earlier. We'll get there in a bit. All right. Why did it not? It says 180.
Let me look at your screen again. And
Here, tell me what's off on the screen.
it's you have the 6 and
here.
7 in leg 2.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
1, 8, 9, 11.
All right. Does that look right?
Yep. And
All
I
right.
picked in race 10, I picked between the 2 and the 5 amongst the 2 Chad Brown horses. I mean, leg 4, race 10. I do think that, and I mentioned this last night, that you should pay attention on the 5 to the fact that even though it's a second time starter making a huge jump up in class, that it does get IRAD. So I would keep an eye on that horse and find another way to get value out of that horse as well.
And you're talking about who?
The 5 in race 10 that I did not use.
Okay.
For price reasons, but I do not like, so you want to talk, when we get there, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, but I have notes on why I'm not using Cairo Consort.
Yeah. We can, how much time we got? 10 minutes? Okay. Let's, I'll put mine up at the end and then I need to enter it. Don't let me forget entering my ticket because we're going to give it away. Tell me about Money's Gold here.
Pletcher horse, so far an absolute monster on the lead. Is a money, and so it's a horse that wants this distance and wants to sprint. Won the last 2 races by 23.5 lengths, including one at 74 SOR. This is a step up in class, but when you look at this race, other than red carpet ready, there's really not much here. The Olivia Twist, the long shot, looks like likely needs the lead. You have a Chad Brown horse that's a second time starter that only won by 1.5 lengths against 50s. I really think that this is probably a 2-horse race. I covered red carpet ready in my double. So in order for me to, instead of playing 2 horses here, playing one of the 2 here.
Yeah. I didn't really like the long shot, and usually when I go 3 horses deep, I I start to really think about it, I don't know, maybe it costs me. This horse is taking a little bit of money here. I thought the 6 and 8 were the two most interesting. The Morning Lion loves the 8. So this horse, right, if I remember right, is, Chad must think a lot. I mean, Flavian must think a lot. The Morning Line really likes this horse, and I view that as a positive. I view the win percent as a positive. I don't disagree with your single, Oldie. I think, to get this ticket to pay something, you're going to have to beat favorites somewhere.
Yeah.
I think, it could pay okay, even if money's gold. I'm singling in the Oaks. It's risky, but I just don't like some of the post position and what I've seen on some of the other horses. Wet Paint's going to have to really try to navigate a tough field. So I'm playing against Wet Paint, but I think this race, it's going to go through the 9. I don't disagree with you. Let's go to the next Caravel here, Base Storm here. You're using both. You're also using the 8 as well as the 9. Tell me who's your top pick here. You obviously didn't like Caravel enough to single.
Right now, and I thought between the 9 and the 11, I think that I trust Caravel more, but I think that he's more up against it from a pace standpoint. So here's my notes on Caravel. Could get the lead, doesn't need it. 2 of last 4 wins came from just off the leader. The 5 I toss because second best pace, but stops. The 1 can rate a little bit. We talked about the long shot. And then the 8, the second choice, I have is, I liked this horse last time out against Caravel, but didn't run for whatever reason. And one of those reasons was a poor break. The other was a bump at the start after the poor break. So I think it has excuses. And I think it's more dangerous than the 10% win percentage shows here. And then the 9 is lightly raced. And I think we'll need pace to run into. But if there is pace, this is the horse that's going to, and it looks like there is, this is the horse that could take advantage of it.
Yeah. I thought Caravel would be tough. The 8, I can see it. Base Storm is interesting. I also thought the 7, Margie's Kitchen, was a little bit interesting, just as an absolute bomber, only because this horse is working lights out, Oldie, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And anything can happen in a race like this, and I'm just trying to find the anything there with Margie's Gal and hope that she runs well. It's going to be an absolute bombers, 2%, not 1%. GSR, okay. 2 for 4 at the distance. I thought that was really interesting. She's got a big step up, and a lot's going to have to happen. But Majestic Doro was interesting as well, I thought, to be honest. Irad is riding here. Big work for Brendan Walsh. This horse is live, y'all. I mean, this would be my bomber, Layla, or Oldie, if I had to find one. It's here. Irad's riding. This horse is working good.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned. Number 1, the layoff. Number 2, the way the horse ran really the last 2 times out against weaker.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, it could be really tough and just go through Caravel, to be honest. So I get it. All right, let's keep going. We got 5-ish minutes, I think. You're 247 in the next. No Desert Dawn, Secret Oath, search results in Society.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Society could go gate to wire. I think the 1's got some speed, though, so it's going to be tough. My question on Secret Oath is the previous 2 races against Clarier. How much did those races take out of this horse? Especially the last race where he was asked a lot and got caught. My problem here is the only other horse I really liked here was the 10, who's 14% to win, but I hate the post.
Yeah, it's tough out there. It really is. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I thought this horse was interesting. But it's a tough post, but it maybe can navigate. I mean, it is going to be tough, though. I don't disagree with you.
And, I'll cover, again, you can't use every horse, so I'll cover this horse with a win bet.
Yeah.
based on where the price is and something like that. I also do have a note on the 8, so I didn't use the 8, but I'm just going to read this to you. And if you click on the 8, you can see what I'm talking about too.
Desert
If you will.
Dawn. Okay.
The E long shot. So my note says E long shot always runs, rarely wins. Ran mostly against weaker West Coast horses. Is this the time in the magic E long shot bomb in the sequence? So just keep an eye on that horse. I think it'll come up short, like it's been coming up short every time. But those are the kind of E long shots you got to keep your eye on.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you definitely want to use this horse underneath.
Yeah. Manager, welcome. We appreciate it. Manager of Yonkers. Scott, I don't know. There's a lot of scratches, all types of stuff going on. Maybe people are worried. I don't know. All right, Oldy, before we get to the Oaks, we have 3 minutes. The grade 2 Edgewood on the turf. You're against Cairo Concert, 2, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. So let me pull up my notes here real fast so I make sure I get this right. Cairo Consort. So top win percentage, E first pick, tied for top SOR, 75 GSR. Came up short against similar last 2 times out, which I do not like. Has run a lot since November of 22, which I also don't like. It may just be out of gas and needs a layoff. Has run 6 times since the Breeders' Cup, basically, or including the Breeders' Cup. Changed trainers during that time, and I think that what we're seeing is that not that the horse isn't as good, but the horse is just missing now because the horse is a little tired.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna that's my favorite to leave off in the sequence. I really like the 9. I think the 9 beat Cairo Concert last time out. I think he'll sit a nice trip here. I think the 8 and the 10 are possible. Only one of the 8 or the 10 is going to go. They're both Cox horses. I think it's the 10, but I'm not positive. That either one of them, it could be pretty brave on the lead. And the thing is, with the other one not going, they could get an easy lead.
Yeah.
And then
I like 10. I think Sias here is very interesting.
Yeah.
I would use this horse, but keep going.
The 2, which is the brown horse I chose to use, even though it's only 4%, is a grade 3 winner and has a 4-star work.
Yeah, I think that horse is really interesting. That's a must use for me.
The brown horse I hate that I'm very against is the 11.
Interesting. Why?
Check out the GSR drop.
Oh yeah, big one. 12 points overall. Wants the turf though, but
yeah, but I think as a sprinter, and I think a mile is its cap.
Yeah,
and it didn't win at a mile against weaker, and now it's going longer and getting a GSR and getting a 12-point GSR drop.
Yeah. All right, let's talk Oaks because we're at the end, man. Who do you like? What do you think?
If you made me pick one horse here, I think this might be the time Wonder Wheel reappears.
That's my pick. I'm singling Wonder Wheel in the pick 5.
And I said this on the coaching class last night. This might be an emotional pick for me because, Wonder Wheel was the horse I gave out on the Breeders' Cup broadcast. We got a nice price on that as well. I can't explain away the last couple races other than I think maybe the horse either needs to be on the lead or further back, but, doesn't want to press or doesn't want to be close to the lead if it's not up on the lead. And I'm hoping they take the horse back a little further. The other horse that I hate the post on, but I think is really interesting at a price is Pretty Mischievous.
Yeah, for sure. I thought
horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time.
Oldy, am I better on timing?
Let's see.
They're loading right now, y'all. You gotta let me know in the chat too. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
they're almost loaded.
Yeah, mine's
No, they're off.
I don't know, man.
Money's Gold looks like he's gonna get over and get across. Well, maybe not. I think. Nope, did get over. Red Carpet Ready sitting in third.
I don't. Sorry, y'all. Like, I'm not sure why.
2267 is pretty slow for 7 furlong. But Red Carpet Ready looks loaded right now.
The lead's half a length after an opening quarter in just 22-3, well within the scope of this filly. It's Money's Gold, the leader, heading for the half-mile pole.
Mine's behind.
Condensation comes through underneath the press from second.
Come on.
Red Carpet Ready sent up 3 wide. Red Carpet Ready's on the move now. Up into second and coming
It
up.
looks like it's Red Carpet Ready unless the 8.
Over fourth, Grand Love fifth, Olivia Twist in sixth, and at the back is Sabra Tough. Round the far turn, Red Carpet Ready taking it to Money's Gold. These two head
Money's Gold's coming back.
Red Carpet Ready puts a nose in front right at the quarter pole, and she takes over.
Red Carpet Ready. Whew, that was a great race.
Money's Gold, who's back in the second. A seat is racing.
Well,
third, Olivia Twist.
I will turn it off then.
One for long.
And can I get a boom? Do I get a boom from anybody? Here's my boom hands. Any booms? Even though my pick 5 is out, I had a $10 double to the 6. $1 is paying $30.59 to 1. So that's a $300 double.
Let me, Oldy, I'm going to, I gotta, sorry, I'll I don't know, y'all. I'll have to figure out the video. I'm not sure what's going on there, but good job, Oldy. Like, the video, we will get it back, at least to listen to. Mine's behind for some reason. Maybe I'll restart my iPad, or I might be able to figure it out here on the Mac. But I'm through on my pick 5, so that's all that matters. I have the 6. I will share that ticket. We're going to give 30% away. But well done, Oldy.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably wheel mine back as a pick 4. I might slim a little bit, but I'm gonna probably wheel that back as a pick 4. But I'll take that kind of double action anytime I can get it. And it was just a case where I was looking at, okay, how can I play a double in when Coach was talking his pick 6, and I'm looking there and I'm seeing, well, I can't really play a double to the 9, so why don't I single the 9 and play my double to the 6, because there was value there. And that was 5-2 over, I think, 4-1 or 9-2 to get 30 something to 1. And we'll have Brad and Chris on later, and that they'll tell me if I explained that right, since they're the masters of the double.
Man, 2, 8, 9, 2, 8, 9, 10. All right, 6, 8, 9, 3 through 7, 9, 11, 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10 here. And then 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's it. We will see. Yep. Make sure I entered it. I don't know. Hopefully it didn't. If we do, I have to play to pick 4, y'all, but I'll give this away in a second. Chris, you hit the super high 5. Nicely done. How much did it pay?
It's not official yet, so we don't know yet.
Cool. All right. Let's see here. I'm supposed to be playing a tournament. That's not happening today. All right. See if I can get this video to work. And I guess I got to make sure. Oldy, I hope I entered this ticket. I was trying to do too many things at once, y'all. So we will have to.
And it is hard. Having been in your position when I'm hosting with Chris, it's hard to be controlling the screens, and having people come in and out and trying to enter things too. It's a lot to keep track of. Did anybody play that double along with me? Let me know, guys. Yeah, Chris sent us the ticket in the whatever it's called.
All right, 6, 8, 9, 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10. 2, 8, 9, 10. All right, it's entered. That is a good thing. Single to Wonder Wheel. We will see what happens. We got John Lease coming on, y'all, here in 15 minutes, I think, Oldy. $3. Eric had it, Oldy, so that's good. All right, everybody. If you want in, you got to go to Twitter. You got to retweet out a tweet. Just because we do it off of Twitter, it makes life a lot simpler. There's a tweet out there on pinned to my page. You can win 7% of this. We'll pick 3 people, see if we can get it home. It's been a while. Oldy, we haven't done one of these in weeks, a month or something.
Well, I mean, I've been out. That's part of it. Blame me. And you were out before then on vacation, so
yeah. But if you go out to my Twitter right now, y'all, at Justin Sampson, it's right there. All you gotta do is find the pinned tweet. You can retweet that. I will draw this in a minute. That's the ticket there. We are going to, how much time we have until the next Churchill race? At least we have 45
we got
minutes.
47 minutes. So
okay. Well, cool.
This is when the long breaks start happening.
That's okay. We're going to have John in here shortly. We're going to chat Del Mar, Will Rogers Downs, announcing, like, 2 great people coming on today, Oldy, and then some great EquinEdge users. We have a Breeders' Cup betting championship winner at the end, right?
Yes, correct. So we have Brad coming on last. He had that victory, I think it was in 2019, where he went all in on Vino Rosso in the last race in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and came home the winner of the Breeders' Cup betting challenge.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's really awesome. All right. Anybody else? Last time, if you want to join, I'm going to draw this in a second. In 3 people. Hopefully we win some money today. Oldy, who's your best bet of the day? Was it the 2?
It was that 2 that passed already. So
yeah.
This was really a tough card for me too. I thought that, number one, it looks like there's been a lot of chalk winning.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought these races were pretty wide open, so maybe I'm not seeing things as clearly as hopefully I will tomorrow. But I've been able to find, that double, a couple of exactas here and there, and swing to a profit here, even when I'm not exactly on my game.
Yeah, it's you can make it happen. All right, let's draw.
Even when I'm calling a winning horse trash before the race.
Right? That happens, man. It's all right. All right, we're drawing 3 people. Looks like we had about 37 entries today, Oldy. Oh, hold on. Got to go back. I don't know why sometimes it does that. Tell it to do 3 people, y'all, and then it just wants to do 1. Sometimes it works, though. I think there's just a flaw in this. All right, here's the tab. We will do the draw. 3 people, 37 entries. Greg Dejean and Steven Vanderbrook. 3 winners. I'm going to screenshot that real quick. We will jump back. Let me grab the ticket. 3 winners, 7% each. We'll donate 9% to a charity too. We'll figure that out later if it happens. But congrats.
I think you're going to hit it today.
Dijon Stevens, I hope, man. I mean, if Wonder Wheel win, it's all on Wonder Wheel. We need Wonder Wheel to show up. She needs to show that she still got something. Kevin, I apologize. It's, I don't know. It's random, man. Need to add Oldy's trash pick field next to the EE long shot. Is next pick? Yeah. All right.
You can say a lot of things about me, but if you don't have a sense of humor doing this, I'm going to continue laughing at myself because that was so awful that it's what we call fun bad.
Oldy, is Laurel racing again? I thought Laurel was done.
Yes,
racing.
Laurel is racing again.
I thought it was done. Steven, you won if you didn't hear me.
No, they are back racing. They have some stakes races, I think, this weekend.
I thought they were going to be done for a bit, and then all of a sudden I saw them show back up. I was so surprised.
Well, that they were going to be done, and then they had the surface inspected by the person the Maryland horseman wanted to inspect it. It must have come back in good order, so that they started racing again. But they're going to be shifting to Pimlico pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah. When did they move?
Oh, I believe next week, but I do not have that in front of me. Let me look. Hold on.
I assumed it was soon.
I actually love Pimlico comparatively, not love being there, but from a racing standpoint.
I went there to watch the I'm like drawing Preakness, and it was a fun time. To be honest, like it was a good time. Very old track, needs a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun, and I actually went there with Scotty, and it was a great time. We had fun.
Well, they're talking though that Laurel's going to be the one to close because Maryland law forbids them from moving the Preakness, and Laurel because of the surface work and things that need to be done at Laurel, it actually needs a lot more work, they're saying.
Interesting.
So this appears to be closing day or closing weekend for Laurel. And then Pimlico starts Thursday the 11th.
Well, it's coming quick, man, for sure.
Yeah.
It's here. And it's gonna be a fun time ahead for sure, Oldy. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
All right, y'all. They're gonna move to Pimlico.
Right.
Yeah,
yes.
Chris, I think I've heard you talk about that before. So that doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think there's been a lot of consolidation going on, right?
Yeah, and that there's just a lot of work that needs to be done at Laurel, and they don't have the budget to do it. Long term.
Well, all these Pax Pizzas here, all these tracks run, they're running two tracks, right? And can the area support 2 tracks? I always find the interesting part, Oldy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're not running at the same time, there's no reason the area can't support two tracks. That's my argument on keeping Aqueduct open too.
Well, but I'm sure there's just a cost aspect to it. You know what I mean?
But you look at Laurel. I mean, a lot of the damage that's been done at Laurel has been from run, and even the Gulfstream turf. Just from running so much, you almost need that second track in there as a break. And that's one of the things I'm afraid of at Belmont. I also, you look at, everybody talks about how great the synthetic racing is, because if they do go off the turf, horses stay in. But the negative part of that is I feel like we've lost a lot of turf racing as well, especially at Gulfstream. because of the synthetic track.
Yeah, yeah. And I love turf racing. You know, it's a bummer to see that.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you. Laurel, Oaklawn. I'm just seeing what's coming up here. Got race 4 coming up in Belmont in 11 minutes, but it's only a 4-horse race.
I don't think, Scott, I don't know if they broke down. I mean, a couple of horses had a heart attacks, if that's what you're talking about, you know, but yeah.
Which is unusual.
Mm-hmm. Well, they obviously dealt with it a certain way, right? I mean, so. All right. I'm gonna tweet this out. We have 3 winners, Oldy. Steven was 1. Who else did we have? Dejan Go Fix, I think is his username on Twitter. If he's on, we can. I don't know. It must be a new viewer. Oh, Goat, G-O-T. Hotfix.
I was waiting to see if you caught that.
Yeah. And then, Greg, awesome. Long-time viewer.
First time caller. I watch too much sports radio. Or not watch, but listen. Watching would be impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. All right. We got Churchill 36 minutes coming up. We got John Lee's coming on up in probably 5-ish minutes, y'all. My kids just got mod pizza delivered. They are happy. They have lunch. It's a good day. We got multiple more stakes races coming up. It's a great card, Oldie. I mean, it really is. Red Carpet Ready beats Money's Gold there. You get $13.50 almost for $2.
Yep. And like I said, over 30 to 1 on the double. In the meantime, as we're getting John's coming in here, I would at least consider looking at Belmont and looking at the price on Virginia Joy, the Chad Brown horse, because I think there's some value there.
What race is this?
This is Belmont.
Race 4?
Race 4, yes.
Oh, yeah, 9-5. Currently 5-1. Tell me a little bit here. I mean, you saw a second EquinEdge pick, 4-horse field, Higher Truth, the big favorite. Sources coming from Gulfstream in a 72, but it has some back class, Oldie.
Yeah. And beat some really good horses earlier last year, including I believe beat got the Mott horse that won last week, and my brain just isn't working. I think needs to be close on the lead here, even though it did almost win that grade 3 rating at Gulfstream too. And I don't like Higher Truth here. I think Higher Truth is moving up in class. Last win was against 66, and then ran against 72s, and barely beat Virginia Joy off a bad break for Virginia Joy. I mean, I just think that the price difference between the two is nuts. I like Atomic Blonde too. I would possibly play an Atomic Blonde Virginia Joy double, not double, exacta.
All right, that's in 7 minutes. We got Churchill race number 8, right, Oldie? In 33 minutes, 5.5 on the turf. it's, it's only no graded stakes here, just the 3,000 unbridled Sydney Stakes. But we're back to special guest today. One of my most favorite people at Del Mar. I met him with Scotty. I came down there. They were doing kind of in-house feed show. We got another announcer. We had Matt Dinerman on earlier. Today, we're bringing on John Lees. John, it's a pleasure. It's good to see you again. It's been a bit since I saw you at Del Mar. How you doing, brother? Uh-oh.
I'm great, Justin. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Am I here now? A little bit of a delay, maybe. Was that it?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a delay, but we can we'll work through it.
Me on today.
Uh-oh. We lost him.
Yeah,
we'll
just power through it. We're professionals. I really enjoyed that summer when I did the seminars with Scotty for EquinEdge. It was so much fun. I sincerely hope that there's a point down the road somewhere for us to like that. Those shows were fun to get with him every day. And we kind of had a rapport established after a while. We would kind of rip on each other, for selections and stuff. And so that was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure meeting you guys and do an outstanding job at EquinEdge. It's a great product that's been confirmed by a lot of really smart handicappers and professional guys that use it. So anyway, it's all on today. So it's not as if there's not enough to talk about, huh?
There is. It's great racing today. We got Oaks Day. It's been some great racing so far, to be honest. John, I would love to hear from you. You've done a lot in your career. You've been an announcer. You've been at various places. Right now, you're at Will Rogers Downs, and I listen to you a lot of times in the beginning of the week just to kind of follow along and watch some horse racing. And I'd be curious from you, what's been your most favorite spot to work at a track, and where do you love?
Well, that's easy. Del Mar is at the top of the list, and it's for a lot of reasons. Del Mar being spectacular, just because of what it is. Who doesn't fall in love with Del Mar? Pretty much most people that go there. But for me, it's because I grew up in San Diego, and that was the home track to go with it's all attached to my childhood memories. My dad was a trainer in Southern California, and our family used to go there from the original old grandstands, actually, before 91, because I did grow up there, and I do go back that far. So it's kind of a home track. It's also one of the best in the world. You got the built-in weather and, the old Hollywood and everything that goes along with it. So that's easy. And that's why it was also so meaningful that I got a chance to call some races there in Trevor Denman's absence. And also when Larry Colmus was on the road, it was a big kind of a lifetime checkmark box for me. And so, Del Mar is number one, but to take that one aside, I had a great run at Kentucky Downs. If anybody has not been there, you want to go and check that out. That's a one-of-a-kind race meet. And Lone Star is great. Lone Star's got a great facility. They got a great announcers booth, and the tracks here at Oklahoma. These people really appreciate the wagon wheel style racing that we have out here, and this means a lot to those people. So I feel like I contribute as much as I can here. And I've also loved Keeneland, Hialeah, got a chance to visit there. Santa Anita, of course, is picturesque with the mountains. So, and if you ever get to Saratoga, which I spent a whole summer there in 2006, that was they had Bernard and Ian Vasseur. So those are the top tracks in the nation, I'd say.
You talked about growing up, John, as a kid in your home track being Del Mar and with your dad and training. What did you learn kind of at a young age as a handicapper and as an analyst in horse racing? What's some of the things you remember as spending time there and what you learned about the sport?
Wow, that's a good question. I will say one thing, since you mentioned my dad and the nuts and bolts of handicapping. I've had to adapt and throw a lot of that out. And what I'm talking about, I'll give you one specific example. I mean, we all, you know, I think most of us that like playing the races, we grew up either with our parents or our buddies or something going to the track. And we've known how to read the form since we were little, right? I was that way. You guys were that way. But the thing is, you have to adapt. I'll give you one example as first-time starters. It used to be that in those days, first-time starters going a route of ground, if they were going a mile, it was an instant throw out. Those horses would rarely ever win. But the difference is, back then, you were talking about dirt racing. Today, when we're talking about first-time starters, especially 2-year-olds, most of them are on the grass, right? Much, much different story. And today, the pedigrees are more grass-oriented. The trainers are interested in their win percentages. They don't want to just give a horse a race first out. Maybe the partnerships want to be live first out. So today, you routinely, especially on the East Coast, guys like Christophe Clement, Chad Brown, some others, they win with first-time starters all the time. So sometimes you have to throw out your old dad's way of handicapping and adapt. And I think that the turf has got a lot to do with that. And of course, first-time starters do win. But I still remember some things that he taught me back in the day. Like, I'll give you an adage. He basically believed that they can all sprint. Sometimes, yes, we look at horses that are better going a distance of ground. And sometimes if we see them sprinting, we're just going to toss them out. Most of the time, you might be right. But if they're coming off a layoff, I remember some old class horses that maybe I overlooked them because they were coming off the bench. And I thought, well, they're just going to give the horse a race because he needs to go a mile. Not always. You can have an old class horse coming off the bench, and if he's live that day, if they're not just giving him a race, most of them can sprint. They can't all route, but every horse has got a 3/8 of a mile sprint in them. So couple of nuts and bolts that I still remember from my dad's day.
Yeah, I love it. That's awesome. I think about, you know, today we have Churchill, we have the Oaks, tomorrow we have the Derby, you know, and what I've heard, you know, we talked this a little bit earlier with Scotty, John, and Matt Dinerman actually mentioned it too. So I'd be curious on your perspective of Churchill Downs and the type of track it is. And some horses like it, some don't. So I'd be curious to hear your perspective on Churchill from a surface kind of track bias standpoint. Anything that you've kind of gathered as intel or information over the years?
I'm far from an expert on Churchill. I've not spent much time there, and as a horse player kind of nationally throughout the year, it's really not my focus. I think you hit it on the head though when you said that some horses simply like that track. So I think it's important to watch the past performances, if you have any, from some of them that have shown that maybe they have an affinity for that track. And of course, the fact that you still got a quarter of a mile to go when you hit the top of the stretch, or you know what I'm saying as far as that goes. And yeah, it helps to find a horse that likes that. I'll tell you, as far as track bias, I'm going to take a risk and say something that might not be popular. I'm not one of the most forefront individuals that's always trying to bet into a perceived track bias. I do pop up from time when we know that, you know, speed's hanging on, tail seems dead. Those are good observations. And the problem is that setters, that can change in the middle of the day if they decide to dig up the track. The other thing that can change is the jockey watch the races and then going to the front is holding on. They all start sending their horses, stopping on the lead just because they're going too fast. Sometimes you can talk yourself off the right horse and maybe chase your tail on the bias. But then again, there might be another day that you clued into your plays later in the day and you were right. I just see that going as far as bias change and, you know, talk the bias as well. I'm kind of in the middle really on that one.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. All right, we got still about 20 minutes, John, till the next race at Churchill. So let's talk Derby. You know, we got some time. We appreciate you coming on as part of the day. If we have a little bit extra time, maybe we'll talk to Oaks too. But it's been an interesting week, right? I think there's been a lot going on, whether it's in social media, there's continually reported scratches. We end up with less than 20 horses as of right now, and I haven't been following, but the last I heard is Skinner was scratched. So we're now down to 19. All the additional entries are in. What are your thoughts on the Derby this year? It's, you know, we come off the Rich Strike win last year, the big bomb hits, you know, way off the speed. What do you think is going to happen this year?
Right.
Did we lose him, Ollie? We'll see if he comes. But
Ben,
uh,
I'm smacked by 24 hours. Down for 2 minutes. All of a sudden, pops up. Another was in all these scratches, and so kind of with jockeys, I'm in.
Well, he's frozen you all on my end. Oldie, you're on mute. If you want to unmute real quick, we'll see if we can get John back. I wonder if Oldie, we unmute real quick?
I'm doing. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, he was breaking up, and now we lost him completely.
Yeah. All right. We'll see if we can get John back, y'all. He may be just. I know he was working today. I don't know. Hey, I don't. I know he said that he was like he will have wanted to come on. So I hope we get him back. But he had said he's like I gotta get. He had some stuff he had to do. I know for Will Rogers Downs, I believe. So it looked like he was in the office working. So maybe
Here he comes.
Oh, we might get him back. It looks like we'll see here in a minute if we get him. It looks like he's trying to get back on. But it it may just be his service, y'all. We'll see. I know we can tell he's trying to get back on behind the scenes, but we got how much time we got here?
We got 22 minutes.
Okay. Can you see him, Oldy? He just shows his white on my end. I'll try to add him
same
back.
with me. I can't hear him, but he's unmuted.
Yeah. Chris.
I was going to say, he's hearing, you've got mail.
Yeah. Well, let's we'll come back if we can get John back on. I can tell he's trying to connect. Well, I'll add him. You guys will just see he's kind of spinning there. So we'll see if he jumps on. Ollie, let's jump. We'll jump back to live Churchill, and if we can get John back on, we'll have him chime in here on. We'll skip GP for right now, Chris. I think let's talk Caravel. Let's talk race 8. If we can get John on again, we'll have him kind of chime back in. But we got Caravel here. Big 3 to 5 favorite, but only 33%. I spread here. I went 3, 7, 8, 9, 11. I mean, I think she's gonna be really tough. But I was trying to add some prices here, to be honest. I thought that the 3-horse Oldie was really interesting with Irad, and we talked a little bit about this horse already, Majestic to Oreo, working really big, and Irad shows up for Brandon Walsh, and he's never rode except for way back here, right on the dirt.
Right.
And this horse Oldie finally gets off the synthetic and the dirt, and it sticks on the turf again. It's coming off a big layoff. I think my big thing, Oldie, here in a race like this is this horse, I think, was pointed to this in a non-graded stakes race with Irad in the big work and a good GSR. I thought was going to be interesting.
No, I agree. I mean, I see the big GSR. I looked at this horse over and over again. I just, I thought this through, and just, I just think this might be a synthetic horse. It might not be a turf horse. I feel like the GSRs have been high on the bolt horses, but they haven't, this is actually a Spicer. I messed that one up, but I just question what happened the last 2 races, both on the synthetic and the and on the turf at Kentucky Downs. I know the works are good. I know it draws IRAD, but I just question what happened in both those cases. And the slow break in a turf sprint scares me.
All right, John's back. So we're going back to Derby talk, and then we'll come back to the stakes race. John, can you hear me? Maybe John's back. Well, I thought he was back.
John?
Oh. I think maybe John might just be.
Sorry about that. Reached in from beyond the handicap.
Yeah, we're not any better, unfortunately.
I think I'm back.
You're only like
Yeah.
only a little bit, John.
can
It's
hear
really choppy.
Yeah, we're getting like every third word, John.
Nah, he's frozen again. I'll remove him. Well, we'll see. Maybe he'll join in. Let's go back, Oldy. We'll see if we can. We'll just stick here on the unbridled Sydney. So keep going, Oldy. Sorry, I know I stopped you on the.
Yeah, no, I just big good GSR. I just didn't like what I saw with the slow breaking. Broke 8th, broke 7th, broke 9th, broke 7th. That those concern me in a turf sprint.
Yeah. What'd you think of Caravel here? I know you didn't single on your ticket either, so she was going to be tough, man. I mean, Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I think
this is a
maybe
good post.
I think maybe we just don't give Caravel enough respect. I don't know if it's because it's not a Wesley Ward horse, but he did win she did win on the front end against at Keeneland, which is difficult to do. Also beat the boys at the Breeders' Cup. So maybe we're just not giving this horse enough respect.
Yeah.
And can rate, but hasn't the last couple times out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my biggest concern is they just go too fast.
Yeah. I mean, they could. I mean, going 5.5 on the turf here. I mean, she could be flying. Miner's Queen's going to show some speed too. Let's see if we can get John again. John, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Are we better this time?
Much better.
So I changed devices and ditched the bad network. So hopefully we have better luck this time.
Yeah. Perfect. Let's before we get back to Derby, John, did you look here at this 8th race, the 5.5 sprint on the turf?
I did. This is the unbridled Sydney, yeah?
Yeah. We'd be curious to hear your perspective here. We were just talking about Caravel. We were talking about the pace. Is she going to go too fast? She's definitely much, the best from a morning line standpoint. EquinEdge likes her, but Oldy and I weren't sure. So I'd be curious to hear your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, she's the obvious favorite. The price is right and for all the right reasons. But the thing is, she's the quickest. I think if it comes down to just a raw match race and are you going to beat me to the lead or not? Yeah, she would beat these to the front, but it just doesn't work out that way a lot of the time. In these turf sprints with post positions, I mean, I usually talk about it at Del Mar. You want to draw inside in those 5/8 turf sprints, right? Well, I used to like a speed horse like this drawn outside in a turf sprint, but here's the thing. Depending on the break, not that she's not a good gate horse, if she doesn't clear, if you're way on the outside with these big fields of speed horses to your inside, if you don't clear and you're parked about 4 wide around the turn, that's not an advantage. So yeah, she's the one to beat and for the obvious reasons, but there's some other quick fillies on the inside in front of her. And if they're able to get position for the turn, that could wind up making the difference in the end. She's a good mare. She's probably supposed to win. She likes to win and she wants to beat you, but I think it's the shape of the race and her draw and how they all get to the turn. I think that's going to be what it comes down to in the end.
Mm-hmm. Who is there anybody you thought was the top one to upset her?
Not particularly. And I think that that's partly why she's so short, is because maybe there's not a clear second choice in the race. Bay Storm, I mean, we were talking about the post as far as that goes. I'm just scanning down right now. I think that Sarah Harper is very fast. Miner's Queen is also very fast as far as being up there in the discussion for the win. And I think you have to throw out Uvra's last race. I mean, she didn't break. She's much better when she'd get in the race early. So possibly Uvra, or however you want to say it, that one there for a second selection. But I think if she gets beat, that could go to about 4 or 5 different fillies or mares in that race.
Yeah, yeah. Oldy, any other thoughts here as we talk about the unbridled?
Yeah, no, I agree with what John had to say, especially about the 8, and the trouble trip last time. But I do think that there's a good chance Caravel finds a way to win this here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not the classiest field. It's similar to the field she beat at Keeneland. She is 5 for 7 at the distance. It just might be. She might just be too good for this group.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, she's one of the ones that overcame the Breeders' Cup curse, right? She won, came back and won.
Yeah, she was one of the 9%.
Yeah.
I know, Oldy, you talk a lot about that. And, John, Breeders' Cup regular at Del Mar, I feel like. I have not been to the Breeders' Cup, but I always visit Del Mar at least once or twice a year. So I will be there soon. But what's your favorite, do you like Derby weekend? Are you a Breeders' Cup fan? Is it something else? What's your kind of favorite weekend or favorite time of racing? Obviously you love Del Mar, but would be curious on your perspective kind of outside that.
Yeah, both of those are good. Derby weekend for the obvious reasons, Breeders' Cup as well. I mean, they're just extravaganzas for bettors, I used to be a fan of the original format for Breeders' Cup, of course, because it created some more interesting matchups. Just for example, a filly and a sprint, things like that. Now they all go on the 7/8 race. But it's just on a whole nother level as far as the opportunities for bettors to cash and make gambles today with all the expanded format that we never used to have in the one-day format. So yeah, and if you can get lucky with just a few prices and pick your spots, that's the thing. You're not going to beat every race, but if you're really selective and pick those spots, you can be smart. So Derby, Breeders' Cup. I'll tell you something I was a big fan of this year. A big fan of that new coast-to-coast wager that they had between the Gulfstream and the Santa Anita races. That $1 pick 5 for the coast-to-coast. Good friend of mine and I got together a syndicate. We played that regularly. We didn't kill them, but we did show a profit. And I really hope they bring that back next year. I thought it was a good wager. And one of the main reasons why they kept it $1 bet. If you can hit it, you're going to hit something. So I was a fan of that. And of course, pretty much anything that Del Mar has to offer. So those would probably be the highlights through the year.
Go ahead, Oldy. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we hit it on the air, Pegasus Day for 16,000. So,
oh, buddy. Yeah, it's a great wager, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Love it.
And I thought they got better about picking races.
Yep. Makes you make a decision. And Golden Hour, too, is another one we love.
Yeah.
I would be, John, hearing that, and then we'll maybe, what do we got? Oldy, we got 10 minutes, so we'll talk Derby here in a second. But hearing that, one more question for you, John.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about, the 20-cent pick 6. Scotty was a big pick 6 player. He did, I know now he doesn't really like to play it because he liked it when it was the $2 wager, right? And, I think I hear that, and I agree with you. I like the dollar pick 5s. It makes you make a decision. It's going to pay well. These 20-cent pick 6s or even the 50-cent pick 5, it allows people to just add coverage all over the place. So on that, I'd be curious, when you do play, do you like to play kind of horizontal pick 5s, or is it something else?
For favorite wagers, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm out on 20-cent pick six. It's just not my thing. I know some people have adapted to go to it. I try to adapt, but I am old school. I loved the $2 pick six. You know where you can still get that is Los Alamitos. So, maybe try to take advantage of that. But I'm out on 20-cent. I'm out on jackpot. I'm out on them raking my wager to put it in to fuel somebody else's jackpot someday. I'm kind of out on that. Here's what I like. I like the coast to coast, like you said. And yeah, the fact that it becomes the 20-cent thing, it kind of becomes a soup kitchen, that everybody can just throw it in and hit something small. I like it when you have to make decisions. I like old school win and place bets. And that would be for something like if I follow a horses to watch list and I say, okay, when this horse runs back, maybe something I saw, I'm definitely going to pound this horse. You don't just bet 20 to win in place. You make a large wager so that if you're right, it actually matters that you hit something. So sometimes I'm old school win in place. I also like to play trifectas, but again, not 50 cents. Try to hit $1 try so that if you're right, you can actually hit something. I've got a structure for tries that I like to play. You need to have at least 9 or 10 horses in it. I don't mess with 7 and 8 horse fields, but for the big fields for a trifecta, I like to use the all in the second spot. Anybody can pick the horses that ran 1, 2, go 3 by 3 by all, and get a long shot to run third. It just doesn't pay as much, but the difference in what you're going to get back is very significant if you can get that bomb to finish second. So go 3 by all by 3, 2 by all by 2 or something if you feel like you've got the contenders. And when a horse like Invisible Ink runs second in the Derby, Closing Argument, some other major long shots, when they run second, and they will, that's when you can hit something. It's not about were you right or not. It's about did you play the wager that's going to give you the return that warrants making that wager. So I'm a big fan of trifectas in that structure.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. And Chris Walsh, you said the same thing, John. Like, I think we talk quite a bit too, like betting structure and how you bet it. And Scotty talks about this and Oldy was just spending time with him. I'm sure it came up. It's always about how you bet it. It really is. And I think that structure and find it so you can find value for yourself. And, whether that's, to your point, giving money for somebody else to hit a jackpot in 20 cents. Yeah, put it to the side. It's not worth it. The same though, find a way that provides value to your ticket structure or what you're trying to bet versus just hitting a win ticket, because it's such a tough game, right? You have to be able to find those situations.
And be a good Texas Hold'em player. Play tight. Pick your spots. You're not going to beat every race. And sometimes it's wise to play tight to come out ahead.
And you don't need to play every sequence.
No.
Find some weak favorites, evaluate the sequence, see how you're going to make money, and play that sequence. If you lose, you lose. But if you're playing a sequence that just to play it, you're going to end up losing money, or you're gonna take chalk in 3-4 legs, and you're going to lose money anyways. And what's the point? We're not doing that to do that.
You're totally right.
I will say on the 20-cent pick six too, the one time we do typically play it is a day like tomorrow where it's a mandatory payout.
Right.
Especially with the Derby, it's going to be a huge pool.
Yeah. And then we have to put up with the computers that want to hit it 27 times, and it's tough, right? And it's tough for us to compete with that. So,
But it's tougher on the computers when you have a 20-horse field or a 19-horse field, too, because you can't cover all those sequences.
That's a great point. Very good.
All right. We got 5 minutes, John, until the Caravel race. But before we do that, we'll listen in. We can't show it, but we'll listen in. Before we do that, let's get back to Derby. We, obviously, we were trying to chat that real quick. Forte, a lot of talk. We end up with less than 20 horses already. The 3 AEs are in. We have, Japan maybe showing up with the contender this year. We'll see. What are your thoughts this year on the Derby and anything you like, John?
Well, here's how it started. So I play in a fantasy league like just about everybody who likes racing and likes to gamble. So my league, though, it includes the Triple Crown, but it's actually a year-round league. So it's not based entirely on 3-year-olds like some of the others. However, I have been in on Forte since the beginning. We draft horses in November, and we go all the way until next year's Breeders' Cup. So he was actually my first round pick last November after the Breeders' Cup. So I went with the 2-year-old champ. So I've had him all year. So I'm in on Forte. He's the favorite. He's going to run tomorrow. You know, I'll take my shot on that, and that's pretty obvious. The one that I'm proud of, though, as far as getting on the bandwagon early, is Angel of Empire. And I think that he's going to be, if I play a win-place wager on anybody, it's not going to be Forte. It's probably going to be him. I'll tell you, I jumped on him in January when they ran him one time at Oaklawn, and he ran second to, I think it was a horse named Victory Formation. That horse just got to walk on the lead that day, looked really good doing it. And I thought that Angel of Empire's effort was completely overlooked that day because he didn't have a troubled trip and he didn't come flying at the end. But he just showed me a few of the things that I, not to go too much into it, but some of the things that I look for specifically. He really fit the bill. And it's just, you never know how they're going to progress. But he's been taking those steps forward. He's gotten better and better with each subsequent start. I was able to cash on him the day that he won at the fairgrounds and paid a big price down there, and then came back last time and just took another huge step forward. I mean, look, he's progressive. He's the horse that seems to be getting good at the right time. That's what you want right now from these 3-year-olds, somebody that's really starting to blossom. He's a big, beautiful horse, big stride. You know that he's going to be passing horses, can come through the pack, the distance, the trainer. He's got a lot going for him, I think. So Forte, Angel of Empire. But my point about the fantasy league is that I'm a little bit biased. I want them to do well because I'm vested in the fantasy league. So those are my 2 horses. I'm going to have to live or die on them for a 1-2. And that's kind of the story behind it. I've been locked into them for months, so I can't change now.
Well done on Angel of Empire. We've had, various people on today, Oldy, and he's a name that keeps coming up. So, it is going to end up sliding in a few posts probably with a couple of scratches on the inside. So, who's any long shots, John? You talked about trifecta. So anybody from a trifecta standpoint outside those 2?
I'm trying to decide who my 3rd horse is because I'm going to go 3 by 3 for sure. And as far as who that 3rd horse is to put in there, it could be Tappet Trice. I respect him quite a bit. When he first started, the word that I used to describe his running was clunky. That's just what he looked like to me. But I think that he's come a long way since his clunky days when he first started. His bluegrass was damn good, and he might just be the one to put in there as the 3rd horse. I thought about Derma Sotogake. I don't think so. I don't think I'm sold on him. There's a few others maybe for that 3rd horse to put in there. Right now, I'm leaning towards Forte, Angel of Empire, and Tappet Trice by those 3 for a $1 try. I'm eligible to change my mind tonight, but that's what I'm leaning towards right now.
Well, I love it, and it's gonna be great. We can't show the race, John, but we're gonna listen in here to the Churchill race with Caravel. I have a pick 5 alive. I spread against here. I singled Wonder Wheel in the Oaks, so We'll see what happens. Ooh. But yeah, we're gonna see. But I'm gonna pull my AirPods out and we'll listen in.
Okay.
Looks like they're loading. Oldy, am my video better? Are we more on time?
I think you're still a little behind. I have the 5 going in right now.
Yeah, so do I. Okay, we're the same.
So I think you're back on time.
Yeah, good.
Waiting for Caravel.
Yeah, there's Travis.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Baystorm inside broke well. Miner's Queen is sent on for speed. Meanwhile, out the back, Majestic Throw checked out of there. Caravel, an uneventful begin. Races up when they get set up. Miner's Queen, these 2 go head to head. And Caravel takes the lead down the back stretch run. Miner's Queen pushed along to keep up in second. Oopra comes on to grab 3rd, and down inside is Margie's Kitchen is covered up. On the outside, Little Jewel starting to advance. 4 into third. Now second. Little Jewel's on the move. Farther back in the field, Savaje by Majestic. Doro Sarah Harper's at the back with New Boss. Round the far turn. Caravel over to the rail for the run to the quarter pole. The leader by a length right at the top of the stretch. Caravel heads for home in front. Confident ride off the turn. Leads by 2. Little Jewel down the center. Uver's also right there. For the 8th pole, Caravel now shaken up for just a bit more, and more she has. The lead is 3. Sarah Harper coming with a flying finish down the center. Caravel in front by 3. Sarah Harper runs up into second. Caravel, though, is geared down to win it by 2.
That was the single.
Yeah, she was much the best. I mean, she put the 5 away really quick.
Yeah.
Sarah Harper misplaced, didn't she? I don't think she got up.
No, yeah, I'm not sure, John. It was close.
It was close. It was
that
close.
was the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one on the inside, but
I thought so too. Damn. She's good, man. Damn.
Yeah, Bay Storm was the one there, came flying. We talked a little bit about the 3-0. They just got shuffled back, had no shot. But yeah, Caravel looked so good there, just made that look easy.
Slow breaks in a turf sprint will kill you.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the 6 came flying too. The 6 was almost dead. I was just rewatching the replay. Was dead last and ended up finally getting out and then just came flying, but it was way too late. So, and I think it's very close, John. Sarah Harper, I think ends up getting third. Yeah, the
one did get there.
Yeah.
Unless it's a camera angle issue like at Turfway.
Alan, you will hit your try and exacta. The one got second. So, John, it's been awesome. Any other, parting words as we appreciate you coming on. It's been awesome.
I love these opportunities to do these things with you guys. I don't get too many of them, because we all have jobs, we all have lives, but I respect what you guys do quite a bit. I love to get a chance and just talk horses. I mean, real quick, as far as the Oaks, Wet Paint, she's a deserving favorite, right? She's got to come from so far back. She has shown that she can do it, right? She's going to run through the pack, but I just feel like any favorite that's their running style, that's also kind of their Achilles heel, that when you're coming from so far back, you're at the risk of just somebody getting loose on the lead and having a big day that you're not going to be able to run down. So if she gets beat, I would be looking to, what is her name? Botanical for Brad Cox. I do believe in her. The other one I think is sitting on a good race is South Lawn. But those are the second and third choices. Pretty Mischievous, I don't know, as far as the Post and a few of the others. I think for me, the Oaks, you can more narrow down more so than the Derby. That there really are more of a finite group of contenders that can win, and a lot of them are just hopefuls. So I'm going to give you those top 4 right there. I do think that Wet Paint is beatable. Botanical and South Lawn would probably be my best choices to try to beat her.
Yeah, South Lawn's taking a ton of money. Yeah. Currently 5.
Is she?
Yeah, she's 5-1 off of 8-1 morning line. Scotty liked her a little bit too. Oldie, you may have even talked about South Lawn if I remember correct too. Yeah, she seems like a little bit of the public picks long shot at the moment.
Yeah, and when you talk about the Oaks too, the Oaks for some reason, rather than the Derby, is typically not one on the lead. I mean, the last horse to win the Oaks on the lead was Saragenti Empress. So, for whatever reason, most of the Derbies are one on the lead. Most of the Oaks are one from slightly off the pace or absolutely off the pace. So, and I do think this profiles to be a pretty quick pace again.
Can I ask one question about the Derby before I bail? Do I have time?
Yeah.
So here's my prop. Every year there's one horse that it's not the wise guy horse. It's a little bit different, but there's one horse every year that here's what's going to happen. He'll go off at less than his track's morning line odds for sure. He gets a lot of talk on social media. he will be a single on certain multi-syndicate, multi-race wagers like the Pick Six, and the horse will not hit the board. So who is this year's horse in the Derby that's going to take all that smoke? He's go wise guy single, and he has no chance. Who is it?
Easy for me. Sotogake.
That's it. And that's who my friend said too. That said it's either him. To me, the other one is Madge. It's got to be one of those two horses. No offense if you like that horse, but to me, those are the top contenders.
Yeah, I would agree with you on both. The other one, which I actually end up liking, is Hit Show. So I hope that's not the case, but I know there's quite a bit of talk lately on Hit Show. I feel like that'd be another one, but I like Hit Show. I think Madge, I mean, that's the one that a lot of people are trying to get on. I'd agree with you guys.
Yeah, and Mage is a slow breaker from the middle of the pack in a Derby. That horse is going to get killed at the start by all those horses trying to get over.
Mm-hmm. Big problem that he's not a good gate horse. Big problem. Yeah.
Well,
and Scotty agrees with you, John, because I was there for the Alfredo from Hippica and Scotty argument yesterday between Forte and Mage. And I mentioned we have a WhatsApp chat with a bunch of other handicappers, and there's a bet, I believe it's $100 bet over who's going to finish first, Mage or Forte. And Scotty's like, I would have taken that action all day.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. I mean, it makes sense. Scotty's no fool. He's wise.
John, it's been awesome. We appreciate you coming on. Like, we'd love to have you on again too. We try to do guest shows occasionally, and I know you're busy, so I really appreciate you coming on. And I'll be in Del Mar in July. I'm gonna come by and say hi. I'll probably be there for opening weekend and some other time too. I just make it down a couple times, but I love getting a chance to see you and talk horses, and we appreciate it.
No, perfect, man. You know where to find me. Come find me. DM me anytime, and we're all passionate about this game, so we can all find time to do what we want to do, right? So yeah, hit me up again for sure. I'll come on.
Okay, Oldy, any parting words?
No, just John, thank you. I don't know that I'll be coming and finding you in Del Mar or anything like that in the near future, but look forward to hopefully having the chance to meet you in person, and I appreciate you taking the time with us.
Yeah, man. Likewise. No, thanks for having me on. I appreciate you guys.
Good luck. Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Cash some winners. Make it a profitable Derby.
Yeah, you too.
All right, man.
Thank you. Well, that was good, Oldie. Like we figured out. He figured out. He just switched devices, as Chris said. He maybe it was just the internet or something. So, and Chris won a poker tourney. I'm seeing that in the chat. That's amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, Linda, I appreciate that too. We tried to really have, we have some more guests coming on still, and really give like different perspectives. I personally I really respect both John and Matt. They're heavily obviously involved as race callers and analysts, but have been around the game for a long time. But everybody has different perspectives, and I think John giving that perspective, Ollie, we talk a lot about this, right? Have a ticket structure that can actually pay you something. And Chris will be on here in a little bit, so I'll be curious to hear his perspective. But, find wagers and ways to kind of play against takeout and stuff like that. I know Chris plays a lot of very specific ways. And, I think, John, one of the biggest things he mentioned, Ollie, that I will tell you in years and years and years, it's not really until recently, I would say the last, year maybe, to be honest, of being selective, right? I think that is really important,
Right.
from, just a profitability standpoint in a very tough game, because we're never going to be right. So I appreciated that, Linda, too. But Ollie, any thoughts?
No, I mean, I agree with everything you just said about being selective, and it's a difficult thing to do because you want to be playing Gulfstream or you want to be playing Laurel, but you have to have the discipline of finding the right sequences.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think for me, and it's tough because we all want to play,
Yeah.
right? We want to play. Find this up. This is the next angle. This is. But I think when you really sit back and take your time, and Matt Dinerman talked about this earlier, Oldy, of like being selective on tracks. I actually 100% agree with Matt there. Get to know the trainers, get to know anything that's going on there, get to know the jockeys, and you will find ways and situations, right, that others just wouldn't see because you're more familiar with it. Like
Yeah.
there's reasons why I don't play like parks and that stuff during the week because I have no idea what's going on. And like I hear like it's just crazy. I'm like, why? Like there's no reason to play this stuff. So it's I'm not ever really a Monday, Tuesday player, Oldie, just because I have no idea of those tracks. So
Well, and Topher in our group has busted a couple of those jackpots in the early week jackpots in this year. So I understand why he's playing them because he kind of has a nose at times for those.
yeah, I mean, he knows the track, right? I mean,
Yeah.
to be able to do that, he spent the time, right, to figure the track out and everything. So, more power to Sam. Cindy, a long time. I'm glad you came by. We're just chatting. You just missed John, Cindy. John Lease was here. We had Matt Dinerman on earlier. Chris Walsh going to join us here in a bit, y'all. And then we'll have Brad Anderson also join the Breeders' Cup betting champ. Like he'll talk about probably some betting strategy and whatever. We'll talk about all types of stuff.
And Cindy, I want to say Scotty and I were talking yesterday. Glad to hear from you today because we hadn't heard from you in a little while. So hope you're doing okay. Love if you put your Derby and Oaks picks in the chat. I'm sure everybody would love to see that as well. For those of you who don't know, Cindy's a great handicapper. It shouldn't be Cindy plays horses, it's Cindy wins with horses. So
she is that in Golden
Yeah.
Gate, right? Wasn't Cindy the one that hit the very cheap
and
Golden Gate pick 5 with like 3 EquinEdge long shots and it paid like 25,000?
Yep, and Woodbine too. She's great at Woodbine.
It's about the Tapeta, man.
Yep. I have to take a work call real fast.
Yeah, go for it. Oldy.
Can I put you on mute here and I'll be
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'll hold it down for a minute. Well, let's play something. Churchill is not for 47 minutes, so we're not going to play that. Let's go to Caravel, wins the last. Base Storm got up for second there, and then Sarah Hopper, the longest shot on the board, ends up getting up for third. She was flying. That's the Moquette horse. Joel Rosario ends up getting up. Gulfstream, it looks like it has not gone off. Let's see. 1 minute. Yeah. One horse, the favorite, it looks like they're still out on the track. We can jump back over, see if we see anything here. Only 19%. So that horse, inside speed, doesn't surprise me or inside on the dirt, not necessarily speed, but that horse is going to try to come from way back, I guess would be my only concern there on the dirt. That's not something that I love seeing usually at 8 furlongs. The 2 horse, so we're in race 6, right? 2 horse, obviously interesting, going to sit off the trip 49%, currently 5-2. So not getting a lot of love. And then you have some morning line angle there on the 5 horse. So Alan, well done. You got the long shot. Good job, man. But, and hit that like button for us, y'all. We'll get more people in here. It's, we've had a bunch in here today. It's been awesome. Slim Slow Slider, the top EquinEdge pick, 49% to win here. So the 3s, the pace of the race. The first thing I'm going to do, right, is look here and say, what have you been facing? And the first thing I notice is this horse, of the pace of the race, has been facing 40 SORs. 40. That is a 4-0, not a 60. That is 22 points less. I immediately would say I have no faith that horse can wire the field. There it is there. I'd probably sit on the 2 horse here, just looking very quickly. I think this horse is going to stop, right? 5 horse is the top GSR. It has 2 wins and 6 tries. The 4 has 2 2 or 3 seconds out of 4 tries. So it actually doesn't have a win. That's a little concerning seeing that. 5 horse taking money, American Prince. This horse probably going to try to sit off the speed. Yes, it did it 2 back in a 62 at 8 furlongs. It couldn't do it in a 70. That was too tough. But this horse kind of drops in here. I think it's going to be tough. I think this is probably 5-2.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute to race 6 in the late pick 3.
Looks like 5-2 to me. Jump back over here. The one's still taking money. I like horses closer to the speed on the dirt here. I think both these horses look tough. You know, this horse sat off the pace too, going 7. GSR says 8's fine. Win percent gets a massive increase. I see the 3 stopping. I think the 2 and 5 both could end up kind of being the horses to sit off here. Horse like the 4 shot 10, big jump in SOR. Here's the 1. Horse going to try to come from late. You know, I don't think it could win, but maybe it can get up for second.
Waiting for American Prince in September 10.
Cindy, I'm sorry to hear that.
September 10 to the outside.
You're playing
gate.
verifying. I hope you're doing okay.
They're at the post. And they're up. Good start out wide for September 10. American Prince ridden hard for the early lead, and he'll get it. Challenging him early is Nature Boy on the far outside, September 10. Then Slim Slow Slider. He's angled off the inside while comfortable behind the in-battle duo. Second last is Shaw 10. The early trailer is the late running Universal Payday. And the run out of the chute, Nature Boy challenging American Prince for the lead. Nature Boy a half length in front. American Prince is second. Slim Slow Slider is an in-hand third.
24,
outside fourth, September 10.
furlongs.
2 better than the gray Shot 10. And 2.5 more to Universal Payday. The opening quarter was reasonable. 24 seconds flat. They raced to the half-mile point. Nature Boy putting up the numbers at a big price. He's almost a length in front. From the outside, American Prince is second. Vasquez will plot an inside course for Slim Slow Slider. He's moving through now into a joint second. 3 wide red colors, September 10. 3 back to Shaw 10. And Universal Payday yet to get underway as they round the far turn. Slim Slow Slider, he secures the 2 path and he's going on the attack right now. Slim Slow Slider to the front. Nature Boy is all in. September 10 rallies up on the outside. American Prince hard at work between horses. Edwin Gonzalez has Universal Payday in full gear on the far outside.
September 10 running a big race.
Through 3/4 and 11-1. Off the turn in the stretch drive, Slim Slow Slider with an 1/8 of a mile to go and 3 lengths in hand. Second is September 10, Universal Payday trying to catch him. American Prince is destined for 4th.
Like
16th to run. Slim Slow Slider remains in very good form. He'll win it by 4th.
I don't know. It's surprising that the 1 horse there, people really thought that horse was going to be able to do that on the dirt. That's never easy. The 6 was the second, or the EquinEdge long shot. We didn't get a chance to talk about that, but we talked about the 2 Slim Slow Slider. I mean, that's a big jump in win percent. That's one of the big things I look for using the tool, you know, and at the same time, you have this drop in SOR from last out. You know, you look at all these races, and this horse was finishing first and second, sitting off the lead. For Walder, Vasquez been riding. I mean, made all the sense in the world, and still didn't even go off as the favorite. It was 9-5. So, you know, I think it's tough. I mean, inside there at Gulfstream, the inside post can be really dangerous. So, all right, let's. Where y'all want to go? We have time for Churchill. I'm happy to look at anything you guys want. Probably skip Laurel, skip Turf Paradise, Belterra Park's back racing. They must have just opened up. Oaklawn race 5. Looks like we got about 8 minutes. We can look there if you guys want. Maiden race, maiden claimer 12-5. I'm gonna put my AirPods back in. Hold on, Al. Yeah, sending prayers, Cindy. That's well, Oldy, you're back. Good.
Yep.
Uh,
And yeah, Cindy, definitely sending prayers. And but I'm with you on verifying. I love verifying. Coming out of the 2-hole, having a straight shot to the lead.
Verifying got loose. Was that the horse that got loose, Oldy?
Yeah, but they caught verifying pretty quickly, from what I understand.
Yeah, I saw the video. 2 outriders were right there. The first one missed, and the second one was like right there. So it did not, it didn't look like really much of an issue, to be honest. And maybe some people view that as a good thing when a horse gets loose, to be honest. So I don't know.
I don't know anybody who does, but the fact that the horse came back healthy, that's the important thing.
Yeah. I was going to look at Oaklawn real quick. Oldie, I know we're right a little before 3:30 Eastern. We got Chris Walsh joining us. Are you good on your work call? All's good?
Yeah, all's good. Just scheduling stuff for next week.
Cool. Let's how much time we got? So at Churchill, we still got
40 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely spread out. So I was looking at this Oaklawn race, Oldie. Yeah, it's always a tough track. I figured we'd look real quick. You had a big pace advantage of the 7. I saw this like really quick, and I was like, wow, 24% to win. Yep. Second EquinEdge pick and a 21-point pace advantage, and you look, Corey, this is a 40. This horse is dropping in class. It ran really well as a first-time starter and is now dropping out of a maiden special, right? Which I don't really know how these were only 44s. That seems really low to me for Oaklawn, but they're state breds. So I guess that would be why. So we got a state bred and maiden claim here at 12.5. I thought this horse might go and be gone, Oldie, to be honest.
No, I agree. I just glanced at it and I agree with you.
Yeah.
Which means that we're probably wrong.
Yeah. The 1 horse Traffic Boss, only 4%. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. The 4 is a first-time starter. Get rid of the 6. Get rid of these 1%ers. I always like to sort by GSR. Look at, the 12 horse, 9-1 outside post. That horse might be a little bit interesting. Outside post isn't terrible. You have a 20% trainer here as well in Jonas Gibson, who I don't know who that is, but he claimed this horse from Broberg, Oldie, and, ends up cutting back here to a sprint, gets the post. This horse is maybe a little bit interesting as well, to be honest. I think the 7, though, y'all. The 3-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. Kiss of the Nile. There's an EquinEdge long shot play as well, but this horse is 0 for 14, right? But 11%.
Maybe today's the day.
Could be. This is, you see situations like this, Oldie. I always wonder. I'm like, oh, I guess this trainer's 7%, but no wonder these 2 only hit at 7 or 8%, right? Because they're used 153 times. So, Water to Wine, that's a great name of a horse, but could be tough here. Cindy, no show tomorrow. I don't think so. Oldie,
I talked to Scotty, no show tomorrow.
Yeah. I think for me, it's tough. I have baseball tomorrow. I'm going to be watching the Derby from the dugout. So, it's going to be great racing though, Oldie. I really do think tomorrow's good. The card looks really good. Yeah. The 4 horse, I'm not, Water to Wine. This horse is working well. Who just mentioned that? Somebody just mentioned that. Anthony. Yeah. I was looking at the work report. This horse is working well. I think the 7 though, going to be tough. This horse looks fast. Kiera Jordan rides. I also think the 12, Torres gets off the 12 though and goes to the 9, but I thought that horse was a little bit interesting. Talk about the 9. This horse has been running well. I wouldn't say has to win though, right? Fits though, really does fit here. Yeah.
No, look look again here. I mean, see if I find a long shot I like here.
Mine would be the 12 from a long shot perspective.
That's what I was thinking, but give me a sec here. Again, that scares me, so I got to find something else, right?
You're getting 7-1, y'all, though, on the 7 horse, which
Yeah.
is pretty wild.
I mean, the top 2 GSRs are the other one would be the 1 at 4%, over 2 at the distance, moving up in class, or actually dropping, but moving up in SOR. It didn't run poorly last time out. I don't hate this horse, and I think it gets the weight allowance too. So it's got the bug aboard on the 1.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're only 4% in 76 races, the 2 of them.
I mean, he must ride for Traffic Boss here. I mean, he must ride for this trainer all the time. I mean, we got 4th there in a 34, so lightly raced. I mean, these again are all state breds, so
yeah.
Nothing really to see on the trainer jockey. I think the 12-7-1. I mean, this might be just a a GSR play in a way that these horses here with the first time starter or something. But the 9's up there too. I mean, this horse has 2 seconds. Good chance that horse can hit the board.
Yeah, I just don't know if that horse is going to pass anybody, It just looks like it could be one paced.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It doesn't look like anything special to me. So I'm gonna play a 7 over the 12, and also threw the 4 in there a little bit too. But
well, you have the Burrells on the 6.
Oh, I cut that horse, the Boogeyman.
Yeah, I'm not saying that horse is any good. I'm just saying that you have the Burrells on that horse.
I see
But
that.
there once was a time that if you saw Calvin Burrell on that horse, you would be all over it.
No more
That
though.
time's long past.
How long? I don't even know if I was in horse racing when that happened.
I mean, that was the 2009 through 2012, let's say, were the Calvin Burrell years.
That would have been before my time. 7 and Wiz, I like it, Wiz. I think that's a good bet. 4 might run would be my only thing, but I played a little bit. I do the 11 was taking money is interesting, but I like that play. I also in a situation like that when I box Wiz, I also like to find who do I like best in single or win bet, because you are going to dilute yourself there a little bit. If you get the 7-12, amazing. 7's taking some money, but I also like to play a little bit extra, like on my actual, full opinion, would be my 2 cents.
Well, and I would say back to the issue of Burrell too, that it was Jess Jackson, the old owner of Rachel Alexandra, would say that Burrell was worth at least a half a length, if not a full length, over any other jockey at that time. In his
Wow. That's crazy.
The horses are approaching the gate.
All right. They're approaching the gate at Oaklawn. We will bring in Chris Walsh here in a minute, Oldy. And right after this Oaklawn race, we'll cover some more Churchill, getting closer to the Oaks, closer to the Derby. Well, you know what? I guess we'll be almost within 24 hours pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, in about 3 hours or so, it'll be 24 hours. So we're at about 27 hours. It looks like there's some pretty, NBC is going to have some pretty decent coverage tomorrow, even though I'll be glad to be at the track because I will not be screaming at the TV over them recommending betting chalk in every leg with the on-air handicappers.
Traffic Boss and Ike Wazowski, the first two to line.
Oh man, 7 horse at Oaklawn, currently 9-2, is taking late money. That horse floated up all the way to 7-1. EquinEdge had that horse at 3-1.
Loud Boy.
Yeah, so I played a 7-1-12 exacta here. Just took the top 3 GSRs.
Gonna head in.
No, I feel like that's a good
Loud
play
Boy
there.
Taking just a moment to go in. Next in will be Money Strike along with Loud Boy. And now my kind of Teton.
I should have. I'm kicking myself for not asking Matt Dinerman why the gate loads are so slow at Golden Gate, though.
Wow.
Water to Wine.
One of my pet peeves.
Now 12 of them here.
Oh, Oaklawn supporting the Oaks today. Got lots of pink on.
To Wine moves in.
Garrett, that's exciting.
Singing
2,000 guineas.
The Boogeyman.
One
Blake
more to
Hamilton
go.
has the outside post. Blake Hamilton, the last to load. Track good. It has been good all day. They're in the gate. And they're off.
And 7 didn't break.
On the inside, Loud Boy is sprinting off.
No. Where's the 7? Oh.
And then comes Singing Groom toward the inside and 4th. Kiss of the Nile 5th. Ike was out.
I guess we'll find out if the horse can
Traffic
rate.
losses,
It's
7
currently
on the
running in
inside.
between.
And comes Lake Hamilton.
Isn't running bad.
Wine. And from between horses, Falconite. And then it's about a 4-length break to the Boogeyman. And my kind of Teton is 12th and last.
Watch, the Boogeyman's going to end up winning.
Has secured the lead here. And he has the inside. And Money Strike has been a left length
7's
back.
done.
And then to the outside.
Need the
Kiss of
lead.
Nile 3rd. To the inside comes Loud Boy. Loud Boy into 3rd. Kiss of the Nile now 4th. With Singing Groom.
Oh,
Of course, I say that, and the 7's coming back.
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't think anybody's gonna catch the 9.
Ozarks is set down for the
Maybe the
drive
2.
and to the test
40
track.
to 1.
And up to the outside, Loud Boy. Back along the inside comes Singing Groom racing in 3rd. Then Kiss of the Nile and Traffic Boss 16th. Ozarks leads the way here. Good.
Get off the board. I got chalk in my hand.
Yeah. The 7 not breaking was no bueno, you all.
Yeah.
That was no good. All right. Back to Churchill. Race number 9. The grade 1 La Troyenne. Secret Oath, current favorite. But Oldy, let's bring in Chris. Longtime Equine Edge user, the master of quarter horse, to be honest. I've learned a lot from him. I've played a lot in my life. I've played a ton there. But we have him on a lot, but we have him on again. Mr. Chris Walsh, thanks for being here, brother.
Hey, Justin, Oldy, how's it going?
It's good. Oldy called Matt Dinerman and my horse earlier a trash horse and ended up winning, so it's amazing.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, that was a good one.
Chris knows that's not the first time I've called a horse trash and the horse has ended up winning. So
yeah, well, you guys are all over Wonder Wheel too, and I got news for you. Wonder Wheel's not winning it. So
I wouldn't be surprised if she loses. I don't really like the race, and I don't like the outside posts that's my problem there, and I don't like wet paint coming from late. I like horses to sit in the inside or in the middle of the course there. So, and I think she has good speed. I think Scotty talked about it, Chris, is she the same horse, right? So I think why people are against her.
I'm just glad she made it in there because I think she's going to take a bunch of money, and that makes things good for the rest of us.
We will see. How you been? How's it going?
Good. I didn't catch Scotty. I did see the coach. Coach was great. John Lees was excellent. I mean, we speak the same language in terms of how we approach some of these things and whatnot. But good information there in terms of betting. I mean, this is there's handicapping and then there's betting. And if you don't do the betting part right, the handicapping can be spot on and you're done. I mean, you just really you got to figure out where to press your opinions. And like you said, where, to just skip a race. I know a lot of people like to play the multi-race bets. Those are great, and they're good and bad. It's just not something it's part of my repertoire on a day-to-day basis. I am going to play this Oaks Derby Pick 6 that they got out here for $1. I think it handled around 2.5 million last year. I don't remember what it played, but
that's the both way races. We still got 30 minutes. You want to talk through that? What do you want to talk through?
Yeah, we can talk through that real quick because it starts with this. The 2-day Pick 6 starts with this. It's got 2 races today and 4 races tomorrow. The 2 today is this race here, the 9, and then the 11, the Oaks, and then we have 4 races tomorrow.
Oldy, do you want to share for a minute and walk through that with him while I run to the restroom?
Sure.
Okay. Let me stop sharing for a minute. You let me know when you're ready, and I'll stop sharing. I don't think, though, that this here is not the multi-race, right, Chris? This is...
No. That's the Pick 6 for today.
Yeah, okay. But you guys can still go through it. Is it 20 cents?
I have my notes. No, it's $1.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah. $1 mandatory payout. 2 today, 4 tomorrow.
Take your time, Oldy. It's fine. And I can also I can run and come back here in a second. Why don't we do this? Like, Oldy,
I got it.
What? Okay.
I got it, I think. Hold on. Let's just do that.
It was good to see that John got off his dial-up too. Once he got to the 20th century, we were all good. Or 21st.
All right, so you've seen my screen now?
No. Not yet, but we will in a second. Now, you want me to share it? You got to add to stream.
Oh, that would help, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. And I'll
yeah.
Oh, what happened? Oh,
that doesn't help because I'm looking at this screen right now. So hold on. It's the way I had to share it. It wasn't giving me the option of just doing this.
Welcome, John. We're glad you're here. I'm gonna run the restroom, y'all. Oldy's gonna hold it down with Chris for a few minutes. I'll be back.
All right, Chris. Let's talk your Pick 6 here.
This is nothing really exciting. This is a bet that I probably expected to lose because it's only $42. But it starts with this leg. There were a few of us last night on a call going through everything, and this was one of the ones where we really thought Secret Oath was a pretty solid favorite and whatnot. I don't think anybody had any really strong feelings to single that horse. So what we ended up doing here on this one is I've got the 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, and 10. So I know you spoke earlier.
1, 2, 4, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. So I don't know. You want to go just throw out the rest of them while we go through it here on the screen?
Yeah, I just can't go through it. So hold on. 1, 2.
Yeah, get rid of the 6.
8, 9, 10. So get rid of the 6. So that's and the 5, correct?
Yeah, 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
I will tell you, I prefer the 6 to the 1 and the 7 to the 9. But
yeah, I think just based upon what we were looking at in terms of the works, as well as price wise and who we thought actually had a chance to win. I mean, that was the ones. Yeah. These are the ones that I came up with for that. Can we get beat by a couple of those horses you're talking about? Sure. I got 4 singles, so I can get beat by a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
As we go through the sequence. So when you get to the we get over to to the Oaks. That is, let's see, where are we at there? So the next 3 races are all singles, 7, 2, and 7. So going wet paint all the way. You got to remember these aren't in order.
7.
They're not in order. You got to go to the Oaks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're right. Hold on. I don't know what I'm doing. Here we go.
Wet
So
paint.
7. I could see that off the works.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a third race today? No, that's it today, right?
Yeah, that
And
would
then-
be it today. Then you got to go to tomorrow. Churchill, and I think this one.
Oh, I can't remember which one it is. It's not
They
that
always get
one.
these. They always screw these things up for me. Let me go to the advanced because that'll tell us.
It's not the turf sprint. It's not the Pate Mile.
No. So leg 3 is coming up now. Is the Goodnight Olive race.
Which is.
That's the Derby City Distaff, 750 grand.
So it was this one. Okay. And I don't know why I overshot it there. And you're on Goodnight Olive, is what you're telling me.
Yep. Another single
45.
there. Yep. Eat the chalk. If we hit,
Makes
we
sense.
hit. And then the next leg is the Cody's Wish race. That is the Churchill Downs Stakes, race 10. White Bar is out. So, yeah, again, nothing. There's no news flash here. The 7 either wins or it doesn't. I mean, if I don't single in those other races, I'm going to end up with like a $350 or $400 ticket, which is not what I'm looking for. And then the next race is the Whiskey Turf race before the Derby.
The Bourbon Turf. They'll get really upset about that. You calling it the Whiskey Turf.
Bourbon Turf, yeah, that's fine. I like bourbon. This one, I thought this one was just a spread race, and I went all but the one here because the one was the only one I didn't think had a chance. I think you can make a lot of cases for a lot of different horses here, and it's going to come down to the trip. And I'm not getting beat by Wolfie's Dynaghost if I've gotten this far.
Yeah.
So if I get this far, depending on what the odds of the one is, maybe make a small bet and just to cover off the $42 or whatever this thing has cost me. What did it cost? $42. And then the last one is the Derby. So if the idea here for me when I put this together was to just try and figure out a cheap way to get live to the Derby. And this the last single here is Angel of Empire.
Okay.
And that's it. I'm hoping to, if I can get alive to the 14 here, I'm hoping for maybe a few $1,000s in terms of wheel pay to the 14 and, kind of go from there.
Yeah, it's really finding a price in the first leg and and that fifth leg then.
Yeah.
To eliminate the tickets.
Yeah. Even if you don't, I mean, like I said, this one takes it's not going to take as much money as the Derby Pick 6, the Derby City one, but it'll take $2.5 million, and there'll be all kinds of different combos in there, and we'll see if we get lucky there. But that's probably that, and the Oaks Bourbon Derby are probably the only really multi-race stuff I'm going to do, other than doubles.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting Derby. There's definitely some wide-ranging opinions this year. I don't particularly like this Bourbon Turf race any more than I think you guys do.
I mean, it's a mess. You either have to play it and stick with one opinion or a couple opinions. I mean, and again, this is another one where John talked about if you're going to play a trifecta in there of going all in the second position.
Yeah.
And put 2 horses in front and maybe 2 or 3 in third, and see who's going to come, who's just going to barely not get there, right?
Right. No, I hear you, and I just don't know how good these West Coast horses that Hong Kong Harry has been beating actually are.
Very true. Very true. This one is, that race is weird. I mean, I don't know what the favorite's going to go off at, but it's not going to be 8-5. What looks like Secret Oath is going to go off at today.
Or like, why can't Spooky Channel win this?
Sure. Absolutely. I mean,
and you're not going to let that horse beat you either. So I hear you. What you're doing makes sense. That there are a lot of potential singles tomorrow too. So you got to choose wisely. I do think it's interesting that Cody's Wish is only 10% and 7-2 on the morning line. That is a little alarming to me.
Yeah, it is. And, I looked at a lot of the EE stuff on this, and I use it obviously quite often and extensively when doing things. But I think when you get to some of these bigger days, sometimes that you will see that you get, I mean, even in this race 9, I'm looking at it now, I mean, Secret Oath is at 30%. And then you've got everything fairly clustered until you get down to Pauline's Pearl, 63 Caliber, and Soul of an Angel. So, and, Pauline's Pearl, I mean, not a bad soar, 3% horse, but it's also won more than any other one in the field. 7 for 17, and what, 13 times has it been in the money. It's the second top earner as well.
Yeah.
But not one of the top picks. Really kind of blew it in the last race. But that's not surprising given that, who rides the horse too, right? Because you don't you don't always know what you're going to get, especially after the break from Rosario.
Yeah, no, especially, and this is a horse that I think needs to break better too. This is another slow breaking horse, but you then have to think that society is going to be gunned one way or the other, which has to, because they're both Asmussen horses. I do want to remind people that society actually has a win over Secret Oath.
Yeah,
that's actually one of the reasons I'm on society here. If society gets away, Secret Oath wasn't able to chase society down. Granted, it was at Parks, so you have to keep that in, but it was at this distance at the Cotillion in a grade 1 with an 82 SOR. So, for me, if I'm using Secret Oath, I have to use society.
Yeah, and Chuck is not wrong about the Bruno push on the 9 as well. I mean, you got a 4-star work on there. She does fire fresh. Apparently all of her stuff in the morning over there at Churchill all week, and since she's been there, has been good. Not one of the ones that. Did you see the filly that ran off? That got loose and ran off the other day and ran back to the barn.
I can't think of the name. It was another cox horse, wasn't it?
She ran like just balls to the wall back to the barn. I mean, it was nuts.
Yeah, I mean,
she knew where she was going.
Won last year's version of this race. I think this is a much tougher field, though.
It is. But I'm not going to do a whole lot with this race outside of that pick 6. I probably, if Pauline's Pearl will stay at this number, probably will fire something out there on that. But we did all this handicapping last night while I was pounding Evangeline Downs.
I was teaching a class last night before going to see Guardians of the Galaxy with my son. So,
oh, nice.
Good times. Yeah. Got home. That was like a 10 o'clock class here. So,
I kept telling Brad that I was doing this or that at EVD, and he's like, "Oh my God, please stop." Yeah, well, Brad's not an EVD kind of guy. Tell me no lies. Is that the one that ran off? Looks like it.
So your Oaks pick then is wet paint.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
I will tell you, I was on with David. Now I'm drawing a blank on his name. The former NHC winner, who was on with Scotty a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sorry, David, I'm drawing a blank on the name. He was on my coaching class, and he loves this 13.
David Harrison. David Harrison,
yeah.
David's a great guy. I met him at NHC.
Yeah, no, we had a good time talking last night. We went a little over, but he loves the 13 in this race.
Affirmative lady.
He thinks this horse is on the.
You're over there.
Yeah, it's up on my screen. Yeah, that he thinks this horse is on the improve, that he's going to get value on it, and that he thinks it has a good chance to win, and that it's live.
And if not, it can go to the turf like all the other motion horses.
Yeah, his excuse, not his excuse, but his thought was also that arrow gates are often a little later to bloom than a gun runner, let's say, or some of the other fillies, and that is why this horse has been all of a sudden, the light switch went on in his mind.
Yeah, and you're gonna get a price on it, so it's not like, hey, I'm just gonna jump on Forte and take the chalk there and go on. I mean, I watched the Brad Free Andy Beyer podcast the other day, and they didn't agree on the horses, but the only thing they did agree with is that this Derby is ripe for an upset. So
I thought Justin was back. I was about to turn the screen back over to him.
And then Andy Beyer is just on the Japanese horses because he just doesn't like any of the American horses, which I think is going to also depress. Their Japanese horses are going to get bad tomorrow for sure.
I will ask this question, and this is a question I sort of already know the answer to. When was the last time Andy Beyer actually picked the correct horse in the Kentucky Derby?
No idea. Couldn't tell you. But I'm not. If I was going to go with one of the Japanese horses, it would be the Santa Anita Derby runner-up. There's too much. There's too much stuff on Derma.
So what's the story on the runner-up? What's the name? I'm drawing a blank. Typhoon something, or I can't even remember now. Hold on.
Think of the name off the top of my head either. Hold on.
But I thought, did you guys like Practical Move at all?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so I did as well. So I was kind of bummed when he scratched, but so I'm cycling Mandarin Hero, right?
Mandarin Hero. Yeah. I was bummed when Skinner scratched. That was my Derby horse.
Yeah.
I have been posting Walter Skinner's picture the last week from the X-Files because the horse, I mean, the other day at Churchill, it was the best horse on the ground. He looked just fabulous going around the track, and the workout reports were good. All the other reports were good. Sheriff's is, and I like, he's kind of a goofball if you've ever met him. He's a really nice man and whatnot, but he's also known for getting into 2-hour staring contests with Zenyatta too. So he knows his horses well. I thought the move from Victor to JJ was just super smart and would have really given the horse a good chance to improve. And if you look at some of the back races, like the Del Mar Futurity, I think it was, I mean, he's not slow. He was not going to be coming, but this is not Giacomo. He's not coming from the back, and I think JJ could have carved a trip out for him, but unfortunately he spiked a fever, and that's the end of that. So
it's strange that both of those West Coast horses spiked fevers though.
Well, I don't. You seen how they load them now on the plane? It's not as nice as it is anymore. Because, well, before they used to have Air Horse One, right? The Tech Sudden charter that would go around and pick up all the horses and bring them to where they needed to be. And they lost that airplane, and they have not been able to replace it. So they're going via FedEx now. And when they go via FedEx, they're loaded into a container on the ground. So they're completely covered and everything else. And then they're picked up with a forklift and stuck on the plane. And then that's how they come off as well. So they're not walking up into it like they were before and having a larger box stall where, their heads are out and they can see everything that's going on. So it's a little bit different. And close quarters like that, and not it being a regular horse airplane, who knows what kind of stuff you can pick up. So how did you guys like that?
They had something that was called Air Horse One.
Yes, Tech Sutton is the Air Horse One. That's the one that flies around the Derby winter every year, and it would go around the country and get everybody to all the different places they needed to be.
That's cool. Yeah. I think I found a new job. I need to figure out how to fly that plane.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a scary job to have.
You would be mad if you were a horse, Scott. Yeah, I mean, somehow it's probably Chris, you would know this. Like, how do they get them to remain calm in a situation like that? Do they sleep? Like, what do they do? Do they give them medicine, or are they just like they're good to go?
I'm sure they're slightly tranquilized.
Sedated? Yeah, they sedate them or something. Yeah.
All right. How did you like that super high five at Churchill a few races back?
What did it pay? Did you hit it?
Yeah, paid $545 for $24.
Nice. That was
I put the money's horse in second, so it was 6 with 9 with 3-8 with all. Paid $545.
Karina, most of us, actually, I shouldn't say most of us agree, because I think if I heard right when I ate something real quick, and Oldy, if you need to take a break, go for it too. But
yeah, I need a bathroom break.
Yeah, I think Karina, I think Chris likes wet paint. Is that correct, Chris? Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we went over, but I put together a $42 this crazy 2-day pick six, and I got a bunch of horses here in this leg. I'll give you those real quick so you weren't on. I'm 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, 10 here, and then 3 singles, 7, 2, 7. So wet paint, Goodnight Olive, and Cody's Wish, and then in the Bourbon Turf, all but the 1, and then the 4th single is the 14, which is Angels. So if I get live to that horse after 5 legs, it should pay fairly well, even with a bunch of chalk that's in there.
Yeah.
But
so late pick 5's coming up. If anybody wants to play it at Churchill, 2 minutes, just as a reminder.
You got a ticket in for it, Justin?
I didn't play that's my ticket there. In the middle, all stakes, pick 5. We're really spread out here. Single to Wonder Wheel. I really like her, to be honest. For a couple of reasons. We'll talk about it in a bit. But I also completely understand the other side of she may not run. So my big thing in the Oaks is like, I think the 11 and 14, and Karina, you said the 11 and 13, the 11 and 14 for me are really, really live. It's just very tough posts. And my concern on wet paint, I think she's amazing. She's just going to have to navigate it all. Is she that much better to navigate all of what's going to happen? She might be. Like, she could be. You're talking about maybe in the Derby, Karina, with the 11 and 13, I'm guessing. So, okay. No, you're not, because Mandarin Hero, that's the 22. I love that we get to say, that's the 22 horse.
Yeah. There was a guy on Twitter that his birthday was February 2nd, and he's never been able to play a 2-22 double. So
that's cool.
The first time he gets to do that.
Yeah.
I am playing Pauline's Pearl here. to win in place, and then boxing that at an exacta with Secret Oath.
Yeah, I looked at her, to be honest, and oh, they're about to, I'm gonna take my AirPods out. Give me a second, y'all, because they're about to go. Karina, we talked about being on Practical Move, and if you're on Practical Move, which I was, I think you really have to think about Mandarin Hero. So I have some work to do to decide on that, to be honest, because I have not, even though Practical Move it's scratched. I'm like, I'm just gonna wait to figure this out. But
Soul of an Angel.
the La Troyenne, great race here, grade 1, 8.5, going on the dirt. Secret Oath, she's here. Oldy talked about search results. There's others here. It's going to be a good one.
And they're up. And search results breaks alertly. So too Society. Played Hard is there toward the rail. The three of them scrimmaging for the lead as they hit the first turn. And from her inside post,
Pauline's Pearl going to get hung wide. Secret Oath in between, just getting kind of crushed at the moment.
Desert Dawn comes away fourth. Meanwhile, up top, Played Hard moved to the outside and allowed for Flavia and Pratt to take advantage of the rail with search results, and they sneak up into second to track Society to the backstretch run. So it is Society the leader, Played Hard to the outside, search results toward the rail and up close third, Desert Dawn fourth, Classy Edition in fifth, 63 Caliber coming up inside while sixth. Pauline's Pearls in the clear, seventh by 2. Secret Oath comes away in eighth. She's 6 lengths off the lead with just outside of a half mile to go. Followed by Amore, and at the back is Soul of an Angel. So they hit the far turn, the opening half mile in 47-1. Pace is honest enough. Society the leader for the far turn. Played Hard has been poised throughout, and she's right there with 3 furlongs to go. Desert Dawn is pushed on. Pauline's Pearls picking it up. Search results still in at fifth and toward the rail. Secret Oath saunters up on the outside as they come for the top of the stretch.
The 2 is just boxed in.
Quarter pole. Played Hard.
Yeah.
Turn taking over.
Search results going to get through, though.
Secret Oath is cut loose, and she is flying down the center. 1 furlong to go. Played Hard in between. Secret Oath on the outside.
Search results going to get up the rail.
Amore and Desert Dawn. Final 16th. Played Hard in search results out in the center of Churchill Downs. Played Hard. Results. Played Hard.
Wow. What a race.
Hard would not be denied, fending off the.
That's
wow. I'd like to see that. I think they floated out. I think the one floated out several lanes there, though.
Yeah,
keep Secret Oath from going by.
It'll be interesting on the head-on. I thought, Oldy, you talked about search results to play against Secret Oath. Well, there's the replay. I mean, the one definitely comes out, right? And but I mean, do they ever touch?
I can't.
They don't take it. They don't take John Velasquez down at Churchill Downs.
I don't think they ever touch.
I think they might have touched.
He could come out because he didn't obstruct anything. So
he's clear. He can do what he wants.
I don't know if they ever really touched. I would be surprised if they do anything there. We'll find out. But yeah, it was 1-4, James. That was a great race. I mean, Secret Oath had a brutal trip. I mean, she was in between, getting bumped around, like all of it. Like that was tough. Let's see if
we can tell here. We still don't have the head on.
I don't think they ever really touched, man.
Well,
I thought
Rosario,
maybe right here.
Yeah, I mean, you see the one pull ahead. I just think the horse was game. I just think that Secret Oath wasn't going to – that horse is like, you're not passing me.
And, guess who got off the 1 to ride the 9 and give it a bad ride?
Rosario. Yeah, but he may not have gotten off, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, although – yeah, he probably did because he rides for Asmussen. There is an objection.
There is a rider's objection in this race. The rider of number 4, Secret Oath, has filed an objection against the unofficial winner. Number 1 played hard.
Well, at least we'll get to see the head-on because of the objection.
In this race, the runner-up, number 4, Secret Oath, against the unofficial winner, number 1 played hard.
You know, if you launch an objection and you don't win it, there should be like a public caning. In the winner's
Well, here we go. They're both fading out.
The 4 comes
Actually,
in.
I think the 4 comes in, yeah.
The 4
Exactly.
Well, maybe right there. But that was after the race was over.
Public caning.
That is ridiculous that he objected there. He whipped right-handed and came in on the 1.
Why do you think public caning? That prevents all this. I mean, I don't know how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, they do bump again, but you can the 4 hits the 1 first.
Yeah, I think the bump might have been after the wire.
No, there was 2, I think. Even
Second bump, I mean.
They're not taking the 1 down. This isn't even California where they're coming down.
You are right, Oldy. The second one was right after the wire. So I think, but I there's no way they're taking that. I can't ever see that. I'll leave we have the video here, so we'll hear it when it goes. But that was a great race. That's what I love about a day like this. I mean, you just get great racing. Search results ran really well, Oldy. I thought was going to rail, but just didn't have enough.
Yeah, and was running straight while the other 2 were running sideways and still didn't have enough.
I wish there was some Oaks or Derby doubles to Australia racing. That would be fun. I've been having more fun.
Scott said a jockey's never right. Yeah, I mean, I get why objection, I guess, but there's no way in my mind. I mean, they both rode hard a little.
I mean, unless Kentucky's a herding state.
It's not. They don't even keep track of how many horse deaths they have every year. Did you know that? They're one of the only.
Yes, I actually did know that. I was very critical of that last year as some of these hearings and stuff were going on.
I mean, that's just because they have so many horses? Is that the rationale?
No, I think that
it's
just like, that they sealed the Midnight Bourbon report and won't let people know what happened there.
Mm-hmm. Which is, and again, I think Churchill just, when they start issuing their own suspensions and not letting the commissions do that becomes a problem.
The objection dismissed as posted 1-4-2-10-8.
Joel Rosario, man.
Yeah, public caning to begin in 2 minutes.
Oh, that wasn't Joel. Who was on the 4? Joel was on the
Tyler
Affleon. Yeah. I don't know why that's crazy. I love Tyler too, but
yeah, I do too. He usually
ran
doesn't
back
do things like that.
The race was starting. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab something to snack on.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Have a snack.
All right. We got 40 minutes. They'll be on the turf. We'll look at that in a bit.
There might be a Gulfstream race coming up in 6 minutes or so.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Race
Let's
8.
go there. Yeah. Hold on.
If I'm lucky, it'll be a Tapeta race.
Nope. Sprinting on the turf, though. Like, I'll take that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's do a little sprinting on the Gulfstream turf. What is this?
Five
what?
furlongs. Race 8. I'm going to have a big favorite in the 1 horse. Going to be on the rail. Is the pace of the race, but the 2's also got some speed, which is one of the other favorites. So it looks like there's some, okay amount of speed pace on the turf here. This is the last of the day there. They only have 8 races. Rails out at 28 feet, so not too much. But the 1, 2, 3 are all the top picks. Probably don't even have to look at the 6 horse Wildcat Lunita.
The 2 is got a 3-star work.
Yeah, that horse, second time starter, raced really well in a 52. So comes
First
back
time
here.
Lasix too. First time Lasix too.
Yeah, this horse also was coming off the Tapeta, but so 7-point GSR drop, which actually the horse maybe prefers dirt. But from a turf perspective, though, this horse's top numbers are in the 60s at 4.5 and 870. So this horse is likely fast. These are, Chris, when I see the stuff like this, I discount the GSR drop a little bit because this horse is a turf sprinter, and you got to be a little bit careful not to say, the GSR is dropping, because it looks like, if it can run 870, 4.5, 5.5, like it could probably run 5, I would say.
I agree with that. Sometimes you have to be subjective and not have I think we all have general rules of thumb on how we use the EE numbers, but then sometimes you have to be a little bit subjective and go, okay, this doesn't make sense here. And I'm like Mike Joyce. I've never met a second-time starter that I didn't like. And I believe you're also getting, it's the only horse getting first-time Lasix. So if you're a first-time Lasix person, there's a little bit more for you as well.
7 horse also coming off the Tapeta, but maybe prefers the dirt and Tapeta, so probably can fade that one at 6%. I guess the 2 is gonna show speed on this 1, so this 1 doesn't necessarily break well. Looking at this, it did break better last out, but at times it looked like it has not broke great. The 2 obviously broke and was fast, and then I don't mind this though. Gives it up at the end. That's okay. First time starter 10% jumps to 19%. I'm taking the top EquinEdge pick over the win percent here. That would be my perspective. I take the 2 instead of the 1 no action.
I agree. I've just win bet the 2 right now, and then as I look at I look and see the track is on fire, and I see 2, 1, 5 at the top. And so sometimes, if it's not a bad thing. Let's see. Let me look at the workouts here. Yeah, I would just do a cold, 1, 2, 3, 5 exacta. I try. Or if you want to do something like what John was talking about when he was on, would be to bet the 2 in first, the 2 in first, and the 3 and 5 in second place, and single the 1 in third.
3 horse likely to get a good trip. This horse is second time turf. GSR says turf all day. Goes from 11% to 17%. The 4, win percent drops. I'd probably get rid of you. The 5, EquinEdge long shot, 0 for 8. Not really running much. Been sprinting on the turf. I like the 2, 3 here. I'm getting rid of the 1. I think the 3 could really sit the trip. I think the 2 could sit the trip. I think the 1 is going to get a lot of pressure. And I don't just, I don't know if I see this. I like the 2 over the 3, maybe a little bit of the 3 over the 2.
Well, if you box them, you're going to get 6 to 1 on a box. If you go one way or the other, you're getting 12 or 13 to 1 on an exacta.
See what I do then in those, if I really can't decide, I might box it and then I just play my opinion over the other one, and play it, make sure so that I have.
Weight it is what you're doing. You're going to do what I'm doing right now, which is box it for $10. And then I'm going to play it cold. 2 over the 3. Sometimes you'd be surprised at how well the some of these exactas does pay. Not particularly this race, but a race with a larger field, even when you get the top 2 choices over the top of each other. So what do you think the conversation between Velasquez and Gaffleone is going on right now back in the room?
I don't think they're talking.
Yeah.
I feel like those two guys are really nice, and I think that they just don't even say anything, but maybe I'm wrong. Hey, Scott. Well, Greg, too. Sorry. You needed the 2, Karina, at Churchill? That's a bummer. All right.
All right. Are they going to the gig here?
They're getting
Just
close.
about.
One horse, the current favorite, but the 2 taking some late money.
All right. I'll be right back.
So you guys are playing 1-2 here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry.
Okay.
I took my AirPods out. 2-3. I think the 2 is going to press the 1. I think the 3 could sit the
The
trip.
horses are at the gate.
I also
It's now post time. Lining up, moving
the
in.
2 and
Race
3
number 8
look
on
like
the
the
program.
good
We have a
spinners.
trio of 2-to-1 shots. The 1, no action. The 2, Angie from Cullum. And the 3, Beauty of the Sea. All 2-to-1 here. And the colors of NBS stable. Angie from Cullum goes forward. Here's Beauty of the Sea.
3 look like the best horse to me on the track, but
I do wonder if the
And
5
Candy Girl.
at 19-1 though. I mean, I guess it's over.
Moonlight Vision and Wildcat Lunita.
I mean, it may get an insane pace setup. I thought the 3 might sit the trip over the 5.
On the outside, Krabby will complete the line. Krabby,
Kind of
88.
races the Scotty long shot win, or the long shot wins.
12:50 first post time tomorrow for Kentucky Derby Saturday here in South Florida. Now Krabby. There, Rimagate. And runners away. Good start for Beauty of the Sea, who heads off for the early lead, taken on early by Dan's Candy Girl. Angie from Cullum gets away in good shape. She's going to try to secure racing position between horses. No action is down toward the inside with Krabby on the outside. Wildcat Lunita between them, and the early trailer is Moonlight Vision. Into the far turn they go. Beauty of the Sea has rail position and the lead. Dan's Candy Girl on the attack from second. Waiting in the wings third is Angie from Cullum. 2.5 more to Wildcat Lunita with no action next. Krabby's wide on the course. The trailer is Moonlight Vision. The leader is Beauty of the Sea. There's a 1/4 mile left to go. Beauty of the Sea has the lead off the corner. From the outside, Dance Candy Girl trying to slide through with the rail is Angie from Cullum.
Nope.
There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Beauty of the Sea still finding Dance Candy Girl. Still trying. These two kick on down the center and no action for a minor placing. Driven out, Beauty of the Sea. Edgar Perez for Joe Orsino. Beauty of the Sea. Is it?
3 looked good on the track too, and I mean it was whoever was getting the lead there, man, and the 3 just sent out of the gate and was gone.
Oh, well, I was right with the 3 trifecta in third. That was about it. And the 4 horse got in the way, and the 2 didn't do anything. All right.
Let's go back to Churchill. Did you guys talk? We talked a little bit about this earlier, but race number 10, the Grade 2 Edgewood.
Yeah, we thought this was pretty wide open.
You know, you got Florent Giroux on Heavenly Sunday. Like, I don't. I'll add the 1 and 5. I mean, what'd you think of the pace here? I mean, it doesn't look like much. So what's going to happen? You know, is Saez is taking all the money on this 10 horse? Is he just going to send from the outside and try to wire?
Well, and I'm kind of surprised that the 5 is the favorite right now.
I didn't even notice that, man. I cut this horse, but I know it is Irad and Chad Brown and second time starter, but I mean, it's tough to do that. Drop in here. I mean, off a maiden special and at Gulfstream, what, month and a half ago, 6 weeks ago, and now it's going to win a grade 2. I mean, this would have to be a really nice horse to be able to do that.
Yeah, this is another one of my singles in the pick 6, the 2-day one, Cody's Wish.
What'd you single here?
Cody's Wish. We talking about the race 10?
You're on the wrong day.
You're on.
Wrong
Yeah.
day. I thought you were talking about tomorrow.
Cody's Wish.
Yeah, he would destroy this field for sure. I don't know if he'd like the turf or not, but.
I mean, no, I didn't necessarily the 5. That's tough. I mean, I just don't know how much pace there's going to be here. You know, the 8 horse is an interesting one. Florent Giroux with Cox. I mean, the morning line likes this horse. The win percent likes it, and the EquinEdge long shot, right? So, Heavenly Sunday, you know, has been on the turf, but has been coming up short, right? Was on the lead, came up short, and tried to kind of stalk off the pace in a 74. But obviously, it seems like this horse could improve.
I mean, just looking at the doubles, I expect this to go off as it looks like the 3 is the favorite in the doubles and the 2 is the favorite in the pick 3.
We're
getting We're
getting 13 and 1 on the 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that horse had a 4-star. It had a 4-star work. Chris, it was working really well.
And right now it's the marginal second choice in the doubles and the favorite in the pick 3, which obviously that's not going to change.
I mean, this is a Chad Brown, right? I mean, not getting any love with Flavian Pratt, but this horse is working just lights out.
Yeah, but let's also take a look. What are we, 24 minutes to post? And it's 13 to 1?
Computer money hasn't come in yet.
No. They haven't even turned the computers on yet.
Oh, I love it. Man.
No, this race is a mess. I mean, you could get a bomber here with the right ride.
And Santana's on the 4 at 8%, but that one seems tough. I thought that the 10 would be a bit of a better price, but that horse is getting absolutely crushed to 5 to 1, but that horse is only 2%.
Yeah,
this is just.
Hate to interrupt here, but there's a 4-horse race at Belmont in 2 minutes if you want to go cover that. 4 horses on 11 horses on the dirt, on the grass, and they move it to the dirt.
I mean, the 5's the long shot. The horse was 20 to 1, is 6 to 1. So the 6 is the favorite at 1 to 4. Suit of Armor. This is supposedly the pace of the race, but big step up in class, right? But the one time it got its lead here, and maybe it has in the past, it won.
Yeah.
6 horses dropping. So you have a big dropper, dropper that's dropping in here against the pace.
Santa Anita starts in 5 minutes too.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
That's race 2, though, right?
Yeah.
No, race.
It looks like you could get a price on the 22% horse there
Here, well, let's
or
go
you're going to
here.
get a pace meltdown.
We can actually watch this race, so that's good.
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, I don't know. This horse is going to be on the dirt. Rain Diva. I don't know if I bet this horse, but I remember talking about this horse at some point. I mean, it won in a 54 on the lead, right? Hillstone Martini, though. This horse is coming from Los Al, Chris. This is, coming from Pineda. Steve Knapp claimed this horse at Los Al. Steps it up in class here out of a 625 claimer and went on a layoff and then shows up here and drops it in for 10.
Yeah, it's too bad Milton Pineda isn't training the horse. We'd get more than 7-2. I don't know. Steve knows what he's doing. I mean, his win percentage has gone up over the years with these types of moves. So, but when I look for those kind of moves, I'm looking for Paul Jones to bring a horse over, because his win percentage is through the roof with that, and they still let him go off at like 5-1 and up. But what about the 4 here, sailing along?
14-1. Reed Saldana cuts back after 8, gets back to sprinting. I mean, my only is this horse has been racing in 54s and coming up short. I guess what's going to change today?
Yeah, well, I like 14-1 for second. If I was going to do maybe a 4-7 cold or 7-4 cold, or
I think this horse is going to stop. I think this horse, it's got the lead here and stopped in a 54. It can wire, but it stopped really bad here in a 56, and here it didn't get the lead and stopped bad. I think with an outside post and Hillstone Martini coming over from Los Al off the claim, I don't think they're going to rate. I think they're going to send the 3. I think it's going to be too fast, in my opinion. I think the pace is going to stop.
So who picks up the pieces there?
And the 4 is 22%. This horse has 7 second places. It hasn't really done a ton, though. I mean, it's got to step it up. I mean, it has raced close to the lead in a second. It's coming over from Los Al. This jockey's 0%, so I don't love that. But that horse, 22%. Is this the horse you were talking about, Oldy?
Yeah, I hadn't looked at it yet, but yes.
And it won righteously. I don't think this horse can rate. It tried way back here in a 52, but it hasn't been able to. The 6.
We don't like the 4, the long shot there.
We were talking about that.
I just don't know if this horse can win. It keeps in 54s, it hasn't done anything. So I guess if you compare the 2 to the 4, it's the same situation.
Yeah.
They both keep getting seconds. I'm guessing the 2 or 4 win. That's I think one of these horses is going to come off the pace and is going to the 2 is just an old timer here. She's 8 years old and raced 68 times. Wow. This horse just got claimed. They claimed this horse as an 8-year-old with 68 starts at Golden Gate. They drop it in here. I'm betting the 2's winning.
Well, you see the GSR jump too.
Yeah, I'm on the 2. Claiming an 8-year-old, and now you're going to come in and drop it in here in a 10,000 claimer and steal this. That's my pick. I think the 4 might run good too. I think the pace stops. I'm betting the 2 to win, and I would play an exacta with the 4 as well.
5's still the favorite at Churchill.
Wow.
All right, you gonna cue the race up?
Yeah.
I got a.
And we forgot to ask for Woodbine. I forgot we can do that.
Oh yeah.
get mine in time. One blew the brake if we were expecting that horse to be up. Pressing.
No.
Rain
I
Diva
think the 7 might go gate to
over to the rail by a length. Hillstone Martini tries to press in second. It's 3 more back to Tizamaster, Crown Kitten, and Drizella in the widest, 3 deep, and 5 off the pace, 2 clear of Righteously, sailing along at the back. They head toward the 3/8 with Rain Diva to catch. A 2-length advantage now over Hillstone Martini, set down, trying to close the gap once again. Then Drizella, who's racing a joint third on the outside. Crown Kitten at the rail, Tizamaster losing ground between those two, Righteously and sailing along, and Rain Diva passes the quarter pole in charge, hand-ridden to a 3.5 length lead now. Hillstone Martini at the rail, Crown Kitten and Drizella are all chasing, but nobody's catching Rain Diva. Rain Diva just breezing through the stretch. Late run from sailing along, trying to get second, but no match for Rain Diva. Rain Diva by 4.
Well, the 4 got second. No surprise there.
No. I think I talked about the 7-4 and didn't bet it. 9 to
Yeah,
1.
pocket full. I was on the 2 as well. The problem is 3 didn't go. I wanted more pace, and they went 22, but then he went 40. They went 46 and 2. Like there was no pace there. So,
well, and 22 at Santa Anita is like 24 at Gulfstream.
I was hoping they were going to go like 21 something and go like 44 and 3 or something. Yes, Scott, the 7 just easy lead and was gone. Five
Woodbine,
horse.
how about Woodbine? 6 minutes from there. We got 15 minutes till Churchill.
All right.
Cool. Yeah.
Did you already look?
I did. I have a horse I think I like.
All right, let's hear it.
It's 15%. The 7 Speed Trap, the second choice, currently at 7 to 2.
Square sword.
Off the layoff.
Lightly raced.
Are we getting Kimura really for sure? Because he's riding in Kentucky tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're getting him. Let's look. Hold on. Let me check Spires.
That's risky. I mean, just going to fly down in a little bit. Hopefully there's no thunderstorms and just able to make it in.
Yeah, I would think you would want to.
Yeah, he's on the 7.
All right.
I mean, this doesn't look like a great group. There's no speed. And the 1's not beating 62s. And it's losing by open lengths.
What happened to this horse, the 1? I mean, it was a race. It was racing really well, and then it just fell off. I mean, they did put the horse on the turf. Maybe they should have left it on the Tapeta.
I mean, maybe the long shot too. But, it is a little bit of a bump in class and hadn't done well in those situations. The 3 beat 58s last time out. It just doesn't look like there's a lot here.
Yeah, the 3's the top win percent. There's not a lot of speed here.
There's no speed. And that's the thing, the 7 might get the lead.
I mean, the 1 is the second pace, and this horse seems very slow. Wow. The 1 horse, though, I mean, I would say it's definitely run way, way better on the synthetic.
Yeah.
I guess you just have to. Is this anywhere close to the same horse that maybe it was in the past? Is the question.
Yeah.
Husbands rides, 10%, but it's getting no love on the betting, even though the morning line has it. The morning line here is like all over the place.
I mean that there is the morning line angle there. Maybe it's worth. And if you look, it had been running against Stakes Company mostly on the synthetic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a big drop, and it had already dropped, but it dropped on the turf, and it looks like it's just run much better from a money perspective, and it's made a lot of money at 6.5. So it's getting back to its preferred surface and distance if you look from money earned. Yeah, definitely interesting.
I'm with you, Oldy, on the 7.
Yeah, Oldy, I forgot we can get Woodbine.
Yeah, I totally did. It completely slipped my mind.
If I can get 5-2, good size win bet. So we got Churchill after this, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a look in on that. I'm going to go win, play, show on the 1, and then I'll do something on the 7 also.
So what's everybody's wagering plan for tomorrow?
Winning?
Well, not winning, but what's your plan, right? Like, does anybody have a plan? Does anybody in the chat have a plan on, like, what am I going to do tomorrow? What races do I want to avoid? Or am I just going to, like, start whenever they start in the morning and play every race all day? Because they'll do that. I mean, you see what happens in the chat, man. I mean, last I checked, they were over like $2,000 in bet shares. So they come to play. But what's the game plan?
I mean, for me, the Derby City mandatory payout. That's the first thing that comes to mind. I think there's some single options there. I would even consider singling in the race that you guys spread in.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just thinking out loud, and I haven't put any tickets together or anything like that yet for tomorrow. But for sure that one, because I think that the size of the fields are going to make it tougher for the computers to suck up all the money.
Yeah, I don't want to steal any.
It take them way more money to cover all those.
I don't want to steal any of Brad's material, so I know what his plan is tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll share it with you guys. But it's a good way to get from a certain amount to a much larger amount, and then putting a strategy together throughout the day to do that. And then we're still either he or anybody that is doing this. You'll put together some of your horizontals in there and try and hit those as well, but it's just not going to be the focal point where I don't want to be out of the pick 5 and not have anything else going on to my stronger opinions during the day.
Well, and I'm going to be at Gulfstream with Scotty, so I may have a plan, and he might blow my plan up too. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's how going to the track with Scotty is not a bad thing.
No, not at all. He might know something, he might have something.
Find something, see something. Yeah. These are all the things that happen sometimes during the chat where somebody will see something which will trigger the rest of them to discuss it, and then that's when you see a lot of booms.
The 2 is still 13-1 at Churchill.
Wow.
And we're off at Woodbine.
All right.
I've got the lead.
Diamond Crush has a
There's no speed, man.
This speed trap within a length.
No, they're walking.
Starlight Ridge on the outside, then Julie Marie Gamble Silver also tugging along nicely in 5th, and last of all is at this point 3.5 behind the leader, Spider Bell. They're crawling, and Diamond Crush
24-2.
The half mile from Speed Trap, Julie Marie Gamble Silver nudging up in the center. Starlight Ridge the outside.
One's gonna try to come on the rail.
Spider Bell is last. Diamond Crush narrowly. Speed Trap's traveled easily, has come alongside. 1.5 away. Gamble Silver just behind.
We'll see if the 1 can get through. 7 Oldies running in hand, basically.
Gone on takes over. Diamond Crush second, and now Speed Trap.
There goes the
who's still up
one.
in front clearly. In third, Jilly Marie from Gamble.
I don't know if he'll pass the 5 though. He's kind of hanging.
Speed Trap in front. Then Diamond Crush back out wide. Gamble Silver trying to motor home. And then came Jilly Marie, the Josie Carroll pair, doing it all right. Speed Trap and down the outside. Gamble.
7 gonna win.
Speed Trap in front.
Yep. 1 gonna finish last.
Down late.
Oh, the 3 might get there.
Gamble Silver.
Oh,
Yeah, 3 did get there.
that was brutal. That was very close, but ended up getting there.
I do wonder if Kamara lost focus there.
Brad, you're talking about the other Chad. There's 3 of them. There's the 2, the 5, and you're talking about the 11. Yeah, I think this horse is really dangerous. I used this in my pick 5. I did not use the 5, the Chad that's taking the money with Irad, but I did use the 2 and the 11. I think both the other Chads are interesting. The 2's working out of its mind. The 11, Jose is always good behind, in my opinion. And I'm going to want him coming off the pace. I just don't know if there's any pace here.
I think that the 10's the pace.
Yeah, no, I mean,
but I don't think both the 10 and because the 8 can rate a little bit, the 10 can't, and they're both Cox horses.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they rate the 8, and the 10 goes to the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Saez, traditionally, I would not be surprised by that, Oldy. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to go. There doesn't look to be a lot of pace, but I don't disagree with you. I would expect Louis to probably send from the 10 post.
I mean, I'm shocked that the 2 is sitting at the price it's sitting at right now.
Just because, why? Because it's Chad Brown? And it won a great
Chad Brown and the workout reports and is already a graded stakes winner, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Versus, some of these other horses.
Wow, good thing I missed the bet on the 7.
Yeah, that horse got nosed, Chris. I mean,
the two just run second here.
I think the 2 can win. I mean, I'm with you, Oldie. I use this horse right in the pick 5. I didn't even use Cairo Concert because I was with you. I don't think that horse has to win, but I mean, this horse is not getting looked at as the other Chad Brown. And Brad, I know you talked about the 9. Either one is that. So interestingly, right? All the money's on the 5.
Yeah, this is a big ask out of the 5.
Well, I mean, so I think to your point, look, this horse won at Gulfstream, won its maiden, looked impressive probably. The 2 wins in a 52, wins the grade 366 at Del Mar. So Chad shipped all the way out to the West Coast, right? And then now comes back here. The horse has been working, was at Payson, and then now, shows up at Churchill, gets in one work on the dirt. And obviously it was impressive, Oldie, from a work perspective.
Yeah, no, and I mean, the 5 looks turfy as I'm looking now. So I'm curious what is it about the 5 that, other than it's Irad and Chad Brown, but if you look at, Pratt and Brown are actually a slightly better combo, too, on the 2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, the 8, we talked a little bit about this horse. I mean, this horse is raced in a 74 and a 78 already. I mean, that's getting no love either, but this horse is getting completely overlooked for Florent Giroux with Brad Cox. I mean, 18% to win the long shot and is 11-1.
Yeah, 7-2 EE morning line went as well.
I mean, for a race that doesn't have a lot of pace, for this horse that has shown the ability to rate first out, stock second out, nearly win in a 76, and then, you know, gives it up on the lead in a 78, I would expect this horse to run a great race.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question is which of the Cox horses gets the lead, because there is no other speed here other than those two horses. And I think the 10's pace number is a little slow because of the 2 times it didn't get the lead.
Well, I like a lot of the exacta value on 8 and first with the 3 Chad Brad runners in second. $165 to the 2.
Yeah, that I just bet an 8 too.
I'm doing the same thing right now, but I also did a 10 to, what was the other one? 10 to 9 exacta box.
I also think Brad's 11. Like I use that horse with Jose. I think that horse has a little bit of interest as well. Well, let me.
We're approaching the gate.
Yeah, I'll grab video here. There we go.
And the horses have crossed onto the turf course. They are at the gate. It's post time.
I did, Ardash. That's my pick 5.
So are you still alive in your pick 5?
Yeah, I have 2, 8, 9, 10, 11 here.
Good luck.
I mean, it's so odd that the 2's the favorite. It's the second choice in the doubles and the favorite in the pick 3. Actually, no, the 5's the favorite in the pick 3. I missed that. But they're very close.
Mm-hmm.
The price is not at all.
In the win pool.
Yeah.
I would expect this horse would be used a lot in the horizontals too.
Waiting for preliminary and Revelita.
All right, let's see which Cox horse breaks better and gets the lead.
And they're off.
The answer is neither.
Mission of Joy mid-pack breaks out well.
8 is gonna. The 10 is. He's got no speed.
And on the outside, Papilio, and farther out, Flashy Gem. So bias for the first time, and Heavenly Sunday has tucked up to take the lead with a circuit to go. Flashy Gem is prompting in second. Liguria tucks away neatly toward the inside in third. Papilio comes away fourth. Mission of Joy is racing in fifth. Revelita's alongside her sixth. Girl named Charlie settles in toward the rail seventh. Spiral toward racing in eighth. Preliminary 3 wide in the first turn. Ninth just out of Comanche Country. 10th by 2. And Sabalink, the trailer. Backstretch run. 23 flat for the opening quarter mile.
Note the odds drop on the 2.
Sunday,
down
clear
to 9-1.
Down the backstretch.
Yeah.
Heavenly Sunday, uncontested on the front end. Flashy Gem, a stalking second. Liguria still tucked away toward the inside third with a half mile to go. Papilio's to her outside fourth, just 3 lengths off the lead. Miss Joy toward the inside is now fifth. Girl named Charlie tries to come through underneath. Belita on the outside within 5 lengths of the lead. As they round the far turn now, Heavenly Sunday's holding on to the lead. It's a length as they come for the quarter pole. Flashy Gem is poised on the outside second. Papilio comes on 3 wide. Revelita 4 wide. First the corner off the turn. Mission of Joy.
Come on, Flo.
Come
on, 2.
Heavenly Sunday, tenuous lead. Liguria stuck. Nowhere to go down
8-2. Come on. Oh, we're going to get beat by the 11. That's Jose. I'll take it 8-11. Get up, 8-11. Get up, 11.
Finishing full of run, but Heavenly Sunday, wire. And a masterful ride by Florent Giroux to do it. Tight for second. I'm on Reveille.
I rarely root for Flo, but I was rooting for him there. Brad, great call on the 11.
Two got killed trying to.
The 2?
Yeah, trying to get out around after the turn.
Yeah, that was wow, 9-1 over 8-1. I should have played the try, but I will take it.
I got the exacta.
Yeah.
I think we all can say that Cairo Concert might be a little tired.
I played the 8 in the tournament. That was my 3rd of 5, but I played there. I missed the 5 earlier, Oldy, and that with Matt Dinerman, else I would be sitting really nice. But I played the 8 for win place, and then I played a bunch on the 8-11.
That was ugly for me. I had a lot on the 2 there. I had 2-8.
I had 2-8. But I also had 8-11 5 times. It's paying $129
for
$2 for $1.
Wow. I played a bunch in the doubles from 8. Let's see. I had a $15 exacta, a win place on the 8, and then I have a $20 double from the 8 to Wonder Wheel.
Nice.
I mean, that was, I mean, it's pretty crazy. We talked a lot about it, right? I mean, EquinEdge long shot, you're getting, I mean, this was wild. I mean, I think the biggest thing, Oldie and Chris, that I saw was this, the SOR, right? Because you had a horse that was very much proven, like I talked about this towards the end, right? Rated first out, stalked, and wins a 68, goes to Gulfstream and runs in the grade 3 in a 74 and doesn't run awful, 4-path, 5-path, Gaffleon, so I mean, and then, Flo gets back on and I think here, right, just gives it up at the end, which we almost saw potentially there. But the biggest thing, right, guys, was it was a 78. I mean, that's just
the 9 won that race.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, that was where the 8 got caught.
Well, and the 8 was also coming off, second off a little break. And I think we got too hung up, or at least I did, too hung up with the price that we were getting on the 2 and not just being happy. Look at the 8 again. The other tell, Justin, there is the EE morning line to what it went off at. And if you look at the 2, the EE morning line to where it went off at, I don't play a lot of those typically where you're going 6-1 and 9-1 because it's too close. Now, I liked 13 and 15 and 16 and whatever it was before, but I should have pivoted to the 8. But again, I did my standard little saver, which was put the 8 on top, put 3 horses underneath, and the 11 was one of them. So I still get out way ahead than just flat losing.
Yeah.
But that's a really good explanation, Justin, on how you got to where you get. So when people are in the chat and they go, "How did he find that?" That's how he found it.
Yeah, no, it's good. I appreciate you saying that because, and for me, and we didn't look at all the horses here, but when I had originally looked at this race, I really liked the 2 and 8, and these were the horses I landed on. I added the 5 when Coach talked about it earlier, but as I looked at it more, I got back off of it. And I think in my pick, I thought about singling the 8 here, to be honest, earlier, but ended up obviously in the next leg to Wonder Wheel. But I thought Jose, and Brad jumped in on the chat here, and I'm glad he did because it reminded me to talk about it. But I thought he was going to run well. Good job, Chuck. And and Jose came flying. I mean, that's where I like Jose when he comes on the turf and he's coming late. And there wasn't a lot of pace there, but it was set up perfect.
Yeah.
Click on the paths.
So you had it 5
Holy
times.
Goodness, 2 $2.59 for $2?
Yeah. How many times you have it?
15.
Wow. I had it 5 times, well, which is 2.5.
I had more.
Pretty much everybody else had it 0 times, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean,
said pretty much you guys had the entire ticket hit on the exacta between your 20 times.
Yeah, I had it 15 times, and then I played win place, paid $233 in the $15 win place. So, which that was the tournament pay. That, talk about something where you don't get killed by the computers. That's it, right?
Yeah.
And I think like those are the situations. And I don't. It's actually really interesting, you guys, because if you think about EquinEdge, right, and we should, since we have so much time, I love talking about this stuff because these are the situations where you actually can try to play against them, right? Because and it may not always work, but we have our own AI tool here which tells us this. The morning line, Chris, you pointed out a few times, right? And then you end up with the long shot and you have an 18% win. And then you look at the SOR, whatever reason, they don't see it, right?
I got one for you guys, by the way, while we're talking about this.
Yeah, like another
about 5 minutes to Belmont, 17%, top pace by almost 30 points. Currently sitting at 8-1 and is a Pletcher horse. And the long shot.
It's a similar type of angle, right? And I think in that situation, Oldy, right? It was so like we can kind of compare them, right? Pace of the race, not a lot of pace, likely can wire the field, is very classy in my mind. I talk about this a lot in the coaching class. What have you done for me lately? You almost wired the field in a 78. This is a 76. So you can do it. You can. Like when I don't like it, right, is like this was a 68 and this is a 76. And like, I'm like, like, I don't know if you can. But in that situation, so I think you have the class, right? In a situation, in a paceless race on the turf course, I think here, right, it's you are the pace of the race just because you're fast, right? In expressman. Yeah. So I would do the same thing though. I look and I say, you are very fast, and can you wire the field? Well,
this is the Zandon race. That's where all the money's going.
Yeah, you look and you say, well, you wired the field in a 62, 2 back at Gulfstream on the dirt in the 5-hole. You were the favorite. Speed is good there. I like it because it's a 62. And then you go to step up in the grade 1 Carter, which was only a 70. You didn't get the lead, but you still only lost by a length. So in this situation, Oldy, when I look at this, I say, okay, GSR, also pretty good, right? I look at trainer jockey. They only hit it 12%. That's probably the negative. But I think the situation here, right, that you're looking at is can this horse run them off their feet, right?
Right. Yeah, no, that and, the Zandon coming off the layoff too. And being the type of horse that just doesn't get there. And probably wants longer than a mile. Especially a 1-turn mile.
The only other one I'd be concerned with here, and the numbers may not agree with me, but 6 Wayburn.
See, for me, it would be Repo Rocks or Dr. Adito. Really?
Yeah, I know. I'm partial to McCarthy. Yeah. But these are the kind of races McCarthy wins on like a Friday stakes.
He's been riding really poorly, though, this year, since he came back from that injury. Yeah. I was talking about that with Scotty. There was a horse we liked yesterday at Belmont that he was riding. I mentioned to Scotty he'd been riding really poorly. And the horse it was a jockey ride that cost the horse that race.
I'm going to bet the 2 to win, and then the 7 over the 2.
All right, I got the race up here. You guys should be able to hear it. I'm around the restroom as this goes off. Good luck.
Thank you.
We're all counting.
All right, well, nice little backup hit for me. Justin crushed pretty good there.
You know me, I have to get my airplane reference in there somewhere.
Absolutely. All right, so Brad is up here when Justin gets back. Is that about right? Am I reading the schedule correct?
I believe that's right. Because we're to the Oaks.
Yeah.
Waiting for Zandon and Repo Rocks.
Ah, John Embryo. Haven't heard him for a minute.
They're all in line.
Grade 3, Westchester.
And off. A bit of a hesitant start there for number 1, Bourbon Calling, and he is the early trailer. Repo Rocks on the outside, Expressman down at the rail, and the two of them are heads apart in the early going, with Wayburn racing in third. Dr. Ardito is next in fourth. Unbridled Bomber, followed by Zandon, and trailer Bourbon Calling in seventh as they move up the backstretch. It is Expressman here by 3/4 of a length in the opening quarter. 22 and 4/5 seconds. Repo Rocks tracks in second, length and a quarter. Back to Wayburn, who's sitting in third, followed by Unbridled Bomber in a fourth. Zandon is fifth, 5.5 off the lead. I think Dr. Ardito is down at the rail, and alongside is a Bourbon Calling. That mile was sharp, 45
They went
and
fast.
4/5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The inside, and Repo
Zandon
Rocks.
doesn't win here. He's just not that good because he got the pace.
Expressman down at the rail, now running in second. Wayburn is
Who's
third.
done?
Zandon is being asked for more in fourth.
I think Repo Rocks has this.
Then Unbridled Bomber and Dr. Ardito with Bourbon.
I don't think Zandon's going to get there, man.
3/4 in 110, and it is Repo Rocks with the lead. Zandon is driving up on the outside.
5 might get second.
Repo Rocks in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish.
Oh,
Repo
Zandon
Rocks
will get
has
second.
opened up by 3.5
Yeah.
lengths.
No.
Zandon
Maybe the 6.
in second. It is Repo Rocks, a sharp winner.
Jamie Ness had the juice out today.
And Repo Rocks come
What, did he have the 8?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, we never sent the link to Brad.
Oh,
Let me grab that.
can you send it to him?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
On it.
Yeah. Tell him sorry. I totally forgot about that. The juice or nest?
Well-
That's correct. The nest juice. Everybody.
Yeah,
It's
no
a
juice
thing.
today. You can't bring it to New York, apparently. All right, Justin. Well, I am going to run because Brad will be coming on. So thanks for
It's been a
having me.
pleasure,
It
man.
was
You've been
fun.
on.
Yeah.
I love having you lately. It's been good. I think it's I think from a quarter horse perspective, we should have, I always enjoy the kind of spring, summer time. There's lots of Remington. We'll find some time to, I always love chatting quarter horses with you. And we didn't get to talk a lot about you and stuff like that, but we'll have you on again.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And we could have covered some Sam Houston today because you can actually bet on the Sam Houston quarter horse races.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
only thoroughbred.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
And EE is really kind to the quarter horses, so that is good as well. But yeah, good to be on. Good luck with your Derby wagers. Good luck with your pick 5. I hope you hit it, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, brother. Good to see you.
Thanks, Chris.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Well, Oldy, that was I cannot believe that paid 130 to 1. But
Crazy.
I guess a 9-1 over an 8-1. Sometimes you just find that you find the value. Jose came flying late. The other Chad, the 8 was the I still can't believe that horse went off at 9-1. But good, John. I'm glad you hit that. That was awesome. It's in your multitasking. It's I love hearing when people hit those, especially good ones like that, Oldie.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Churchill, the last. I'm single to Wonder Wheel. She is 11-1. I like it. Wet Paint, the big favorite. South Lawn Oldie still taking the money. I know we'll have Brad join here shortly, and
yeah, he should be here any second.
We'll talk some Oaks.
He said he'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah, perfect. Cool. It looks like South Lawn though. We heard that from John Lease. We heard it from Oldie. Maybe did you also have some interest in this horse?
Yeah, I mean, I have some interest. It's not my top pick here, but I'm excited to see that Wonder Wheel's not taking money.
Yeah. I mean, that is interesting.
And the 3 horses I like, the 4 horses I like, Wet Paint, Defining Purpose, Pretty Mischievous, and Wonder Wheel, only Wet Paint's taking money.
And who, say again, Wet Paint, who else?
Defining Purpose.
Oh yeah, the 11. Yep.
Yeah, so South Lawn would have been my fifth choice.
What was your perspective in back here in the Goldenrod? I mean, she ran in a 76 from McPeak there after breaking her maiden, and then they dropped back down just the stakes company into a 68 at Oaklawn and wins, but then doesn't really run in the either one of these, and then wins the Ashland. So it's like,
my thought is this horse does not like a wet track.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that. I mean, whether the GSR says yes or no. I mean, it says no. So, yeah, it says no. I mean, anytime I see a 10-point drop, that tells me that the horse might not like it. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. And this was a wet fast track. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, she's going to have to, I would say, break well. Right. Mm-hmm. And not get caught up with the 2, the 5, the 6, and got cut out wide. My concern on those horses was all that speed in the 11 and 14, and Hernandez and Gaffleon, they both got a break really good, and 2 good jockeys to do it though, in my opinion. So, and then, a lot of these horses back here, I think Wet Paint, I don't know. I just think it's a tough navigation, but they have Pratt, and maybe happens today.
Yeah. And, I wonder if a horse like Mimi Kakashi, something like that, who's won 3 in a row in Dubai, might be a horse that you could see land underneath.
Yeah, who this is? The one?
The one, 8? Yeah, it shows it. Scotty and I talked about this yesterday about getting that fixed so that the Dubai races show up.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, and some other horses where I don't know a lot about this horse. Like, did you look into this?
A little. I mean, the granted, I don't know the level of competition, but I'm pulling up now. So give me a sec here. So this horse. One more second here. I just got to get to the right race. So this horse won the Grade 3 UAE Oaks, the UAE 1,000 Guineas, and the 1,000 Guineas Trial, and by open lengths.
Wow. And I think I would be, for anybody here, I'd tread cautiously on the obviously the win percent because of that, and nothing's really showing up. So has the one worked over the surface?
And does have a win at 1 mile and 3/16, which was the UAE Oaks distance. And the notes say track leader, ridden to lead 300 meters out, ridden out well.
Mm-hmm.
And the other notes say easy and ridden out well. And it does look like this horse tracks the leaders and then makes its move with what one is 450. The rest were at 300 meters, which we'd have to figure that's about 270 yards, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. All right. Well, we have our last and final guest, Oldy, of the day. Yeah. It's been a good one. Brad Anderson, longtime EquinEdge user, right? Oldy, Breeders' Cup betting champion. I know you've learned a lot from him in betting, and he's I hold him in high regard because I think you've shared a lot of this, right? Him and his circle have done really well in some of these tournaments on the big days, right?
Yep.
So I want to welcome it. I'll welcome in Brad. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Oldy. Go ahead.
Brad always has a plan. He's not winging it when he gets there. He has a plan, even if he's not playing in a tournament, of what he's going to do. And he sticks to that plan, win or lose, and doesn't chase.
Welcome, brother. We're glad to have you.
Hey, Justin, Oldy, how are you?
Doing great, Brad.
This is just, as a horse player, this Friday, Saturday, to me, is as good as the Breeders' Cup in terms of quality of racing, full fields, and really, really full pools. And if you can find those right pools to bet into, boy, it can be a memorable weekend. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's a lot of fun. It got started a little rough, but I am alive here to a double thanks to Chuck, who gave out that 8 in that last race. So if I can get the back end of this double, I'll be jumping a little bit and happy for the day. But just it's exciting to talk horses. It's exciting to hang out with fellow horse players who share this passion and really enjoy it. It's kind of ironic, though, that there's so much focus on the one race, and everybody's got an opinion on this race, and everybody spends a lot of time on the race. But if you could look at that card tomorrow and find ways to extract value, it can be a significant day. So thanks for having me on.
Hey, Brad, did you see the double I hit earlier today?
I saw that. Very nice. I would have liked to have seen a little more oomph on the multiplier, Oldy, but other than that, that's great handicapping.
It was a $10 double. I'll take it.
I know.
Pay for $1, paid 30 to 1. That's with a 5 to 2 and a 5 to 1. That's pretty good.
Right.
So, Brad, Oldy was talking about, having a plan, keeping that plan. We actually talked, I don't know, John Lease was on earlier, and he talked about that. And it's been really cool with the group. We all know Scotty, and then we had Matt Dinerman on for a bit, and then having John on, longtime horse player. But he talked, it was interesting to hear. I know Scotty and I don't know John very well, but I know him a little bit. But you guys all have a little bit of a similar situation of having an opinion, having a plan. How do you get to do that? How do you say, okay, I'm not going to bet all over the place. I'm going to follow these tracks. I'm only going to do this today. I'm a gambler, but I want action, but you have structured action. And I would be curious for the viewers, how you got yourself to get there.
Well, I think like all of us, I think we learned the hard way. You start off in this sport and you're chasing every race and every track and every horse, and you think you've got an opinion, and you very quickly learn that just is not a long-term strategy. If you really love this hobby and one that you want to be profitable, which I think we all want to, you learn that you can't do that. And I think, to me, so I've learned the hard way. But then I think once I started playing contests, I really started to understand a little bit more about the efficiency of betting. And when you have an opinion, you need to be very efficient in how you attack it. And I know there's a lot of marketing and a lot of hype on the pick sixes and the pick fives. I'm terrible at those. I'm not good at, spreading. I don't like spreading. And I think at times you have to be good at that. You have to be able to identify a group of 4 or 5 horses. I was always about just pick the one winner. Pick the one winner and focus on that. So then I got into contests, and I think contests you very quickly learn that the only way to win these contests is to have an opinion, fire away. Don't take your balance and just kind of pedal it away on small, hopeful wagers. So, like today, I started with a balance, and my goal was to get 10x. And once I get a goal, then I start to say, now let me look at the card and see how I can take that balance from X to 10X. And that may be 2 or 3 all-in plays to push it in on a horse you really like, or 3 or 4 horses that you really like into another horse you like. So I think once you get whatever that number is, and it can be 5X, I mean, there's nothing wrong with starting today with $100 and walking away with 500. I mean, that is a great day. And sometimes we lose sight of how important that is just from a positive momentum going into the next day, for example, tomorrow, or even just long term, knowing that you're just not continuing to, fund that account and just see that money dwindle away. So to me, I think I come up with a number. Like tomorrow it'll be higher because I do think there's a lot more value there, and I like some of the non-favorites. Today I couldn't get off the favorites. Now I listened to Chuck, and Chuck turned me on to the 8. I was on the 11 in that last race. I knew Jose would have him in the right place. I was just hoping he had enough speed to catch, but he didn't. But fortunately, I listened to Chuck and put some money on the 8 into the Oaks here, and hopefully I can hit a double for 65 to 1, and all of a sudden, you hit your goal of 10x. But you guys know you got to be humble in this sport. I mean, we all take an opinion, and I love to hear other people's perspective, but I also love to see people that are humble and take it in stride, because we can't be right every race. And I think you got to find those that you feel like your process has led you to this horse, and then you can't look back. You've got to bet with conviction.
Yeah, I mean, that I've said that, and I learned, to be honest, Brad, I learned the same way that you just said, and you literally learned the hard way. And you're like, how do I make sure? And I'm still guilty of doing it, to be honest, with anybody listening. And but you learn the hard way of like you can't chase, you cannot. You have to make a decision. You have to have conviction. And Steve said it here a second ago in the chat, you need to be more of a sniper, find the value and drop the hammer. Whether it's find the value or, Brad, right? Like find where you have the most confidence, conviction, and play it, because it's not going to work every time, but it will work if you're successful in doing it right some % of the time.
Yeah. And I think, you find out that a 2 to 1 into a 3 to 1 can pay 10 to 1 on a double. Mm-hmm. There's nothing wrong with going with chalk. If you feel like that horse is a horse to beat, that you don't have to be chasing a 10 to 1 because you're looking for that big win score. I mean, there's lots of different ways to get to your multiplier of what you want. But I think you just have to be disciplined. And I'll be honest, I like a little action every once in a while. If I'm sitting around on a Friday night, will I throw some money on some action bets? Yeah. But, it used to be probably 50% of my payroll. Now it's probably more like 5 to 10%. Mm-hmm. And I just have to limit when someone says, oh, let's look at Los Alamitos. I'm like, I don't know that track. I don't know the trainers. It'll be exciting. I'll share a drink with you as you guys wager, but it's not for me.
Yeah.
Sounds like that was directed at Chris.
Yeah. But John talked about that earlier. He said, right? And, very similar to what you just said, Brad. John Lee said, find and play selective tracks. I asked Brad about Churchill, and John was just like, I don't really play that part of the circuit, and I mainly was asking him, just as a longtime player, you always hear about, I brought this up kind of throughout the day, horses that love the turf hill, the dirt, or they love the course in some way, just because it's a bit of a different surface is what I hear. But he was very just kind of humble and then just honest to be like, I don't really play it. Like, I think you focus on tracks that you like and that so to your point, Brad, you get to know the trainer, you get to know the jockeys, you get to understand any type of track bias or jockey bias, whatever it is. How do you find the angle and edge and focus on something, right? It's kind of like we don't have 12 jobs. We usually have a limited amount, and then you can become more successful.
Yeah, and I think, the tool like our EquinEdge is just fabulous, and it brings it all together. But, I've gotten into the habit of trying to, again, stay away from those tracks I don't like. It's so easy, and you want to be able to pick that long shot, and you see the long shot in the software, and it's telling you that, that you like this horse. It's like, I just got to turn it off. Otherwise, you fall into that action betting. So, the tool's phenomenal, but you still have to have the discipline to really know when to push back and say, I've had enough today. I've went through my budget, or what, I'm just throwing darts.
Yeah. And for Pocket Full, go into Handy View. So click on the horse, and then you can click on lifetime or 6 months, and it will change, the 6 month and lifetime. So I think they just moved it into a toggle from 6 months to lifetime. Right. And then at the same time, you have your lifetime record here. They just don't have the toggle out there anymore. I see what you're saying. And then GSR has obviously surface and distance. So. All right. Well, Brad, let's talk Oaks. You're playing into somebody, but you're playing into somebody much different than I am, I'm guessing, based on the odds. I played the 8-11 there. I talked a lot about the 8, and then I had already liked the 11. And you came in and chimed in, and you gave me more conviction. I thought Jose was going to come flying, and he did it. Like, you and I read that race perfect. I thought Flo, who I know better light, would be on the lead. I played the exacta there, but I played 8 cold into Wonder Wheel. I'm single to Wonder Wheel in the pick 5. How did you break this race down in the Oaks?
This 3-year-old filly class has been difficult all year to really get a handle around. Because you take a horse like Wonder Wheel, who just, from a 2-year-old perspective was top of the class, proved it in the Breeders' Cup, and then just kind of struggled in those first 2 races. I was in Tampa for that race in February, and I was just really disappointed in how that horse looked. And I'm like, okay, first off the layoff, Oldy has his first race off the Breeders' Cup stat that is very, very valid. So I said, okay, I'm gonna give it one more race. And I watched that last race, and I just don't see the improvement that I wanted to see on Wonder Wheel. So when I went through this and looking at all the horses, I came to Wet Paint. Wet Paint is just a visually stunning horse down the stretch. There was some question that it only liked wet surfaces, but then it came back, I think in the fantasy in April on a dry surface, and just blew them away. So one of my strong angles is always the late pace figure. I really want a horse that's coming down the stretch. And especially in these longer races, I want to see that. And that led me to a single here. It's not going to be very sexy. It's Wet Paint. But, just to give you an example, though, this double, if Indian and wet paint, that started with that 8, is paying 66 to 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it just shows you that, a horse that's a favorite, you can make significant dollars on it if you bet it right. So I had the lone A as being wet paint. I then come to a couple of other horses that I think have a chance. The 11 Defining Purpose, I think, is a horse that's improving. A little inconsistent, but I think it'll be forward placed. So I want a horse that's going to be forward just in case the pace isn't fast enough, even though I do think there's a lot of speed here that'll help both Wet Paint and Gambling Girl, who's the other closer. So Defining Purpose. And then, I landed on the 4, South Lawn. That's also as a B. I think it'll get a stalking trip. This horse had some medical conditions that had throat surgery. They had to open up the air passages. And in the last 2 races, it really has been a different horse. I thought was very impressive at the tight corners of the Fairground Oaks. And Raylu, what's not to like about him as a jockey. So I've got South Lawn and Defining Purpose as my Bs. I really like Julia Shining, but she did not get in. I was hoping there was going to be a scratch.
Yep. Yeah, I was with you.
And I'm just a little, I like Pretty Mischievous, the 14, but the post is just, it's going to be a challenge, I think. So that led me off of that horse. And then, Botanical is another one that's kind of strange in that I think it's bred for dirt, but it's been running at Turfway, on the poly. So I can't get a good sense of how that horse is going to run on the dirt. It could easily be the winner here, but I left that horse off just because I think it'll get too expensive. And, what I'm trying to do here is a double into the Derby winner. I like to structure a couple of tickets. I press really hard, and I'll press really hard on Wet Paint into a few horses in the Derby, and then I'll have a little bit of protection with South Lawn and Defining Purpose. But I would love to hear your perspective on Wonder Wheel. I really wanted to like her, but I just haven't seen the improvement as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I think my biggest thing, and I think as a 2-year-old, right, she wins the Breeders' Cup. She comes off here, and she should have won this race. And we talked with Scotty about this. It was the same thing, right? And she should have won. I didn't get to spend a ton of time. It says she dueled and then she was denied, right? And when I looked at this race, I wanted to really like Pretty Mischievous. I really like Julia Shining. And my concern with Wet Paint is just having to navigate all of this and, having to come from way behind. The same thing I would say with somebody for me when I look at closers is I want them to be middle of the pack and not like on an outside post so I think she's going to be able to navigate. My thing with Wonder Wheel is, so I think Flying Connection with Florent Giroux is going to go. I really do. Oldy, in Botanical, my concern, I know people are on this, is just like, she looks really good. I think she just really liked the Tapeta, or the poly track. And it's her first time dirt. Like, I don't necessarily like to see that as a first time in a grade 1. Like, don't try to do something different in this situation. So I thought that from a pace perspective, I don't know how hot this is going to be. It may not be a big pace, was my perspective, that the Flying Connection up here with Florent Giroux, I don't know what Botanical is going to do. I think Wonder Wheel, I don't know. I think, Oldy, you brought up the perspective of like, has she been too close? I wasn't too worried about that. Like, I think first off the layoff, she needed the race. This was disappointing though, to me, I would say. The Ashland, I didn't get a chance to watch it. My hope is that she's able to relax and is able to sit a good trip. And I think she's just going to get a really nice setup. I don't think it's going to be an insane pace. I think she's just a much better horse than some of these. And she showed that as a 2-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's going to have a chance at the jump and just be able to sit a really good trip with Joelle. So that was a little bit, I was really looking at the pace, and I just don't know if it's going to set up great for these closers. And the only other horses I really liked were in those outside posts. So that's where it just ended up me. I thought she would be able to sit a really good trip in a field like this.
Yeah, I mean, at 11-1, you can't. I mean, you got to be happy with that price. I mean, that's potential huge value on the Breeders' Cup Champion winner in the Oaks at 11-1. That's surprisingly that it hasn't come down. Now maybe it will, but that feels high.
Well, and even the 11 and 14, Oldy, we talked about them. They're both 10-1 plus as well. Like, Southlawn's the one taking a little bit of extra money, right? And other than that, all the money's going to wet paint.
Yeah, all the money. And, I'm looking at the doubles too. I mean, you're getting like a $60 double on Wonder Wheel to Forte.
Right. I'll tell you that's a pool you need to hit hard, because
it was already over $2 million last
value if you get the winners, and it gives you something really nice to be cheering into when the Derby comes around, if you can find that Oaks Derby connection.
Well, I haven't bet it yet, but I'm going to right now.
I'm curious, Oldy, who'd you end up on?
So here's what I'm doing. I'm doing a Southland Wonder Wheel, Pretty Mischievous to Forte.
Yep.
And then I'm going to do a wet paint to Verify.
What odds are you seeing on that wet paint to Verify?
I had it up here. Of course, I clicked too far. Hold on. So wet paint to 7 to Verifying is 64-1.
Yeah, right. That's a great number. I mean, especially if you believe that Forte is a horse to beat, and probably will get bet down to 3-1. I mean, you're telling me you get that kind of return on a 3-1 horse,
right?
And all you got to do is pick 2 winners.
Oh, I just screwed it up too. After all that, I left Forte in there. I forgot to clear it. Hold on. But that's where I think and I think you could hit a big try here if you can beat Wet Paint in the first spot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And the other multi-race, again, we're getting close to time, but you can do the Oaks into the Bourbon, into the Derby. It's a nice pick 3.
Oh.
If you got an opinion in that,
in
that Bourbon, which is a tough.
If you have a single in that Bourbon, you can cover both races.
Right.
Just as a thought of how to structure it.
I'm seeing this now. So what's the pick 3? Is it 50 cents?
I think it's $3.
Yeah, I think it's higher denomination than that, I think.
Yeah, it's like the all turf one that they do at. Let's see. Hold on, I'm looking now. No, it's 50.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, you can then do a little bit of spreading and still, get down to 30-1 or something like that as a payoff.
Well, if you beat those 2 favorites in the 2 bookends, you're going to get paid. Doesn't matter what happens in that middle leg.
I just played it, but I haven't even looked at the Bourbon, so I'd have to spread there. Okay.
So I'm curious, Brad, what do you think of the Dubai horse in this race? Because I was talking about that horse right before.
Yeah, Oldy, and we'll get into this if we get into the Derby, but I thought the horse looked really slow in that Madon race. I have not been impressed with the workouts that I've watched. So you're talking about the one, right? Mimi Kakushi?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a toss for me. I didn't see anything in there that I thought gave that horse a chance to win.
I don't think it will win, but I think it could hit underneath.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a vertical player. So, if you ask me what horse is going to finish second, third, or fourth, that's a weakness of mine and one that I try not to put a whole lot of money into.
I don't have any feeling for any of the AEs in the Derby.
I think the question to me when this race starts is how far will wet paint be back?
Well, and also I think Brad Cox has 6 in here with Chris Landeros riding. Because if this was a serious race for him, you wouldn't have Chris Landeros riding. I think the 6 is here and I said this on the class last night when I was doing the class, that I think this horse is here to rabbit, to make sure that wet paint gets the pace.
And this is who, Oldy?
6 Botanical.
Yeah, I mean, I think I even put that. Yeah, I said pace for wet paint in my notes.
Yeah.
Like,
I
could see that. Like, I mean, I really could. I think the issue is going to be, like, the horse, I think, Brad, you talked about it, is this horse should like the dirt. It's just the first time. Like, that's so risky. I mean,
if he was serious, Flo would be riding that horse instead of Fitcher's horse.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have this race with a lot of speed. So I think Botanical goes. I think you've talked about Flying Connection. That's going to go one way. I also think Darth Vader is another speed horse will be up front. So I'm expecting honest fractions to allow wet paint to come flying home.
No, I agree. I mean, I can, and I mentioned this earlier, that the last horse to win on the lead at the Oaks was Serengeti Empress.
Yeah.
That feels like, that was Maximum Security was the Derby. I mean, that was a while ago.
I also just wonder, like, as I've kind of listened to you guys and kind of look at these horses some more, just how I don't see this as really that tough of a race, I guess, for Oaks. So I guess that would be my only perspective on wet paint too. Like, this may set up nicely, Brad, to your point of like some of this speed. I kind of almost, not that it's cheap, but I think they may fold it in, and so it will be interesting on how fast they go. Cause I think to your point on somebody like Darth Vader, Saez for Yates, right? I mean, he's sending here. He's going to have to, right? Being out there. So it's, I think, going to be interesting on what Flo does. I think like he's probably sending too. Saez sends, like, what's going to happen on the inside with Botanical, right? So yeah, I could see it for sure. And like, it could be fairly quick. I still think Wonder Wheel could sit the trip. So it'll be interesting. I think Oldy, I am curious how close she's going to be. Oldy, if Joelle tries to not ride quite as close, it ends up getting the first jump. So we'll see.
Yeah, no,
I would not talk you off that horse, Justin, especially at this price.
Yeah, well, I'm single to it in the pick 5, and I have doubles to it. So,
yeah, that's a little bit like me when we get to the Derby. I've got a horse that I've got a futures bet on.
Tap it twice, correct?
Yeah, tap it twice at 45-1. So I've just excluded that from all my other bets. I'll take my money and try to spend it there to cover myself a little bit. So.
Well, that's the way I felt with Rich Strike last year, and all the other late entries was because I had all other 3-year-olds at 20-1. Wow. So I was just sitting there. Okay, I only have to cover the horses you know, the horses I know pretty well, and I don't have to worry about covering anything else because I'm covered for all those other ones.
The 2-horse is getting really good.
That's a serious warm up for 9 furlongs.
It really is.
That's another Cox horse. You got to think that they're going to go too, based on what I'm seeing there.
Oh, I said target for wet paint. Oh, this is the horse. So this horse was a target in the workout report, Oldy. I remember reading. Yeah, I put that in my note. That's right. I was like, why did they put this horse as the target? This horse was the target for wet paint in the workout. Like I remember reading that in the workout report. So yeah, I think you're right. I actually like this though. That's okay for I kind of view this almost as, you know, a 2-horse race as I think more about this, but I do think the 11 and 14 will run well. But you know, I hope Joel doesn't get too caught up in any pace, Oldie on Wonder Wheel, and does take back a little bit. But maybe there.
I mean, the 10's gonna go, and it's going to be. He's gonna go like it's last year's Derby. Because that horse has no other way to go, and he's stuck in an outside post.
Yeah. The what was I gonna? Somebody was asking about the 8. I don't know your guys' thoughts on the 8. Ray Handel, I always have a special place in my heart for that guy, man, because of that pick 4 I hit, and just seems like a good dude, to be honest. But I couldn't find my way to this horse for Vargas. I don't know if either one of you had much thoughts, but Karina, I couldn't, and Thomas wasn't for me.
Yeah, so, I have a lot of admiration for Ray. I think he's a good young trainer who's starting to get some good horses. This is just a huge step up in class and competition. You know, it was a slow pace in that last race. I think it was kind of a surprise winner. But I just hope this isn't the last time we see Ray, because I've got a lot of respect for him. But yeah, I had a hard time getting 8 into the winner's circle. Would I love to see it? For sure.
You guys should take a look at the exacta prices on the 7 to the 5, too. You're getting 61 to 1. Or, I'm sorry, no, actually, it's 35.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Because they're showing a base bet of $2 here.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think pretty mischievous, you know, from that outside post, and then you could say the same about Defining Purpose. If somebody was asking me who's like the guarantee to hit the board, like in Defining Purpose, the EquinEdge long shot, so that's interesting. But I think these are well, I guess wet paint, but I think these two for sure could run into 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah, and don't forget. I mean, if you do think it's a fast pace, don't forget about the 3. Was also a very strong closer, but it's just finished behind. Behind wet paint.
Mm-hmm. I mean, good GSR.
Maybe it gets up for 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, good GSR. How's Irad? I mean, this horse has 2 seconds and a 1st going 9 furlongs. So has experience in 70, I mean, a little bit weaker races, but the Gazelle came back at 76. So, you know, I think to your point, Brad, maybe that horse does have a shot with a hot pace.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I did turn on the NBC feed just to make myself angry, see how many of their handicappers picked wet paint.
And what was the outcome?
I think it was 7 out of 10.
You know, I think the other thing, Justin and Oldie, when you get into these doubles, especially the Oaks into the Derby, I like to really have a 2-tiered approach, and you know, whatever your base unit is, if it's 50 cents, if it's $5, if it's 10, I really like to hit about 25x on my strongest opinions. And then I'll drop down to either 5 or 10x on my second opinions. And especially as you start to look at these probables, I mean, even Forte early on when I was looking, I think the favorite into Forte is something like 11-1. So if you really like Forte and you don't want to wait until tomorrow to see what that value is, you can lock it in now at a very nice, healthy return. If it
Yeah.
wins.
Derby Pick 6 has 440 tickets live.
Wet paints there with the pony. That's the cow.
That looks like a cow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the curse to the Derby, if I remember correctly. You don't want that horse as your pony.
So tomorrow, if we see Forte or Mage or somebody like that with that horse,
run! Don't run to the window.
Run away from the window.
Yeah, run away from the window or do something different.
I wonder who assigns that.
I don't know. It's a good point though, but I have heard in the past that that's not the pony you want. Well,
with it being May the 4th yesterday, I'm thinking that's not the pony you're looking for.
Yeah.
With a little wave of my hand. I don't know if you can see my hand moving.
Brad, are you going to hang with us for a few after and we can talk your Derby pick?
Oh, I'd love to.
Okay.
If you guys want to keep me around, I'd love to.
Yeah, well, this is our last race, so yeah, I would love to hear it too.
Because I have heard an opinion that I want to differ with a fellow Chicagoan in the next race. So
you do not like my take on
that banter back and forth.
You do not like my take on Dermasoda Gate? Ake, however you pronounce it.
Horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time.
All right, come on, Flavian.
Good luck, Thomas. The 5.
Is it good?
We'll find out. Did you hear him? Is it good?
Yes, is he good? He used to be, or she used to be.
Do you know anything about it?
Yeah.
Is it a long shot?
About it.
No, I mean, she's not really. She kind of is a long shot, to be honest. Here we go. This is the Oaks.
How much could you win?
10,000.
Oh, God. So you have the 5?
And they're going to sit and go back, which is what I was hoping. They're anticipating the.
Dad, who do you have?
All the way to the back, Joel
Yeah,
went.
maybe a little too far back, but.
Well, he's getting out of the mess, but he's going to take a lot of dirt.
What happened there?
I don't know.
Pretty Mischievous settles into 5th. The Alice look reserved at the inside 6th.
You have 5?
Long on the outside,
yeah,
7th.
way in the back.
The today, all the way back in 8th,
just like we thought the 10.
The girl toward the inside,
and they're doing everything they can to try to control that horse at almost 23 flat.
Wonder Wheel is 13th, second to last, and ahead of Affirmative Lady down the backstretch run. And the pace is sharp in this Oaks, 46-4 for the opening half mile. 4 furlongs to go, and it's Flying Connection, the leader. Defining Purpose is right there. Dorth Vader 3 wide. Mini Kakushi sent on for speed toward the rail. Pretty Mischievous is 4 wide and looming with 3 furlongs to go. The Alice look has come off the
right
rail.
now, my Mimi Kikuchi isn't looking that bad.
Under pressure, so too Wet
Here comes
Paint.
Chris Landeros.
Picking it up from the back, but she's forced to go wide as the field hits the top of the stretch. 2 furlongs to go. Pretty Mischievous comes wide off the turn, but she's in front. Flying Connection fights on. Big effort from Dorth Vader. The Alice look is there. Gambling Girl is coming down the center of the track. And Wet Paint is picking through the pack as well. Pretty Mischievous in front by 2.
There's Gambling Girl, Brad.
Gambling Girl trying to catch Pretty Mischievous on the wire. Pretty
Come
Mischievous,
on,
Gambling Girl.
Come on, 14. All right. Well, one of my doubles is alive.
Jack to catcher.
I at least I played that pick 3 ticket you guys talked about with the 14. So that was she was the one. I mean, it wasn't the 11, but those were the 2 that I was really worried about. That was Gaff, right? I mean, he gets off. Great ride.
All right, so I'm alive to
Tyler gave that horse a
double
perfect
Forte tomorrow.
The 14 into Forte?
Yep. And that is, hold on, I'm going to look up that.
3 was trying so hard, man. She tried her heart out.
But that's what the 3 does every race.
Yep.
Yeah, 13
won't
to
go
1.
by when it matters.
Yeah, James, I think, yes, there was a lot of speed there and just didn't, and she broke kind of away right there. The 13 broke in, but she was able to show speed and not, like I was watching the replay there for a second, but she obviously was able to find a good spot, and I just don't think that was that. There was a lot of horses, I think, that just weren't all that great. So that probably helped a little bit too.
So I'm alive to a 72 to 1 double tomorrow.
There you go. Very nice. None of my doubles came through. So I was hoping I had a small double with that 3, but just fell short.
I played, let me see, because I don't really remember. So I played a 50-cent pick 3. I have all in the bourbon because I did not even look at the race yet. And then into the 1, 6, 14, 15, and 22.
If the D'Amato horse is any good, though, that horse could be a single. It's just I can't gauge the level of competition on the West Coast as much turf-wise.
And then Oldy, I also played. I played a 5, 11, 14 into Forte in the double.
All right, so you're alive in a double. How much? Yeah. What's your multiplier on that?
Yeah, I played the double for 10, and then I played just the 50-cent pick 3.
All right, so you're alive for $720 to Forte.
Yeah, I like it. That was my original pick. If we, we can. I think, Brad, you were going to say it was a really good ride by Tyler. I'll be curious to watch the replay. I think somebody in the chat. Yeah, James, from that post. But, Brad, I know you were going to comment if you wanted to chat or comment real quick on Tyler.
Well, yeah, I mean, what I really was impressed with is he got that horse over into a great stalking position. And, for whatever reason, I need to see the replay. I don't know what happened to Wonder Wheel, but there's no way that they took her back that far. Something had to happen at the start.
No, I think he took her back. I really do.
I think they took back, but I don't think he was supposed to take back that far.
You don't go back that far. I mean, she was behind wet paint.
No, she was dead last. She was dead last. And she did kind of come. So that's where I don't know if anything happened. I think Joel just took her back. I do agree with you guys. I don't know why you would have gone back that far. Like, I bet it could have been, to your point, Brad, maybe just something did happen. I mean, she got spooked. I mean, who knows? Like, all these horses, as he took her back, she may have just been freaked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, if you go back to that Breeders' Cup win, that horse was using speed. So, I don't know, you've got it there. I don't know what.
Somebody in the chat hit for 17K.
Oh, nice.
On that.
Oh, was that the pick 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it might have been the pick 6, actually.
No, pick 5 probably. Pick 5 to Wonder Wheel was almost 11. So I got to imagine Pretty Mischievous would have been around the same or more. So I bet it was the pick 5 because it could be a pick 6, could be. But
I thought I saw that they were playing a pick 6, but it's hard to keep track when you're doing this too. But it will pays before it gets official. No, 16K was the pick 6.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is the first race that horse put on blinkers as well.
Yes, and that's we talked about this in my class last night too. how Brendan Walsh got me with that last year on the turf. First time blinkers.
Yeah.
I can't remember. We couldn't. None of us could. Everybody knew who I was talking about, but nobody could. None of us could remember the horse's name. The Brandon Walsh is like 27% first time blinkers.
I mean, she won the Rachel Alexandria, right? I mean, she was. This would have been probably my second pick, I would say. Tough post, hit the board, unsure can win, but she won that race, and she at Churchill, right? Look at her first 3 races. She wins at Churchill. She wins in a 76 allowance, right? Then comes back again and runs 3rd, but she was on the rail in the Goldenrod, right? So, I mean, if you get rid of that, and then she wins in the Rachel Alexandria Fairgrounds, and then runs 2nd in the Fairgrounds Oaks, like, I mean, she was there all day. Again, in that pick 3, I used 5, 11, 14. I tried to like stay there. But I love seeing Tyler so happy. It's like, he's such a great jockey. All right. We want to talk. Let's talk Derby tomorrow, Brad. I mean, we've talked a lot about Forte. There's been all types of stuff this week on Twitter and anything and everything. We're already under 20 horses, right? I know Skinner scratched, so we're at least down to 19 since the show started. I love being able to say, like in my pick 3, I got the 22 horse. So I put Mandarin Hero on my ticket, only because I liked Practical Move prior to the scratch. But what were your thoughts here?
Well, the Derby is such a fascinating race. Last year I was ready to back up the truck if Epicenter wins. I think I had it in the Oaks Derby double. I had it in the Oaks Bourbon Derby. I had it in pick 3. I had it in the double. So it was such a heartbreak, when I lost that. So it's a day that's just filled with just highs and lows, and you gotta embrace it. But when you've got 19 horses, it's all about the trip. Whoever's going to win has got to have the right trip.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to understand how these horses are going to take the crowds, how they're going to take the horses. But overall, I have this race at about an average pace. I do not see it like last year.
Yeah.
I don't think you've got a Crown Pride in there. So with that, my top horse is Angel of Empire. I just think Brad Cox has his horse primed and ready to win the Derby. And again, I'm a late pace guy. This horse has a dramatic late pace advantage. And if you go back and watch his races, he has a Derby winning move down the stretch. I mean, he can pull away from tired horses. So he is my top pick. As I said earlier, I have a 45-1 futures bet on Tapit Trice, and I really like this horse a lot. Again, does not have. He's a grinder. He doesn't have a lot of tactical speed, but I think once you wind him up, and I think Louis knows how to ride him, I think he puts him in a position and gets him out wide and hopes that he can run down Angel of Empire. So those are my 2 top horses. My next 2 is Derma Suragate, who I think may be, and I see Oldy shaking his head, may be the best horse in this race. Now, it says a lot to say that of a Mind Your Biscuit offspring. But I watched his race, and you can say that the UAE Derby was on a fast track, but still a lot of people that I respect when it comes to figures says that's the fastest horse in the race. Now, the question is, can it get the 1.25 miles? I think it's a valid question. But I think you have a jockey that learned its lesson last year. He was on Crown Pride, so I think, is going to put this horse in a stalking position. So I like that horse, and then I like Forte. The horse has done nothing wrong. All it does is win. And you can say the Florida Derby was a bad race, and he was washed out before the start. That's true. But he still came back and won. He caught Mage at the wire.
In that post, right? I mean,
in that post. So those are my top 4 horses that I'll be leaning on pretty heavily. Now, there's not a lot of price there in terms of a long shot. So I will be looking to leverage those horses in a pick 3 and the double into the Derby out of that turf race.
Oldy, we haven't talked a lot about yours. We talked a little bit throughout the day.
We talked about who I hate.
Yeah.
Not who I like.
Yeah. And Brad, before you go, the best part about Derma is the trainer dinner video from his trainer was absolutely classic. If Oldy, you could not like that horse, but you have to like the horse just because of the trainer video at the trainer's dinner, and he couldn't even stand up.
You think he had a little bit of sake to wash down the meal? Boy, he was in great spirits.
I just love that. Well, I don't know if that is his assistant trainer was holding him up, and I don't know who the guy talking was, if that was maybe just a translator or not. I'm guessing he's part of the team, but he said he's jet lagged and he's a little drunk.
All right, so
Oldy, so I know where you're coming from, but I just don't think that this group of 3-year-olds is a great group.
I agree with you, and I think you have to go back and watch the Japanese races. Most people have only seen one of Dermasoda Gake. I can't say that. I want to call him Dermasoda Gate. But races. Go back and watch the Japanese races. He's not fast enough to get the lead. Now he's breaking out of the 17 post. You're basing this off a paceless race in Dubai on a speed favoring track. And, there just was nothing else in that race. And now he's breaking from the 17 post, has to cover all that extra ground. And I don't think he wants the lead. I don't think they're going to the lead.
He never had the lead before that last race.
Right, exactly. Yeah. In fact, he was closing on December 14th. So do I like a closer from the 14 hole? Is the question. And my answer is probably no. He's got some tactical speed. He's going to have to break perfectly. It's not going to be like a 8-horse race in Dubai, too. And, it's a different gate and everything like that. This is more like a European gate in order to make since they got rid of the auxiliary gate, it's kind of a slimmed down gate. And there was a lot of start troubles last year with people hitting the gate, with them crashing into each other because of how much more narrow it was. And I feel like people are just ignoring that kind of stuff. So, my personal opinion is that Verifying's going to have a straight run to the first turn. That only Verifying or Jace's Road is going to go amongst the 2 Cox horses, speed horses. I think it's Verifying, just based on the post. I think Angel of Empire or Forte could run Verifying down, but remember, Angel of Empire, when he ran Verifying down in Arkansas, it was because it was a smaller field and he had a clear run. So again, trip wise, and we've all seen this at in the Kentucky Derby, if Verifying breaks well and gets the lead, it's going to be hard for one of those outside horses to make the space to make the run and to avoid the bumps at the start. That's at least my theory of the race. I think Reincarnate will try to go, but Reincarnate hasn't proven to be all that fast. Mage is a slow breaker. Kingsbarn's the one that interests me. The other one, I think that horse is being overlooked. It's lightly raced, kind of in a justify way. Is tactical. I think will be closer to the lead than people think. And if somebody's going to press Verifying, I think it's Kingsbarn.
Yeah, I just look at Verifying and that last race against Tapit Trice.
Oh, it's Tapit Trice. Right, it's Tapit Trice, not.
Yeah, I thought that was the best prep. I thought the Bluegrass was the best prep. So I like Verifying a lot. I just, it's a justify colt. I just have a question on the distance with that horse. I think he's going to be in the lead because there's really not a whole lot of speed around him. The question is, can he hang on to win? And that's where I think he's going to get overtaken. But I think Verifying's a very, very strong horse.
And also, I did the study last year. Now I've adjusted it for last year's race, but there's only two out of the last 12 derbies have been faster than 23.5.
Yeah.
So, and obviously last year, and then it was 10 years ago. So if he gets away with a, 23-3, 23-24 type pace here, the pace was quicker in the Bluegrass.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't get the lead in the Bluegrass, and that horse isn't here. The cheap speed isn't here.
Yep.
And those would be my arguments. Honestly, though, I think Cox's best 3-year-old might be the horse that won the Lexington that didn't have enough points to get in.
Is that Private Mission?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to the Preakness, right?
Right, but I said it after the race that I thought that might be Cox's best 3-year-old.
What's interesting, when you listen to Cox, I think he likes Verifying and is a little surprised with Angel of Empire. I think he's always been higher on Verifying than Angel of Empire.
And, one of the other things, and I mentioned this about Dermisota Gade, the workout that everybody loves, that I hate, he was slower at every point of call than Verifying was going the same distance.
Yeah, Oldy, I look at those workouts. I mean, I don't know how Japan works out their horses. Right. So to me, trying to make a comparison to American training tactics to Japanese training tactics, when they're out on the racetrack for 2 hours when they go out to work. So to me, I look at that and just say the horses got energy or not got energy. I don't try to read too much more into that. But I think it'll be interesting. Justin, you're on Forte.
Yeah, I mean, I still am trying to decide. I mean, I've been on Forte for a long time, I would say. Last time we talked, Oldy and I talked a lot about this. I just thought he was the best horse and was going to get the post, and obviously he did. So it's hard for me to get off of that because it was really after the Fountain of Youth that I was like, I just didn't think that there was a lot here. I think a lot of times what I kept hearing and what I could see happen is somebody's going to show up late. And so I do think that is Angel of Empire. I really do. I think that Angel of Empire is going to run out. I've been on Forte the whole time. I don't know. I think I'm a little bit scared. I saw the misstep. I saw all types of stuff on social media. I think some of that might be to scare stuff off. I played him in that double. I played him in the pick 3. The other horses I used in that pick 3, used the one horse. I Hit Show. I think this horse is a Cox horse. It's Manny Franco. I didn't necessarily love the SOR, side of it. I didn't love the didn't win here. I do love the GSR though. So I was using Hit Show really from a GSR perspective, to be honest with you guys. And, I see a lot of horses here that are dropping in GSR. So I have a lot of faith in that algorithm. So I had to use Hit Show. I really did. I thought that, Practical Move was interesting from the California side, and this horse was 13%. So the other horse I added was Mandarin Hero, because if I liked Practical Move, I felt like, and I can't really dig in yet because we're still sitting here on also eligible, but that was my other play. So I'm definitely on Forte. I could see I will not, based on having bets from today, right? And I actually am coaching baseball tomorrow during the Derby. I don't know how much I'm actually going to play tomorrow. I'll play some. If I play the pick 5, I would not single Forte. I would probably add some coverage. If I was going to add others, I might add the 17, Brad, in yours. I was not really a fan of Mage, Disarm, Jesus Road, Sun Thunder. I have no idea. I do like King's Barn, though. I think I have King's Barn in that pick 3 too, and I've liked King's Barn since the Derby. So it was the Louisiana, if I remember right. So I would say still Forte, but I think with everything that's gone on this week, a little bit like cautious, and what's going to happen.
Well, and I'm not sure if King's Barn can win, but I think there's a possibility King's Barn is your top finisher amongst the Pletcher horses.
Yeah, I just didn't like that Lexington. Just an awful race. It was the slowest of the prep races. So I think his move down the stretch got a little exaggerated, but I know Pletcher's really high on him. So
I was watching something where Pletcher's been comparing him to Justify.
Yeah, to me, you get to the Belmont, that could be a very, very scary horse.
He's only undefeated horse, right? He's won all of his starts.
Your ears should perk up when you hear a trainer say, this horse reminds me of Justify.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of people are very hard on Jose. Like, to be honest, I can see being hard on Florent Drew. I can see being hard on Rosario. I like Jose. He's Irad's brother. So he's gonna, at times I feel like, but I think in that turf race, Brad, he was getting a good setup and he almost nearly won that race. He gave a great ride. So, I think I'm glad to see him get a mount here, because this was the horse that Pratt was on, right? But Pratt, Pratt's obviously gonna jump here. Tap it Trice.
He's got Angel of Empire,
And Tap it Trice, Brad, I think this is the horse that scares me the most, because I've never really been on this horse and I continually just stayed the course. So I would say that would be the horse that would scare me the most, for sure. But I do think that EquinEdge has some, I think kind of has it pegged on the picks, I would say. So.
Yeah, the other horse that interests me is just, I can't bet a horse coming off a 70-day layoff. And that's Confidence Game.
Yeah.
The 4 horse. I think it's a very talented horse, but I think there was something that happened that caused him to take that long break since his last race.
Well, and if it was raining, I might be more interested in him.
Yeah.
And same thing with Disarm. Disarm and Mage have huge wet GSR jumps. Disarm is a 93 wet GSR if it were to rain, and Mage is a 92.
You're going long. Yeah, I mean, that is interesting, Oldie. I mean, if for some reason they get a thunderstorm or something, it would be interesting horses to for sure use in your vertical bets.
A couple days ago, there was rain in the forecast, so I started looking. And Brad, I said this earlier. I think Two Phils will run an honest race like he runs every time and might get a piece.
Yeah. Again, to have your fastest race on a poly surface, it's just tough for me to translate that to what it's going to do. Now, we saw who was a Botanical that wasn't he coming in from?
And look at the GSR drop too. It goes from 98 to 66.
Right. So I mean, it was a great story. Larry Ravelli, training at Hawthorne, outside of Chicago. It's a great story. But I agree. I think this horse would be a part of my verticals. I have a hard time seeing from that post. As you said, I think there's going to be speed inside of him. I think there's speed outside of him. He's going to get lost really quickly. And I don't know if he's got the tactical speed to make up.
Yeah. And, that's kind of the thing, too, is when and one of the reasons that I don't love Hit Show is when you're on the inside at the Derby, you either have to go forward or backwards. And you're going to get shuffled back further because if you don't have speed, because Hit Show, in the case of Hit Show and Two Phils, everybody's coming over and going to crush you if you don't move.
So the part of on Hit Show again, so gate's different, has more room, one hole. There's so much talk about it. It still is, great GSR. But here's what I would say, and it's actually a question: are they going to move out now that we're at 19? Are they going to move even further out, or are they going to keep the one hole in? So I am curious on that, and I don't know the answer. Are they moving the one now out to the two post?
But I think that the issue isn't how far in you are. It's that you have 18 other horses right now, if nobody else scratches, all trying to get over. So you either have to be in front of them or behind them. Or you're going to get crushed, which, and Irad managed that perfectly at the beginning last year. After the year before, he managed it extremely poorly. But, then he made the decision to go 7 wide instead of staying down at the rail. But, you're just not going to get that kind of pace to run into. I don't trust Manny Franco at the rail to be the one to, he's just as liable to jump off as he would be to maneuver through this.
He's not jumping off.
He's not going to jump off during the Derby. What kind of odds can I get on that?
Yeah, I like Hit Show. I'm curious. I really am on how this horse is going to run. I mean, I do think it's sneaky. I mean, at 6%. And again, I have a lot of faith in the GSR in situations like this. And, I love seeing the scratches. I hope that we see a couple more, Oldie, not because I want to see, horses scratch, but more just less horses in the race based on what you're saying. I do think he's going to get out. I think you're right. I mean, he can't get shuffled and just have this brutal trip, but some will, some won't. That there's some amount of these horses that are going to have brutal trips. So,
yeah.
And I mean, he did have a brutal trip from the 12 post in the Wood Memorial.
Yeah. I mean, horse has been the favorite. It's going to be fun, y'all. I'm going to be watching it from the dugout of a baseball game.
I'm sure I'll be texting you based on what happens too.
I will say it's been fun, Brad. I am glad that we got to talk Oaks, and I appreciate both of you. Hey, there's picks into tomorrow. I totally forgot about that. It allowed the non-wonder wheel. I like the 14, so I was glad to be able to put that in some bets for tomorrow, because it's important to do that, because you allow yourself to then, it's a little bit like a future play. You don't even probably even really care about betting Tapit Trice tomorrow because you already have the bet at 45 to 1. There's you would be hurting your equity and value by betting Tapit Trice unless you singled in horizontals, which I know you talk about not liking to play those. So there's really no reason for you even to play a double into Tapit Trice.
Yeah, I this is my second year I've done the futures, and last year I was 0 for 2. This year I was 1 for 2. But it really is a neat way, especially when they make the Derby, because you don't have to waste any of your equity tomorrow on that horse, because I've got plenty of equity coming if that horse wins.
Yeah, same way I feel about Forte now tomorrow.
Yeah, right. And I think that's important, getting back a little bit to this plan. I mean, tomorrow, I think it's really, really important that people put together a plan for the day.
Yeah.
And not get caught up, because you don't want to be out of money when they get to the Derby. It's too much fun. It's part of what we all love, the best 2 minutes in sports. So put a plan together, and that's just, if you like your multi-race wages, do it that way. My plan is to take a balance from X to 15X. I've got a 15X goal tomorrow that I want to take, and just map out what that strategy looks like. It's a really interesting way to put some guardrails around how you handle this need sometimes for just action bets. And when you become more efficient and focus on the races that you've got the strongest opinion, it's just a very fascinating, fun day. So, yeah, thanks for having me on. Anytime to talk with you two, I really, really appreciate the opportunity, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, Brad. You too. I wish you luck, man. I will be rooting for Tapit Trice for you. That's it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, man. Good to have you. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Well, Oldy, it's been the day. It was a good one. It almost ended in an amazing day if Wonder Wheel would have won. I also would say I'm a little bit, I talked to him, I really thought about singling that 8 horse and going deeper in the Oaks, and we would have got there, but that's okay. No 4 of 5 at Churchill. That's all right. Nope. We had some good winners along the way. Matt Dinerman brings us a winner to start the day. You had a winner in the 2 horse that just took a boatload of money. A nice
double, and
that
was a good day.
Yeah, you had a nice double. We had a nice exacta there with the 8-11, lots of stuff. And everybody who's tuned in, a lot of people have hung all day with us. They know that there's a lot more on earlier, but I appreciate everybody kind of hanging around, and I hope everybody enjoyed getting a chance to hear from everybody. We tried to put together a lineup. I see your finger. I'm not going anywhere. And getting a chance to put together a lineup. Race 12, any tip? Race 12 in the tomorrow, or you're talking about today?
We just spent like 40 minutes talking about that.
Yeah, are you talking Imran about race 12 at Churchill? I don't have a tip. I did look at the race. I will give you a horse in race 13 if you want to bet Churchill. But Oldy, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, please hit the like on your way out the door.
Yeah, we would appreciate that. Everybody hit the like button. It always helps. It gets the show, gets people kind of looped in, and I think it spread the word. We'll keep doing this. I think Oldy, it would be good to have guests on again. That was a lot of fun.
No, this was great with all the guests. I think it really flowed well.
Yeah, it did. It was fun. Imran, race 12? I don't know. I didn't look.
Yeah, I haven't looked at 12 or 13.
I did look at 13 a little bit. I would say race 12, bet the 9, metaphysical. I mean, this horse is 21%. You're getting 7 to 1. You're getting Castellano, who hits at 40%. That would be my pick for you, the 9 in race 12. Which horse, race 13? I did look at this race a little bit because I have one tournament play to play. I think this is a tough maiden special, to be honest. I'm not going to get enough of a price on the 12 horse for Flavin Pratt and Chad Brown. The GSR is also really, really low. You have a big GSR though in this first time starter, right? But it's an outside post. It's only 2%. The horse that I thought was a little bit interesting, you have A Kid's Laugh. This horse is 8-1 and is only 3% for Kenny McPeak. GSR is okay. But I think the 7, excellent question. You know, it's a third-time starter. It's off the layoff. It's working really, really well. It was the favorite. So it's burned some money. But what I would say is it is working well. And Gaffleon continues to ride here. So I think this horse is sneaky. And you're going to get a little bit of a price, I think. So that was my perspective, would be the 7. All right. Oldy, anything else?
That's about all I've got. Just good luck tomorrow, everybody.
You too,
and, you know, good luck to your sons tomorrow in their games, or your son in his game. And appreciate it, everybody. Thank you for hanging with us.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Hit the like button before you go. It's been awesome. We will be back probably next week. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Bye now.